afternoon and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, July 13th, 2017. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. No signage greater than 8.5 by 11 is permitted, and you cannot block the view of the person standing behind you or sitting behind you. Okay? Commissioners, I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
Commissioner Melgar.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
We do expect Commissioner Richards, and we expect Commissioner Fong to be absent today. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 for case number 2017-005179, PCA commercial uses in North Beach, technical and other amendments. Planning Code amendment is proposed for continuance to July 20th, 2017. Items 2A and B for case numbers 2017-003134 CUA and DNX at 72 Ellis Street, performance period extensions are proposed for continuance to August 31st, 2017. Items 3A and B for case numbers 2014-002181, MAP, PCA, and CUA at 2670 Gary Boulevard, Planning Code, Zoning Map amendments, and conditional use authorization are proposed for continuance to September 7th, 2017. Items 4A and B for case numbers 2014.1302 CUA and VAR 2906 Folsom Street conditional use authorization and variance are proposed for indefinite continuance. Finally, item 5, case number 2015-000885 DRP-02 at 2782 through 2786 Folsom Street discretionary review has been withdrawn. I have no items, or excuse me, those are all the items I have proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
Great. Thank you, Jonas. Any public comment on the items being proposed for continuance? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Moore.
Move to continue items 1 through 5 as noted.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue all items as proposed, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Acting Zoning Administrator?
Continue item 4B to indefinitely as proposed.
Thank you. Commissioners, it'll place us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of this item unless a member of the public, the Commission, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 6, case number 2014-002504 DRP at 363 Jersey Street, discretionary review. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on item number 6? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to take discretionary review and approve with modifications, item 6, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places us under Commission Matters, item 7, Commission Comments and Questions.
There appears to be no comments at this time.
Very good. Department Matters, item 8, Director's Announcements.
I have no new announcements today. Thank you.
Item 9, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors. There is no Board of Appeals report, and their Historic Preservation Commission did not meet yesterday.
I'm sorry. I missed the Commissioner comments and
We
questions.
did. Do you want to go back to that?
Can we go back to that for a second?
Through the
Yeah,
chair.
absolutely.
Sorry, through
Commissioner
the chair.
Johnson.
I apologize. So I just want to make a note that the Examiner had an article out on Wednesday. The Supervisor Peskin has asked the City Attorney to investigate a vacancy tax to see potential legal avenues for instituting one. We'll see where that proposal goes, if anywhere, but I think it's enlightening that it's great that the conversation is moving to the next level. I think it could potentially be a good tool for San Francisco. And it's good to hear that, again, if you say something over and over again for just years on end, sometimes it goes someplace. So now I have to come up with like the next thing to talk about, and I'm, open to ideas, people. So just wanted to put that out there. Thanks again to the supervisors.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. After 10 years of mentioning it, I'm very glad to see it
Yes.
happen myself. I wanted to ask another question. That is a question to the department director, to the director. Is there a site where people can track where ADUs are being applied for? At this moment, there is a lot of non-permitted construction activity in the city, and sometimes you see something and it kind of looks, at least at first glimpse, a little bit strange. So I tried to find out myself on the website, but there was no ability at all, zero. And I'm kind of curious as to whether or not it would be in everybody's interest to be able to see of what has been approved, what is in progress, and is permitted to move forward.
Commissioners, I don't think we have a website specifically devoted to ADUs. You would have to go address by address. I will say that we have approved almost 300, and there are another 500 or 600 in our pipeline. So there is actually quite a number that are coming through. But it's an interesting idea. I'll talk to the staff about whether we can pull that out as a separate building type and have something on the web to show that.
Since this falls into dual responsibility between planning and DBI, so to speak, on fast track, it would be great to have at that particular element of both bodies coordinated so that people can really see that something is proceeding legally. And since there is no requirement on any construction site to have a permit pasted, you walk by things and say, oh, what's really going on here? And I think it would be really helpful for the public to have confidence that what is permitted is properly noted so that people don't have to guess.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
Just one question, one thought on what you just said. You need a job card posted which has the building permit number on all construction.
Whatever it is, what would be on that sign, you're
that's right.
correct. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 9, review of past events of the Board of Supervisors. As I mentioned previously, there is no Board of Appeals report, and their Historic Preservation Commission did not meet yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. At Monday's land use hearing, the committee heard the child care ordinance. This ordinance would allow residential uses and child care facilities to have to share required open space, make child care facilities principally permitted in most zoning districts, remove certain noticing requirements for child care facilities, and make other conforming changes. Commissioners, you heard this item on May 18th of this year and voted unanimously to recommend approval. Public comment at the Land Use Committee echoed public comments at the Planning Commission, which focused on the need for more child care facilities and delays caused by the permitting process. Committee members did not have any questions about the ordinance. Supervisor Tang moved that this ordinance be recommended, and this motion passed unanimously. This week, the inclusionary ordinance was back before the Land Use Committee. The Planning Commission considered the last ordinance last week on July 6th. At that time, you made recommendations on an additional new material modification. The requirement would be that inclusionary projects would have to have no more than 30% of the units as studio units. This maximum cap on studio units is in addition to the requirement that at least 25% of the total units shall be at least 2-bedroom units, and at least 10% of the total units shall be 3-bedroom units. At your hearing, you recommended approval of the inclusionary ordinance with no specific recommendation on a studio cap until further study. The board did modify the ordinance after hearing your recommendation. This week, the committee filed the ordinance that contained the cap on studios and stated that further amendments would be made to the version pending before the full board. And at Tuesday's board hearing, the board amended the legislation to remove the cap and to require that for any affordable units available to households in the highest AMI tier, studios shall have a minimum occupancy of 2 people. At the full board this week, the Corona Heights SUD passed its second read, and the inclusionary affordable housing ordinance that I just spoke about passed its first read as amended. The landmark designation for the El Rey Theater on Ocean Avenue passed its first read. The accessory dwelling unit ordinance, sponsored by Supervisor Peskin, passed its first read. And the extension of the interim controls for the Transit Center District related to signs was adopted. Last on the agenda was the environmental appeal for the Upper Market Street Safety Project. This project has been in the works for a few years now and aims to increase the safety and comfort for people using various modes of transportation along and across Market Street from Castro to Octavia. Upper Market Street is a high-injury corridor, and this project is an outgrowth of the city's Vision Zero policy. Proposed improvements include new bulb outs, painted protected bike lanes, a car-protected bike lane from Octavia to Buchanan, reworking loading zones, as well as other improvements. The concerns from the appellant included potential piecemealing of the project, cumulative impacts, and fire department aerial ladder access due to the presence of overhead wires. The department found that the SFMTA did not improperly piecemeal the project, no significant cumulative impacts would occur, and the presence of overhead wires is not an unusual circumstance. Therefore, the categorical exemption was approved, was an appropriate level of valuation. No one from the public spoke in favor of the appellant, and approximately 10 members of the public spoke in favor of rejecting the appeal. While the supervisors instructed city agencies to more effectively work together on addressing the concerns raised by the appellant, the supervisors ultimately rejected the appeal unanimously. And then finally, this week, the mayor introduced an ordinance that would fix a clerical error in the Article 7 ordinance. At some point after the ordinance was transmitted to the clerk, the entire zoning control table for the Valencia Street NCT district was inadvertently removed from the ordinance. Fortunately, the piece that disappeared was something that was in the ordinance that this commission voted on, and will not have to come back to you unless I hear differently right now. We were able to get the fix ordinance drafted, signed to form, and introduced on Tuesday. The board president has waived the 30-day hold, and the item is scheduled for Monday's land use hearing as a committee report. If all goes to plan, it should be through the board before they go to recess and effective about 4 weeks after the Article 7 ordinance becomes effective. In the interim, the ZA has made a determination that the last zoning control table for the district will be used in place of the new tables. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any questions? Commissioner Moore?
Mr. Starr, I could not hear the name of the street you mentioned. Portion was omitted, and I could not hear the reference to the particular location that was.
Oh, the Valencia Street NCT.
Valencia. Okay,
Yeah.
I did not hear you properly. Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I did have several speaker cards.
Yep. Andrew Yip, Georgia Shudish, and Tom Radulovich. But if others would like to speak, you're welcome to. Please line up on the screen side of the room. Go ahead. No, Mr. Yip, we're ready for you.
And before you begin, Mr. Yip, if I could just make a general announcement, we do have an overflow room for the large crowd. So if persons in the overflow room are interested in submitting their general public comment, this would be your opportunity to do so.
Good afternoon. Andrew Yip. Worldly tragedies causing great suffering, destruction, and distress are mostly the negative results from the wrongdoings and corruption of humankind. Of those important matters pertaining to the gratification of selfish desires, achieving of good conscience, sincerity of thoughts, uprightness of one's heart, personal cultivation, putting family in good order, management of the nation, and bringing peace and wellness for the world, each and everyone must work together with better cultivation of personal virtues for self-rescue and with missionary pathways of love and mercy for rescue of the worldly people. The outright missionary spirit will lead the worldly people onto the safe soil of joyful well-being upon the peaceful kingdom. Then each and everyone will have mutual support of good spirit on missionary pathways. The way of saving the world with loving protection and mercy of rescue can put morality for families and the society in good order. Therefore, with the collective great works of the people, with the collective destiny of the people, and with collective influential factors in time and trend of the world, political leaders that work with the developmental progress of human civilization should having achievements of great success and making accomplishment of great prosperity in accordance to true principle and missionary spirit. Decision-making must observe of complete truth in perfection, happiness, liberty, and justice for all our people to be righteous and proper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Ms. Shudish.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. On July 24th, 2014, you heard an MDR for new construction at 437 Duncan, where you took DR and removed the fourth floor, which reduced the project by about 500 square feet. 3 of you weren't here then. Item 18, followed right after, was another MDR for a merger in the inner Richmond, RM1 zoned, originally a single-family home split into 2 one-bedroom units at some point. Then, at that time, in July 2014, occupied by the young couple using both units, but who wanted to live in the structure as an internally connected 3-bedroom, 1,600 square foot home with their child. 1,600 square feet, as you know, is the average size of a unit in the city, according to the staff. Staff recommended disapproval, but you granted approval on a 6-to-1 vote. In the 3 years since, the remodel to facilitate the merger was completed, and the couple apparently have not sold or taken out permits to expand. The Commission voiced concern about granting DR to allow the merger, and in fact, Commissioner Antonini referred back to the Duncan Street approval, which was RH2 and a single-family home at 3,500 square feet, even without the fourth floor. He was sort of prescient about where you are now with increasing density in the residential neighborhoods. However, within a year after you wrestled with the inner Richmond unit merger MDR and voiced concerns about the general loss of units through merger, just a few doors away in the same RM1 zoning, a unit was being lost in a remodel into a large single-family home that was then sold for speculative profit. The project did not come before you, but was approved by the building and planning staff. 1,600 square feet versus 3,000 square feet, single-family home on same block raises the question of relative affordability, family housing, density. I use these specific examples from the past, 3 years ago, as examples for the future. 2 things could be done to reasonably deal with the issue of density in the residential neighborhoods and preserve existing relatively affordable housing. 1, eliminate the loophole of Section 317B7. 2, at your joint BIC meeting with them that you plan to do, discuss serial permitting, over-the-counter permits, and better coordination between building and planning staff, better oversight and use of the PIMs, and common-sense inspections before the CFC is issued. Why is there a wine fridge in the second kitchen? What are the connections between the units? And where are locks on doors between the units? That's my point. Here's for the minutes, 150 words. Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Shudish.
You're welcome.
Mr. Radulovich.
Thank you, Commissioners. Tom Radulovich, Executive Director of Livable City. Here today to talk about transportation strategy and why the city needs one. A good transportation strategy for the city would address multiple goals. We'd look at health, we'd look at safety, we'd look at environmental sustainability, the financial sustainability and the infrastructure costs. We'd look at equity. We also need to look at space, the actual geometric, physical, three-dimensional space in our city, because there's only so much of it on the roads. We have a 19th century street grid, and we need to manage that intelligently. So I think the good news is that the transportation modes, if I could have the projector, that are the most hit a lot of the right notes, walking, cycling, and transit, that are good on health, that are good on sustainability, and so on, are also the most space efficient. Oops. All right, so this is an old illustration from the 70s, but it kind of shows how much space you need to transport 60 people by car, by bus, and by bicycle. So as the city grows denser, we need to keep pace with our transportation needs by allocating space to the more space-efficient modes. So the amount of space on the roads for private cars might go down as we allocate space to bike lanes, to wider sidewalks, to bus lanes, and so on. But we can transport more people that way, and we can transport more people more sustainably and equitably. But what that means is it'll likely be less space for more cars. We might end up with peak car space some point in the future. We might have already passed it. So as we think about transportation planning, it kind of goes back to some of those issues that came up with One Oak, which is one is the threshold for projects that are going to increase transportation demands. They're going to increase road traffic. Now, for One Oak, we were told, oh, that project, the transportation impacts of that project, the additional parking were below the threshold, right? They were unmeasurable. They were inconsequential. But that's a little odd because you passed a TDM ordinance earlier this year that was meant to manage congestion. There, the threshold was 10 units. So One Oak, with over 300 units and 150 parking spaces, is below your CEQA threshold. Inconsequential impacts, doesn't matter how much parking they put in. But 10 units was enough to create a threshold under your TDM ordinance. At 10 units, you said, well, you need to start managing your congestion impacts. So there's a big disconnect there. Something really squirrely is going on. Another thing that came over the news, I don't know if you saw this, but the Crescent Heights project at SF Honda, the original project was 767 units, 275 spaces, 0.35 parking spaces per unit. The new proposal, according to Socket Site, is 984 units, 518 spaces, over 0.5 spaces. So they upped the amount of parking in their proposed project for two reasons. One is they know that your environmental practices aren't going to catch the impact. The other thing is they think you're easy after One Oak, right? They think that you're just going to give it to them. But all these impacts are cumulative, especially at congested places like Venice and Market, and you need to start managing those impacts. Otherwise, we're going to have really terrible congestion in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional general public comment? We can move to the regular calendar.
Very good, Commissioners. That'll place us on your regular calendar for item 10. Case number 2017-005182 PCA, commercial uses in Polk Street and Pacific Avenue neighborhood commercial districts, technical and other amendments. This is a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with Planning Department staff. Today I'll be presenting an ordinance proposing to amend the planning code to adjust existing neighborhood commercial controls in the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue NCDs. However, before I begin my presentation, I'd like to provide Lee Hepner of Supervisor Peskin's office with time to present to you.
Thank you, Diego, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lee Hepner from Supervisor Peskin's office. We are the sponsor of Agenda Item 10, File 170418, amendments to the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue Neighborhood Commercial Districts, or NCDs. I feel like I'm getting to know you quite well over the past several months, beginning with our involvement in the Article 7 Code Reorganization Project, a number of amendments relative to the North Beach Telegraph Hill NCD that we included in as part of that code reorganization project. And now with this file, a number of amendments to the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue NCDs that are in some ways, actually by and large, similar, if not exactly the same, as the amendments that we included in the Article 7 Code Reorganization Project. So I'm happy to get into more details. I'm sure planning staff is going to go pretty deep into the details as well. As a general frame, this in our minds is trailing legislation. It is not only the outgrowth of on-the-ground meetings with our merchant and neighborhood associations along these corridors. It also, the opportunity for these amendments and the necessity for these amendments really emerged over the course of the Article 7 Code Reorganization Project. And that's, that was the impetus for us to move forward with these today. On that note, this has been a very bottom-up, community-oriented process. We're really proud of that. And at the same time, I don't think anything in here is particularly new, paradigm-shifting. It's not precedent-setting stuff. By and large, this exists in North Beach and Castro, in Haight, along some of these very vibrant commercial corridors. And it's about time that we conform the Polk Street corridor and Pacific Avenue to those controls as well. On that note, I want to discuss just a few things. This reflects, as I said, this not only is it not precedent-setting, this kind of reflects the way that these corridors currently operate. And I think that, and how lots are currently divided, I don't think that the lot merger limitation is going to really have that big an impact, except for a prospective impact when it comes to, how are people looking at adjacent properties? How can we remove an incentive to speculate and combine storefront properties that would have an adverse impact on the pedestrian walkability and active ground floor commercial uses along these corridors. But they also confirm, there's some flexibility in here, and there's some room for what the community deems desirable. I think an instance of that is the exemption for the square footage as to movie theaters. There's a particular lot on the Upper Polk corridor that we learned that some community members are open to seeing used as a movie theater again. So there is some flexibility in here as well. Lastly, and subject to your questions, which I'm happy to answer, I do want to just mention that we have been approached. We are aware of some pending applications, project sponsors, property owners who would be impacted, particularly by the lot size limitation. Under these proposed amendments, anything over 2,500 square feet would require CU authorization to proceed. We are in the process of discussing where those applications are in the entitlement process and how we might be able to grant some very narrow and tailored accommodations and relief for project sponsors that have had their applications in the process for a couple of years now. And just as a matter of fairness, if the community has been working with these project sponsors for some time and deems them, to some degree desirable and necessary, then we can certainly collaborate on finding some relief for those project sponsors. And with that, I will sit down and stick around for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the department is in overall support of the ordinance as it proposes to change the planning code with the aim to preserve and enhance the pedestrian-friendly and small-scale nature of Polk Street and Pacific Avenue, also along with its legacy businesses. The department does have several recommendations that it believes will improve the implementation of the ordinance's goals. They're organized into three broad categories. The first is in respect to the development standards. The general theme of the department's recommendations are to maintain avenues for scrutiny of relatively larger projects or uses, and in particular, as outlined in your case report, the department is recommending not to have a prohibition on non-residential use size or ground floor commercial storefront mergers. It's recommending to allow lot mergers of up to 50 feet and to carefully select segments of Polk Street to require active commercial uses on. The second category is in regard to retail uses. The planning department is recommending that we base any prohibition or limit on eating and drinking uses on a survey of actual corridor conditions. The department's also recommending that we augment the legacy business controls by adding conditional use findings, some suggested languages in your case report. The third category is in regard to residential uses. The department is recommending that we adopt the citywide dwelling unit mix requirement, which I understand to be 25% 2 bedrooms, with 10% of those being 3 bedrooms. And the last residential recommendation is to not prohibit the removal or loss of residential units in these zoning districts. There is one last technical amendment we would request, which is to locate any proposed off-street parking controls in Table 151.1, which is the table for parking maximums. That's what this ordinance is proposing to establish for these two zoning districts. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We'll open this item up for public comment. I have two speaker cards, Stephen Cornell and Tom Radulovich. Mr. Cornell.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm Stephen Cornell. I'm with the Polk District Merchants Association. I am part of this legislation from the ground up. We are happy to have this legislation. We think it's long overdue, and appreciate that we were able to be part of it to do it. So we urge you to pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Radulovich was here, but I don't see him. Any additional public comment on this item?
Yes.
Quite a crowd outside.
Sure.
Good afternoon, President Hillis, members of the Planning Commission. It is such a privilege to be before you today. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present and urge your support of the legislation affecting Pacific Avenue NCD and the Polk Street NCD is quite a privilege. Today we have an opportunity to help these great neighborhoods become all that they can be. We feel the legislation with amendments furthers a sustainable and vibrant community for the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue NCDs. These amendments reflect a forward-thinking vision of our neighborhoods that welcomes new residents and businesses while maintaining protections for our existing neighborhoods and businesses. We are so grateful for the collaborative teamwork and thoughtful consideration from all participants. The Pacific Avenue Neighborhood Association, which I co-chair, is also known as PANA, is well represented by Middle Polk Neighborhood Association's letter of support. The Pacific Avenue Neighborhood Association respectfully urges the Planning Commission to support this legislation. It addresses the local needs of the Polk and Pacific NCDs and their connection to surrounding neighborhoods. We all can thrive with new energy, new housing, and new businesses while maintaining the timeless charm and character of our great neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Commissioners, Chris Shulman, representing Lower Polk Neighbors. Thank you so much. I'll try to be very brief today. I know you have a long afternoon. Lower Polk Neighbors is very excited about this legislation. We worked closely with Supervisor Peskin and his staff. We'd like to thank Lee for his work on this and the other staff of Supervisor Peskin's office. We'd also like to thank our peer organizations, Middle Polk Neighbors, PANA, and others for working on this with us. What you have is a real community-driven effort that's before you. It represents a lot of our values, housing. It represents community activation. It represents a balanced approach, particularly the eating and drinking establishments. It will still allow additional establishments where it's appropriate, but it will encourage retail where we have oversaturation. We have balanced housing. We have activation of storefronts. This is really shows how flexible the NCDs are and how they can be, and how we take what has happened over the years and really kind of take the ideas that we've had over the years, put them together in an ordinance to bring before you. So I really encourage you to support this, and I appreciate your time today, and I appreciate the time of the planning staff as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Your overflow room's on the first floor, so I'm getting a lot of stares today. But I did want to speak on this item and indicate, first of all, our general support. We do appreciate all the work that went into this on behalf of neighbors to try and create a set of use controls in 2 neighborhood commercial districts that are a good fit. However, we think that you should consider a certain amendments to this legislation in areas where we think there could be some benefit of additional thinking, or maybe where it's gone too far. The issue that we're most concerned about is the complete ban on urban agriculture uses. All types of urban agriculture would be not permitted. We're not sure what the motivation is there for that, but we were big supporters of the Urban Ag Ordinance. We think that the Urban Ag Ordinance is an important thing in urban sustainability. I included in my email a lot of the benefits of urban ag, from health to community building, to providing food access in food deserts and so on. We don't understand why these commercial districts are banning urban ag, and we'd ask you to not ban it. Maybe it needs to be a CU if there's some concern about it displacing other uses or so on, but an outright ban just didn't feel warranted. We raised an issue about active street fronting use. Now, this is section 145.4 of the Planning Code, and that says that certain uses are banned on the ground floor, housing, office, et cetera. But those controls make sense in certain neighborhood commercial districts, because what you get then in areas with those controls is a continuous active use, and then it kind of builds pedestrian vitality, walkability, et cetera, by having like long concentrations of active urban use. Unfortunately, excludes some uses that, to us, are active uses, and those would be entertainment uses, other entertainment, generally entertainment, amusement game arcade, movie theater, are all banned by section 145.4 on the ground floor. So if you impose 145.4 in additional neighborhood commercial districts, uses that are otherwise permitted by the zoning might be in effect banned. We don't know if that was intentional, excluding those retail entertainment uses, or if it was an oversight, but you should consider it as you extend it to other neighborhoods. Well, let's make sure that all the uses that we want in a commercial district are actually included and then aren't outright banned by this provision. Lastly, you might consider the 5-foot height bonus for taller ground floors in the Pacific NCD. I believe Polk's all 65X, so you can get your tall ground floor, you can get 6 stories. But Pacific's an interesting zoning district. It's mostly zoned 40 feet, although the surrounding residential areas are all zoned 65. So it's one of the few where the buildings in the NC are actually lower than the buildings in the surrounding residential. Allowing that 5-foot ground floor could do what Mr. Heppner was talking about, which is create those quality ground floor commercial spaces that are flexible, that sustain a variety of uses. As you all know, if you only allow 40 feet, developers will cram 4 stories into 40 feet. What gets sacrificed is the ground floor. You get to end up with those squashed ground floors. So think about a 5-foot height bonus on Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Moore.
For openers, I'd like to commend all neighborhood organizations who actively participated, including the business community of Polk and Pacific. This is exactly what we would like to do, fine-tuning neighborhood commercial district legislation to really express the specific characters and needs of neighborhoods. I think it empowers neighborhood participation, and I think it keeps us and protects us from one-size-fits-all. I think this is very timely, this is very sensitive, and further to this, I like to remind people who do not know, we do have NCD legislation on Pacific that was established in 2007, was never gaining a lot of traction in the previous years because we had a number of rather difficult projects in 2016 and 2015, which basically put this commission in a very difficult place, not understanding how to properly use the NCDs, and there were just basically vast areas of uncertainty. That having been said, I think in its own, the legislation for me is complete. I think the flexibility, which Mr. Heppner kindly hinted on, is enough to let future amendments occur rising from the neighborhood itself. I do not believe that any of the modifications are wrong, but I would prefer that they are being contemplated by those who are who were participants in the legislation itself, rather than kind of retrofitting and always knowing better. I think there are a lot of good points, perhaps, in those things. However, I believe supporting neighborhood self-determination, I would say that these points can be considered, and the legislation can be amended from the people who created the legislation rather than from the department or us trying to help with that. As far as urban agriculture goes, it's a very interesting issue Mr. Radulovic raises. Again, I think you have to look at the particular sites and building types where that may apply, and I think that should be more than ever subject to neighborhood determination as being necessary and desirable, and it should not be legislated from the top down, but from the bottom up. I am in strong support and recommend to approve as is, not with modifications.
That's a motion, Commissioner
That's a
Moore?
motion, that's correct.
I'll second that. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Melgar. I apologize.
Thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Heppner or Mr. Sanchez, which was about the prohibition or restriction on agricultural uses. What was the thinking behind it?
Yeah, and I almost want to just defer to our neighborhood groups, but over the course of this conversation, and I think this actually fits well into the context of the ongoing conversation around indoor agriculture citywide. I think this body is well aware of the interim controls that are being extended right now to at least a few months into next year, with permanent controls coming down the pike. I think that this amendment reflects a desire of these community members to be a part of that conversation and to get out ahead of that conversation. I think as is common, and sort of reflective of the purpose of NCDs, is to kind of inflect the citywide conversation from a very local level. Maybe that conversation will evolve over the course of the ordinance, and as we see what the citywide indoor agricultural controls produce. But I think that this, as a starting point, reflects the community's desire not to have that use. Furthermore, there's not a whole lot of properties that are going to be particularly useful within the boundaries of the Polk or Pacific Avenue NCDs for indoor agricultural use. So I think that this is just, again, in as much as this reflects what exists on the ground, I don't think that that's a really relevant use to this to these NCDs, relative particularly to the more permissive controls that are directly adjacent, perhaps on Van Ness or what have you.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions, I think. So I'll pick off where Mr. Radulovich made a comment about sort of the way that the current ordinance is written would sort of leave out broad categories of what we consider active use. And I'll connect that to what my original question was going to be, which is about the prohibition on concentration of eating and drinking uses above 35%. I'm not against sort of trying to make sure that you have variety along commercial corridor districts, and I think the reasoning in the staff report was pretty sound in terms of you want to create an active pedestrian corridor where there's a variety of uses that are both locally serving for the neighbors as well as destination for people coming in and eating and drinking, and et cetera. A lot of things in there, but. This commission has, for quite a while now, been beginning to pick up on the zeitgeist and sounding the alarm that we need to be much more aware of the health of the retail market and making sure that we are not legislating something that will produce vacancies in storefronts and unhealthy commercial corridors. So I think that the department is beginning to do work now on sort of the retail sector and the health and what that means for some of our rules citywide. And I just would really ask that the supervisors keep that in mind. So maybe this will pass. Some sort of control will pass, but keep an open mind about this in the future because the national trends that are beginning to be very noticeable even at the local level is that traditional retail is a model that is changing really rapidly, and even though there may be stores, there's a lot of background, there's a lot of infrastructure that will prevent a lot of small sort of one store small business entrepreneurship. That traditional model may be going away, and what is going to really fill that in the in-between until we get to sort of a more stable future are these other active uses. So personal care services, gyms, restaurants, other quick service eateries, and you don't want to have the whole corridor, either Pacific or Polk, be all of that, but you also don't want a bunch of vacancies. So I would be mindful of legislating that at this point, although I will support it. And then I just have a couple more technical things. So the first one is the original ordinance says that if a new non-residential use is going to occupy a space previously occupied by a legacy business, they'll need a CU unless that space has been vacant for at least 3 years. But in a previous, when talking about something slightly different and saying that non-conforming uses could continue to be non-conforming as long as they were active within the previous 18 months, I didn't understand why those timescales were so different. So you should probably choose 18 months or 3 years, and just sort of make it consistent as to, like, if something goes away and it's nothing for a while, when can it become something again, and sort of rationalize that time period. And then the only other, I do agree with the neighborhood agricultural use. I mean, I'm always wary of prohibitions on this. The flip side to the argument of, the neighborhood doesn't know what it's going to be yet, and so they sort of don't want to accept it yet, is that allowing that use allows the corridor and the sort of neighbors and the businesses to determine what it's going to be, right? And what will be useful, or what will be the types of uses that you want to area. So prohibition actually can be challenging, because then what ends up happening is when it becomes citywide, or it becomes more of a growing use, or it becomes more acceptable, what you end up getting is what other neighborhoods have defined, right? And that's what I've seen. And we have an MCD later, which I think is, I don't know that it's, I'm not speaking on that, but I'm just saying that's the sort of new use where it's like, if you don't have it, then you don't know what it's going to look like for your neighborhood. So then I would just, again, that's sort of more of a comment. And then sort of last sort of more technical thing, on the dwelling unit mix, rather than putting in the ordinance, it just makes sense to say that it will follow whatever the citywide dwelling unit mix is. I find it confusing that you have percentages in this ordinance, because it made me start to think, okay, so what did the citywide ordinance say? What was it inclusionary? I just think we need to start being more wary of like having these sorts of requirements just all in one place. So thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
So we have a motion and a second for passing or advising the Board of Supervisors to pass the legislation as is with no staff recommendations. And I could support that. I do have two questions. One, we sit here quite a bit where eating and drinking establishments are not to be exceeded or 20% or 30%. We sit here when they're 75 and 76. We add another restaurant to the mix and become 77. We wring our hands and say, oh, well, it's already at 75 or 76. What does such concentration should not exceed? Is that prohibit? I mean, use the word prohibit everywhere, but now you have a shall not or should not. What does that mean? Are we going to sit here and do the same thing we always do and approve these things till they get to 100%? I don't get it. Why don't we just put the word prohibit in there? Don't even let them apply.
Are you referencing the existing control, where it says should not exceed 25%, or the proposed?
The proposed.
I think the proposed says shall not exceed. So I'm reading that as that it can't exceed 35%.
So it just says prohibited.
Yeah, once you hit 35.
I'd recommend it say prohibited, to be honest with you.
Instead of shall not.
Yeah. And the second one is, on the findings of legacy business, one thing, I mean, I get where the staff is coming from. We want to have some findings, but the biggest one for me is legacy business displacement through a vast increase in rent. Not that they had a good or service that wasn't received by the community and they went out of business. So I see nothing in there about that, which to me is my number one issue. So I could support the motion as is, but those are additional feedback points.
Commissioner Moore.
For those who don't know Polk or Pacific that well, I live 4 blocks off Polk. The phenomenon of retail is absolutely amazing and totally contradictory to what you're describing. New businesses are literally springing up. Their entrepreneurial businesses are springing up there literally every week. I'm so encouraged by just taking a long walk yesterday, seeing 4 or 5 things I had never seen 3 weeks ago. And so there is a lot of reaction to the fear that we all going to do everything online. To the contrary, businesses of all kinds, from brick-mortar merchandisers, which we made know, to entrepreneurial new ideas about how to do a business, a French paper company who prints and publishes French-related papers and stationery, to God knows what. It's quite amazing. We should come sometimes out for a walk, and before we actually get into the discussion about where retail is going, we might want to look at some of these very successful businesses, which Polk and Pacific really are.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. Yeah, just in response, I mean, I think, again, it's not going to be a universal thing. We're gonna see pockets of success, and that's what I want to see either. I mean, I'm not. That's my tempered my comments. I'm not looking to see commercial districts that are just restaurants. I mean, how much food can one person really eat? I just think that it's just something to be wary. I mean, some of those businesses, there's a lot of other trends that are on top of what I'm saying without going too long. It's not just that there's no more retail. It's also that retail will become more volatile. So the French paper company may only be there for 24 months and then it's something else. Like the idea of a business being there for 30 years, it's a changing concept. That's all, I'm just saying keep that in mind as you start to say, well, no more restaurants above this percentage, because you just don't want to be dealing with vacancies. The only thing I would just ask the motion maker, could we include an amendment to have the dwelling unit mix reflect the citywide ordinance? I think that's kind of where the intent of the ordinance was going, but having percentages in here, it's just, again, perpetuating complexity in our planning code, I feel like.
Mr. Hepner, could you speak to that request, please?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the community members who were watching the conversation around citywide family dwelling unit mix. They knew that conversation when they decided on the number 40%, and want 40%. I'm happy to continue that conversation, and I appreciate the conversation that's taken place at this body. And the legislative life of this file will be long and extended over the summer break, so there will be plenty of time to revisit that. So whatever this body determines this afternoon is fine by me.
I think I would like to stick with my previous motion, leave it as is, and let them continue to talk about it. Particularly the acknowledgement that this has been raised by the Commission, by you, is, I think, sufficient for me to say they will think about it. But at the moment, I'm supporting as is.
I mean, as the seconder, I would be open to making the staff recommendation part of that. I just think it's odd to have in one relatively small district something that's, I mean, it's not even the neighborhood. It's the the corridor, not consistent with the cities. So,
if you're twisting my arm, I'm fine with that. The comment that I made a motion to support is still there. Ultimately, it will be decided by somebody else anyway. So I will accept the change in motion. That's fine. Okay. Twist my arm.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Moore, you're amending your motion?
To
Like the citywide
take
Have the dwelling
Commissioner
unit-
Johnson's and President Tillis's recommendation.
So the
Have the
amendment-
dwelling unit
Want to lose
mix
the momentum, yeah.
refer to the citywide dwelling unit mix
Staff's
requirement.
recommendation on
Staff's
that.
recommendation on that, just that piece. And then just one last thing on the clarification. The staff recommendation also has add the CU findings for legacy business controls. The original ordinance seems to not have findings, but they require CU for a business that's taking over a legacy business spot. That's correct?
So would it revert to necessary, desirable? Just a standard conditional use?
It's necessary and desirable, but the staff recommendation actually has to have specific findings. So I don't know. I think they're fine, but
Mr. Hepner, do you have a comment on that?
okay, we'll just leave it.
Just on that point, if I may, the reason for that recommendation is that when you have a very specific conditional use such as that one, it's usually helpful to have specific findings so that we can judge it against something. Otherwise, it's a very broad, kind of undefined determination.
Commissioner Richards?
I wouldn't support that unless it includes a finding that the legacy business wasn't displaced.
Remember, there was one recently, I was sitting at the HPC recently where they were simply relocating a block away.
Well, that
So,
would be,
I mean-
we'd at least need
Well, that's why the findings might be helpful.
an understanding of what happened to the legacy business then, how it ceased not to exist there.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there is a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval without staff modifications except number 7. So the only proposed modification would be 7, adopting the dwelling unit mix requirements that are consistent with forthcoming citywide requirements for the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue NCDs. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry, commissioners, if I may. I think there was a technical amendment that planning staff suggested as well. That was suggestion number 9. We would gladly accept that technical amendment.
I accept that modification. It's
Okay,
important.
so if there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded and amended to adopt a recommendation for approval without staff modifications except items 7 and 9, which refer to the dwelling unit mix requirements and the location of proposed off-street parking controls for dwellings. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 11. For case number 2016-004985 Seaway at 53 through 57 Potomac Street. This is a conditional use authorization. And for those members of the public who may be in the overflow room in the North Light Court and you would like to speak to this item, number 11, on Potomac Street, now would be your opportunity to make your way up to room 400.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Weisglass, Planning Department staff. The request before you is a merger of 2 dwelling units in a 3-story over garage 5-unit residential building in an RH2 zoning district, a 40X height and bulk district, and the DuBose Park Historic District. The subject lot measures approximately 90 feet deep by 25 feet wide. The proposal would remove a door currently separating the 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit at the front of the top story and the 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit at the rear of the top story. The resulting 2-bedroom unit would occupy the entire top story, creating a 4-unit building, which brings the building closer into conformance with the prescribed RH2 zoning, as well as the original organization of the building, which was a 3-unit building with 1 unit per floor above the garage. The unit is to be occupied by the property owner's daughter and her husband, who plan to raise a family in the unit. No tenants will be evicted as a result of the proposal. Both units are subject to the Residential Rent Stabilization and Arbitration Ordinance, and as such, the new unit will be subject to rent control as well. Minor landscaping and permeability alterations proposed within the front setback area were administratively approved by the Historic Preservation Commission through an administrative certificate of appropriateness on June 12, 2017. The department received 1 email in support of the request yesterday, July 12th, from a neighbor directly to the south of the subject property at 51 Potomac Street. There's no known opposition to the project. Although the project will remove 1 dwelling unit, the proposal will bring the building closer into conformance with the neighborhood zoning as well as the original organization of the building and create a family-sized dwelling unit. As such, the department recommends approval of the dwelling unit merger. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. I have the support letter.
Stop there.
They're on it. The project sponsor for this? Yeah, go ahead.
That's too bad.
Ma'am, he just explained the item to us, so you have the time now to present to us. I apologize that we've got a full house here today.
I'm sorry. We wanted to hear what was said about the case. Thank you.
He just summarized what was in the report.
Oh, okay.
So you have 5 minutes here.
Thank you. My name is Frances Schreiber.
Oh, sorry,
and
you have 10 minutes.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. This merger request is very simply anchored in my wish to see my future grandchildren raised here in San Francisco. As a single mom who raised my daughter in this city, I know the value that our city provided. I'm blessed that my daughter Rachel came home after graduating Cornell's architecture school, met and then married Blake, who, although raised in LA, moved here where his dad was raised and where the remainder of his father's family still resides. His parents, too, will be migrating up from LA when the grandbabies are on the horizon. So my public policy argument here is also very simple: to assure that there are families that can live in San Francisco, and it is difficult to raise a family with children in a 1-bedroom apartment that's something under 650 square feet. I also understand the challenge here is not that simple, because I need to address your concerns about removing a unit of housing from the market. But I do believe there are counterbalancing forces that will encourage you to support this merger request for a family-sized unit, which will support a policy to have more family-sized units in San Francisco. First, the removal of the units will eliminate only owner-occupied housing. Right now, the 2 units are occupied by my daughter, her husband, her best friend Sophie, and Sophie's husband Alex. They've all been there for a while, and they are my family. Rachel and Blake moved into their space when the building closed in March of 2013. The space was inhabited by another young couple, actually with a baby, who had to move out on their own before I bought the building because they couldn't raise a child in the space that was there. And I asked the people who owned the building at the time, this was a estate sale. I asked the owners of the building at the time if they would allow me to rent that unit, and I did rent it from them before the building even closed. Sophie and Alex, who live in the unit to be merged and who I do consider as part of my family, moved into the shared space a few months later in late September 2013 when the tenant there gave notice. Rachel and Sophie are best friends. Sophie was a bridesmaid in Rachel's wedding, and Rachel was a bridesmaid in Sophie's. Rachel and Sophie have now shared 4 units in San Francisco since coming back from college. As well, I consider Sophie a second daughter. I hired Sophie as the administrator at WorkSafe, which is a nonprofit that I started that advocates statewide on behalf of unions and workers on occupational safety and health matters. I hired her 10 years ago when she returned after going to college to San Francisco. The 2 couples already share the living space. They share the laundry area, they share the garage, they share dinners, they share their lives. So arguably, removal of the unit and the merger would eliminate only owner-occupied housing. Second, the resulting unit is intended for owner occupancy. Rachel and Blake will stay in the unit when the 2 couples have children, and Sophie and Alex indicated they will be looking also for a family-sized unit. Third, the merger of the units will bring the building closer into conformance with the prevailing density in the immediate area and in the same zoning district. The zoning is RH2, and there's only 1 other building on the block that has more than 4 units. Most of them are single-family dwellings. This is also a dense area for children, which, although not a legal factor, is a really important factor because this is a great block for raising kids. It's a dead-end street. It is adjacent to the DuBose Dog Park. It has an area for kids that isn't applied to the dogs, and it has a community center. It's a great block for raising a family. Fourth, the merger of the units will bring the building closer into conformance with the prescribed RH2 zoning. And fifth, the merger of the units will correct a design or functional deficiency that cannot be corrected through interior alterations. I'm not quite sure what that legal factor means. I read it, but I wasn't quite sure what it meant. But I would point out that this building is in a historical district, and it was originally a 3-flat building occupied by 3 families. Harry Nemo, who is our neighbor in the beautiful white Victorian that's at the edge of the park, he wrote a whole book about every family that ever lived on this block and presented it to our family when we moved into the building. It's a very cool book, and if you all haven't seen it, you should. He was a university professor before he retired. So our building was originally a 3-unit building holding 3 separate families on each floor. Our request for this merger will restore the top floor from its current 2 one-bedroom apartments to a flat, which is in keeping with the historical character of the building. 6, and although this is clearly not a legal criteria, I would ask you to consider the fact that the building will still have more units after the merger than it had when it was constructed in about 1900. And that is not due to me, but it's because the previous owner added a unit at the ground level behind the garage, and that unit is still there. So we will end up with a building that has 4 units in it. I'm not a property speculator. I had the good fortune to buy the building in which I live on Vallejo Street back in 1980 at 14.5% interest rate, which I had to refinance a number of times. And after 30 years of being there, I was able to pay that building off. I used that money to buy this building for my daughter when the market was fairly depressed in 2012 is when the estate sale happened. I'm not going to speculate with that property either. It's there because I want my daughter to be able to raise her family in San Francisco. And the density will remain the same because when Sophie and Alex move out, I believe that we will have 2 children at least to replace them. It's my hope. Let's make sure my daughter's in agreement with that and her husband. We are not creating a luxury mansion for anyone. The current units are about 650 square feet each, and when combined with the extra little stairwell and hallway, it'll go probably to about 1,400 square feet. It'll go from 2 one-bedrooms to a 3-bedroom flat. So in closing, again, thank you for allowing us to present our case for merging these 2 units, and I will return at the end to my admittedly selfish reason for wanting this merger, which is to be able to have my grandchildren raised close by to me here in San Francisco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we'll open this item up for public comment. I don't have any speaker cards, but if there are members of the public who would like to testify, you're welcome to. Go ahead, you can approach. Any order is fine.
I'm Rachel. I'm Fran's daughter. I've lived in San Francisco my entire life, except for the 5 years I spent in snowy upstate New York to attend architecture school. The city has made me the person I am today. It has taught me to appreciate the beauty, excitement, and sometimes craziness that is city living. And like many other native San Franciscans, my favorite weather is fog. This city has and always will be my home. Since returning to San Francisco in 2007, I have lived in 3 different rental apartments, all in the 94117 zip code, and mostly in the Lower Haight neighborhood. In 2012, after being priced out of my rental apartment, my mom and I started looking for a building to buy as the market was still relatively depressed after the financial market crash. It had been a dream of mine, actually, to live on Potomac Street, as I had been down that block weekly picking up my CSA produce box at 56 Potomac. So when we bought the property, it was like a dream come true. In June of 2012, I also met the man who is now my husband over there. In 2013, we moved into the empty unit at 57 Potomac together. In 2014, Blake proposed to me in DuBose Park, and in 2015, we got married in Golden Gate Park. Now we are embarking on another adventure, starting a family. I'm here to humbly ask you to allow us to continue to live in our home and allow us to expand it into a family-sized dwelling unit so we can raise our children in this city we both love.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sure.
So
it'll come up on the. There you go.
right now, this is the back bedroom, and so we would basically have 3 bedrooms. This is our current bedroom, and then we'd have 2 children's bedrooms. And then we would just have the front be the kitchen, which is existing kitchen, a dining room, and a living room. So it's not a huge amount of extra space. It's just enough so that we could raise kids and have them be in bedrooms as opposed to all living in our bedroom together.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, my name is Blake. I am Rachel's husband and Fran's son-in-law. I'm just here to add a little more color about myself, I guess, and why we are humbly requesting approval of this unit merger. As Fran mentioned, I have roots in San Francisco. My grandmother moved here in 1915 when she was 6 months old and lived her entire life here. She met her husband, my grandfather, in 1941 or 1942 at a USO event. They got married a couple years later, had my father, his sister, and brother. My aunt and uncle still live in the city. My other aunt and uncle live down in Palo Alto. My brother and his wife live in San Francisco. I have multiple first cousins that all live in San Francisco. It's not an accident that I live in San Francisco. I moved here in 2009 on purpose with the distinct goal of setting up my life here. I went to grad school here. I've been unemployed in this city. I've been employed in this city. The city has done very well by me. I feel very fortunate. And, no one can foresee the future. And certainly I always had dreams of meeting the right woman and getting married and being able to start a family. And thankfully that is what happened. It was probably it is the best thing that's ever happened to me in this city. And now that we are actively trying to start a family in this city, we're here to ask respectfully to approve the unit merger and allow us to have the family size living unit space. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Hello, everybody. My name is Sophie Cheston, and let's see. Sorry about that. I live at Potomac Street, and I am here to speak in support of the application for conditional use authorization to allow the merger of these two units in the residential building where I live. My husband and I are residents of the unit to be merged under this proposal, and our good friends, Rachel and Blake Davidoff, are the residents of the other unit, as you heard, and we rent the unit from Rachel and her mother. As you heard also, I met Rachel and Fran when I first moved to San Francisco 11 years ago. I currently obviously live in San Francisco. I also work here. I work at an animal rescue. I started working at the nonprofit where Fran hired me 11 years ago. So as a nonprofit employee, I'm acutely aware of the rental costs in the city. So the family that Rachel and Fran's family took us in and served as amazing ambassadors for the city. And my husband and I lived with Rachel as roommates 11 years ago. Now we're neighbors. Fran, Rachel, and Blake are exceptionally responsible and frankly wonderful property owners, landlords, neighbors, and members of the community. They've already put a great deal of resources, both time and money, into improving the property on Potomac Street. And they've also embraced the historical character of the building and the neighborhood. As you heard, it's a historical neighborhood. It's a really beautiful one. I think that this building, neighborhood, and city are fortunate to have such wonderful residents, and I know they want nothing more than to stay in this building, in this neighborhood, when they grow their family. The proposal makes sense now and for the future. As far as the now is concerned, we currently share access to one another's apartments and all common areas as though we were already living in a single unit. This proposal will allow us to live as roommates while we're all still residents of the building. As far as the future is concerned, this proposal will allow Rachel and Blake to remain in the home that they've already made when it comes time for them to grow their family. I respect the great challenge that the city and you as its planning commission face regarding our housing issues, but I think that denying this merger, removing a unit that was carved out from an original layout, will only serve to push this great family and their future children out of the city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in support of the proposal.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open it up to commissioners. Commissioner Richards.
So still smarting from the socket site headline where it says how to play the planning commission and make a few million bucks at 1750 Taylor, where we approved residential merger of units 804 and 805, valued at $5 million, that was listed at $8.6 million literally 60 days later. I didn't vote for that because I smelled a fish, and there was no mysterious relative approach that spoke and said that they wanted to live in the unit. It was all hearsay through their attorney. Having actually human beings stand in front of me and hear their story and that they're the ones that are actually going to live in the units, I don't smell a fish. So there's no displacement here. This takes the unit back to its historical size, and it is a typical family-size unit, 1,500 square feet. I think it's an absolute good public policy thing to do here for this family, and I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
I like to take a second tack at this particular subject matter and in support of this merger, and that it is the following. If we listen very carefully to Ms. Schudish earlier today, where we have actually eliminated perfectly sized family units in these types of flats as it's shown here, we have basically encouraged the ballooning of 14 to 1,600 foot units to become 3,000 and more. This is, as was witnessed here today, the right size for family units. This is the ideas about right sizing, and we struggle with that a lot. And it's very clear that this building type was originally laid out to be exactly of what is being asked to revert to. And I want to hang this very, very high for everybody, including the department, to hear the commission about right-sizing, where units to pretend to become family units and go beyond much 1,600, et cetera, isn't going to much cutting it you anymore. This is right-sizing, and for the right reasons, and so I am in support for just those specific reasons.
And I'm just to echo that, I'm also supportive. Thank you for recognizing that there is a high bar for us to approve unit mergers, but I think you did a great job in explaining kind of the need in bringing this building back to what it was before. So thank you, and I'll also be supportive.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar for item 12, case number 2016-000814, DRP at 1058 Mississippi Street. This is a discretionary review. Please note that on February 16th, 2017, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission continued the matter to March 16th by a vote of 7-0. On March 16th, without hearing, you continued this matter to April 27th. And on April 27th, after hearing and closing public comment, the matter was continued again to July 13th by a vote of 4-1. Commissioner Koppel, you were against.
So yeah, go ahead. Jonas, how are we going to do this? 3 minutes for the DR requesters?
It's entirely up to you. I would recommend 3 minutes and 1 minute.
3 minutes, no rebuttal, and 1 minute public comment. All right, go ahead.
Can we get this noise to stop?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commission. The item before you is a publicly initiated request for discretionary review of a building permit application to construct.
Hold on one second. Do you mind the folks at the door? Can you close the door? Because there's a lot of noise bleed from outside into here. All right. This is the item 1058 Mississippi Street. So if there's people outside.
And or in the overflow room. And we might as well take this opportunity to remind members of the public to please silence your mobile devices. That may sound off during these proceedings. Turn your cell phones off, please.
So let me just ask, are the project sponsor and the DR requester here for 1058 Mississippi? Both the project sponsor and the DR requester?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
To construct a 4-story, 2-family home on a vacant lot at 1058 Mississippi Street. The residence would be 40 feet in height and 55 feet in depth, with the last 12 feet being 2-story. The residence would have decks on the 3rd and 4th floor and on the roof. This item has been continued from February 16th, March 16th, April 27th to today's date, and it was continued to allow the project sponsor and DR requester to further discuss access to the rear yard of 1060 Mississippi Street, where the DR requester has a dwelling unit. At the prior hearing, the project sponsor presented a potential design to create access across the property site via a walkway along the southern property line that would necessitate a private access easement be created between the two property owners. Since the last hearing, the project sponsor has worked with the DR requester to design an alternate with a staircase to be constructed on the DR requester's property, which would provide access to the rear dwelling unit through the ground floor of the DR requester's own property on 1060 Mississippi Street. The proposed stairs and remodel of the ground floor would have to be under a separate permit, as they are located on a separate lot, but would not necessitate creation of an access easement. The Planning Department finds the project to be code compliant and consistent with the residential design guidelines and recommends that the Commission not take DR and approve the project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. DR requester, you have 3 minutes.
The image. SF.gov TV, can you go to the overhead, please?
Oh, you can do it. I think you twist something at the top.
There's a rotary, there's a rotary right there that says Zoom on it, on the top.
Hello. My name is Elena Myers, and I live next door to 1058 Mississippi Street at 1060. I have a prescriptive easement on the empty lot that is 1058, which is the only access from my rear cottage to the street. Page 2 of their plans, which you see on the screen, shows a new path from our cottage to the garage. In the 3D cutout, it says new access to street. We can't find the access to the street anywhere, and we don't know where such a door would go. And isn't this plan in violation of the Fire Code Section 1028.1? Last winter, 1058 offered us shared access through their passageway in return for giving up our objections. But when we drafted a contract to do just that, they never even replied. Consider the effect this new plan has on an existing affordable rental property. The current proposal would render it uninhabitable. 1058 has never negotiated with us in good faith. Please reset the application process. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Antoneros. I'm the architect for the project sponsors. Here, let me see. The proposal last left with the Commission still stands, which is that the building was designed to accommodate an open access to the rear yard and the cottage at at Elena's house next door. Since then, so that actually generated an enormous amount of legal wrangling on terms of the easement, how people are going to handle gates, ownership issues, etc. And there still were some outstanding building code issues that actually affect the neighboring property, not the subject property. So I came up with another solution, which a contractor looking to purchase the place had suggested, which is building the access, paying Elena and company to build the access on their property, which is rightfully how it ought to be, and that garnered a lot of support on both sides. It's still not settled, though, because there's issues again about sort of moving into litigation about how people pay for this. But either way, the existing building, which I hope the Commission does approve today, can accommodate either solution, the access easement as it's laid out previously, I should say, or in connection with the construction, the owner paying for and providing that access through the neighbor's garage, which would then provide it all on their property. There would not be a need for this claimed easement across the property. And it also generally ought to meet the building code in a more direct way than traversing the adjacent property. Are there any questions? I think as far as the building design goes, there were some minor changes. I think Commissioner Moore suggested something at the roof. Those have been made. And I can answer any questions.
We may have questions, but let's open it up to public comment first. I've got a couple of speaker cards, and we're limiting public comment to 1 minute since we've heard this several times before. Elena Meyer, Max Meyer, Jim Walter. Oh,
Well,
no, you've already spoke. No.
You're the DR requester.
Yeah, so
And
1
in
minute.
fact, Max, are you part of the DR party? Yeah, then you've
so your
taken
time
your
has been
3
taken.
minutes. No.
No, you've already had, your party had 3 minutes already.
Great, that's fine. Okay.
So Mr. Walter.
No, sir, your opportunity to speak was part of the original 3 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay.
He just said he was.
I asked
Are
if
you
he
the
was
DR
party
requester,
to the
sir?
DR.
Are you party? Okay, then you have a minute.
Right. As you've seen, the plans say there is an access through our garage to the street, but there doesn't seem to show any exit door to the street. We saw this plan for the first time last week. We took it to a fire department inspector 2 days ago who said that even if it did have a street exit, it would be unacceptable from a fire code point of view. And let me point out something that doesn't seem very important, but I want to get to it. Their plans are still labeled with a 1056 address, which is the address of our neighbor Jim Vendetti, who is here, and he's been asking them for over a year to fix that, and they still haven't fixed it. What I'm trying to say is that this plan, what does it signify? Is it extreme neglect? Is it a way of showing contempt for the very idea of talking with and communicating with neighbors? Weren't we all asked by this commission to make at least one good faith effort at reaching a settlement? You've seen that they didn't even respond to my mother's contract. You've seen this behavior themselves. They didn't even think they had to show up at the last DR hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jim Walter Vendetti, and I'm a neighbor next door to this project. I've been a San Francisco resident all my life, and I'm against this project. The developer wants to undermine the foundation over 10 feet and won't show any details of the foundation work, and is really stressing everybody out over that. The property has been described to the planning as no asbestos, and this whole area is shale and full of asbestos. The property keeps using my home address on the plans of 1056 Mississippi, and I don't want to battle with this later on the address. The property is a roof draining tie-in and drainings and won't discuss it. The owners live out of state and won't talk to the neighbors and are stressing us out with all these unknowns, and the building departments wants all these details worked out before it gets to them. Please reset the application process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards?
I guess some advice from the city attorney. Looks like this is going to be the fourth go-around at this rodeo. Do you have any advice for us? It doesn't look like they've come to an agreement.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. The city is not in any position to opine on or enforce private easement agreements between parties. It's the policy of the city to not get involved at all in something like this. So I would recommend that, whether or not access is provided or whether or not there's a legally enforceable easement is really a matter between the two parties for their private resolution, and is not an issue for the city in its regulatory capacity of issuing permits here.
Okay, so I guess what that's telling me is we're not in a position to approve the building permit. We're not in a position not to approve the building permit. I move to continue the item indefinitely till they...
I'm sorry, if I may interrupt. I think you misunderstood my advice. The city should make a decision on whether to approve this building permit or not, without regard to whether or not these parties have a legally enforceable easement. Another way to say it is, it doesn't matter to the city in terms of its permitting whether there's an enforceable easement here or not. The issues only would pertain to whether there is adequate legal access to the building itself that is currently being proposed to be constructed. It's up to the parties to resolve whatever disputes they have amongst themselves, and not up to the city.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's extraordinary for me that if we approve this permit, we cut off access to a residential unit because they can't get there. So I'll wait to hear what my other fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Moore.
I recall, although I do remember City Attorney's instructions to us that we continued this building last time for all issues, emphasis on all issues to be resolved prior to us being in a situation where a DR is indeed something we need to give considerable consideration to. And at this moment, with not having all issues settled, I would agree with your suggestion to basically deny or continue indefinitely, either of the two. I can deny this project because it just is not fully baked.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
So I'd argue that's a motion. You want to second that?
I'll second it.
I mean, I'm not supportive of continuing this again or denying it. I mean, I think we've given ample time to try to work things out. it's not necessarily in our purview to design an easement. I mean, if there's an easement, I think your channels are more legal than they are here at this commission. We're about designing buildings. We've seen buildings being designed that have access, whether they're enough or the way you want it, I think is something we can't necessarily control. But to me, I've lived in homes where I have an easement to get in access to mine, but it's not something we necessarily can control. There's a design here that gets access to that building. We've seen it, we've revised it, so I'm comfortable moving this forward. If it's not an appropriate easement, I think you've got to find another forum to work that out.
And Commissioner Moore, if that is the motion to take DR and disapprove the project, I think it would assist staff if the commission sort of verbalize the exceptional and extraordinary circumstance upon which they're disapproving the project.
Given the location of the adjoining property as a much older building in the rear, I believe that any situation comparable to this, and we have others like it, requires that there is a consideration that is workable for both parties. The other point I would like to add, is that an incorrect address where the owner of 1056 are telling us here that this is an incorrect use of their own property address makes me kind of wonder what attention and care was given to the preparation of these drawings. Because to all of these things are property descriptions and planning information which people can retrieve from the website. That in itself puzzles me unless the city attorney has an advice on that particular issue.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, if the commission were to deny this project, I would like to remind the commission that you would need to make findings under the Housing Accountability Act. Because this is a proposal for residential units, you would need to show that there are specific and quantifiable public health and safety objective standards that this project would not meet. That is the requirement of the state law. So it would have to be based on public health and safety issues that are defined as findings of the commission. So if the commission could articulate those before denying the project.
Let me pick up on that particular recommendation, City Attorney, and I'm appreciating your calling that into the record. I did hear that the fire department, which we have not consulted, apparently raised questions. Normally, these things happen later, except in most cases, these things are worked out by a qualified architect designing a project like that. And if things like that or questions are raised in the process of such design, they are basically in a cursory way examined. Perhaps our Mr. Sucre has a comment on that. Perhaps he has investigated. I'm open to let that go, but it was a question that would concern me.
So when they consulted the fire department, it was about the property at 1060 Mississippi, not the subject property where it's being built. The proposal will be reviewed by the fire department, but specifically what the DR requester brought up was discussing, since they have that existing dwelling unit in the rear, having the access through the yard and out to the street. That's in regard to 1060, not 1050 Mississippi.
Could you then, as you were standing there, also comment on the confusion about the correct address? That would be something the commission would like to know about as well.
Okay. Currently, the property is only addressed as 1058 Mississippi. When the property is, when they get the permits issued, I believe both the building department and the fire department review it, as well as the post office, what the assigned address is for the new dwelling units. So if it's on those plans, that doesn't necessarily mean that is the final address. The only address currently assigned to the property is 1058 Mississippi.
This is the first for me. I'd be happy to have somebody explain that to me. Normally, all properties in the city have an address on established streets. They don't. Secretary Ionen is nodding.
Not necessarily. New units don't actually have an address. So if you're adding units to a parcel, they don't have addresses yet, and they get assigned by the building department.
I still believe that the instructions of the commission to have full clarity, at least for me, were very clear 2 times when this project was continued, and I'm rather unhappy hearing that indeed that has not occurred.
Commissioner Richards.
Yes, Ms. Samosky. So let's summarize this. Help me summarize this. We have 2 parcels, Lot 22 and Lot 23. Lot 23 is the DR requester parcel where there's a house in the front and a house in the back of the lot.
That's correct.
Those are owned by the same individual? Or
Yes,
okay.
the DR requester.
Okay, so it would be up to the DR requester then to provide egress through their lot to the street in case of a fire emergency or anything like that.
Typically, that would be the case, yes.
Okay, and they're claiming there's a prescriptive easement or an easement that they've been using forever to get out to the street through the project sponsor's lot.
Neither side has shown me any documents that there's an easement. They may have been crossing over the neighboring lot, but
Okay, so the project sponsor controls the front of the lot. The DR requester controls the front of the lot by owning the house and both buildings.
I believe, and the DR requester lives in the front house.
Right, and there's a tenant in the back of that. Okay, so I'm going to withdraw my second.
I accept that.
Okay, and I am going to make a motion to not take DR and approve the project as proposed.
Second.
Could you go back, please, and explain your change?
So the DR
I'm prepared
requester,
to
for the
follow
DR requesters, controls Lot 23, which is the front building and the back building. It would be up to the DR requester to actually provide the egress through some form through the garage or some other way to get through the DR requester's building to the street. That would be her responsibility.
And you're saying that because they have not proven that there is
Correct.
a legally documented easement. When
Correct.
patterns occur and we all think there is an easement when there isn't one. That's what you're saying. Okay.
And there could be. I mean, but there could be an easement, but this isn't the place
Board of Law
necessarily.
should
We
decide.
should decide. And I think the project sponsor has recognized some form of easement because they've designed a project to get them access. So I think that's the best we can hope for at this point.
I appreciate us having this discussion, and I'm prepared to roll back on my own approval motion.
Great. So there is a motion and a second.
Very good, Commissioners. If there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 13 for case number 2014.0870 DRP at 891 Carolina Street. This is a discretionary review for those persons who may be in the overflow room or outside and interested to speak to this matter. Item 13 at 891 Carolina Street. Now would be your opportunity to make your way to room 400. And again, for those members of the public in the chambers, please turn off your mobile devices. Excuse me.
Come on.
Well, the interpreter's not here.
Get to the Noriega, let's have a 5-minute break.
I think they understand how to turn off cell phones, right?
Find out.
So just to be clear, we're on 891 Carolina Street, which is item number 13. Is the project sponsor and the DR requester here in the chambers? You see a DR requester?
Up front, if you're here for public comment, we ask that you stand against the wall in the back until they ask the public. Please. Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right, thank you.
Trying to keep it running.
We'll keep order in here.
Running.
All right, so 891 Carolina Street.
One second, please. This was just from the last group. They just want to turn something over.
Okay, thank you. Yep, you can leave it right there, we'll grab
Put
it.
it right there.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rich Sucre, Department staff.
The item before you is a request for discretionary review for building permit application associated with the proposed project at 891 Carolina Street, which is located in the RH2 zoning district and a 40X height and bulk district. The project includes a renovation and addition to an existing two-story over basement single-family residence. The project consists of an expansion of the attic floor, a one-story vertical addition, expansion of the existing floors at the rear, facade modifications, and the addition of a second dwelling unit for a total of 2 dwelling units at the site. To date, the department has received 8 letters in support of the project and 19 letters in opposition. Copies of this correspondence were included in your packet. After publication of the staff report, the department received an additional 3 letters of support and an additional 5 letters in opposition. In 2003, the Planning Commission reviewed a prior proposal at the site in which discretionary review was taken. In 2013, that same year, this prior project was disapproved by the Planning Department at the request of the project sponsor. Under the current proposal, the DR requesters have a number of issues with the proposed project, some of which include compliance with the planning code and residential design guidelines, scale of the proposed addition, and impacts on the pattern of mid-block open space as well as light and air. Since the proposed project is located in the RH2 zoning district, the project was reviewed by the Residential Design Advisory Team, RDAT, for compliance with the residential design guidelines. The current version of the project was found to be compliant with the RDG, and the project was determined to be located within a mixed character area and is appropriately located and configured within the buildable area of the lot. The department supports the project as proposed by the project sponsor. The department finds the overall massing form and scale to be appropriate given the underlying zoning and height and bulk limits. The project sponsor has continually refined the project and its design to meet the planning code and the commentary by the residential design team. As there appear to be no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, the department finds that the proposal is consistent with the planning code and recommends that the commission not take discretionary review and approve the project as proposed. I am available for any question, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sucre. So, DR requester. Yes, here. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Did I turn this on?
Once you start SF.gov, we'll go to it.
There it is. You want to turn it the other way, though, and zoom in a little.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robin Bishop, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Francisco. I'm a Potrero Hill native representing concerned neighbors and asking the Commission to uphold their Commission's decision. There has been a large amount of material presented to you regarding this project, and that is because the people of Potrero Hill recognize this project as a tipping point for the neighborhood. 18 letters in your packet are from neighbors. All are compelling. Your decision today will have a significant impact on the character of the alterations and the new homes planned to be built at the top of the hill. We ask for thoughtful and deliberate vetting of this proposal and your support to make this project adhere to the context of the neighborhood. In these images here, labeled 800 Street, Carolina Street 800 block, a 2-story neighborhood, you can see that over the past 15 years there have been 2-story homes at the crest of the hill. Videos sent to you showed the 2- to 3-story homes across the street. We of Potrero Hill appreciate and enjoy this unique character of the neighborhood, and the proposed project at 891 Carolina Street is threatening to change the context by building an out-of-scope 4-story home, being described on the plans as a 3-floor over basement on a flat lot at the very top of the hill. The topography of this site is such that the scale and mass of this nearly 4,000 square foot home will be enormously larger than all the homes around it, and its magnitude will be felt by all passerbys. This was determined by your Commission's previous decision that the project warrants an extraordinary and an exceptional condition precisely because it is inconsistent with the existing neighborhood context. The 4th level must be removed. It does not comply with the residential design guidelines required standards for neighborhood character, and it does not respect the topography of the site. It does not meet residential design guideline requirements for adding a 4th level to a home where adjacent homes and other homes on the block are mostly 2 levels with a few 3 levels in height. This project, if approved, will set a precedent by changing the existing context, and the neighborhood we appreciate will be lost forever, one project at a time. The Commission is asked to uphold the Commission action and findings of 2003. Additionally, the current proposed structure at 891 Carolina exploits the unusual character of the adjacent corner lot at 897 Carolina. In the aerial shots, this exceptional and extraordinary setting allow the calculation of the rear yard for the proposed project to be a maximum measurement, 75 feet. The excessive footprint into the rear yard is only available due to the extraordinary positioning of the non-conforming building at 897 on the corner lot. We are concerned about the domino effect of reduction of mid-block open space. This proposed building could create down the 800 block of Carolina Street. The original submitted plans showed a curb cut on Carolina for the corner lot at 897, an error in the drawings. All street access to 897 Carolina is on 22nd Street. The showing of this curb cut set up the opportunity for the project sponsor to use this extraordinarily located corner dwelling for the advantage of calculating the maximum measurement for the subject property at 75 feet. This curb cut has been removed from the current plans, but not after the Planning Department allowed the use of 897 Carolina for calculating the rear yard for the subject property. The Commission can disapprove this where the Planning Department did not. The southern side of the subject property is completely unobstructed due to the placement of 897 in the very eastern part or rear of its lot. Due to the extraordinary positioning of the home at 897, the project sponsor currently enjoys unimpeded access to light and view on the south side of the house. This would ordinarily be blocked by an adjacent building at the block face. For privacy reasons and to the 897 garden, the Commission is asked to require raised windows or obscured glass to protect the privacy of the residents in the yard at 897. The categorizing of this project as an addition and remodel affords the project a luxury of staying positioned at the block face. Having this footprint in the front and the enlarged footprint in the rear yard is excessive and results in an extremely large building to be calculated when 2 ample units of housing could be erected. The 1,089 square foot of garage area could be recaptured for habitable living space. The Commission can bring this project to appropriate proportions by reducing the footprint and preserving the mid-block greenery and open space. The residential design guidelines are of utmost importance for governing the development of 891 Carolina. By building to a total of 3 levels and a depth of 60 feet, the project sponsor would successfully expand square footage from the current uninhabitable, derelict conditions of the property to 2 nice new habitable urban units. We ask for renewed scrutiny for the decisions made for the respect to the height in relation to the immediate context. Please uphold the ruling.
Your time is up.
Please uphold the ruling of 2003. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll open it up to public comment for those in support of the DR. I don't have speaker, Jonas, are those speaker cards for this?
They are not. We have no speaker cards
Okay.
for this item.
But so I don't need speaker cards, but you can come up in any order. This is in support of the DR and opposed to the project. Welcome.
Thank you. 1 second, please. I'm not sure I know how to do this fancy thing here.
You just put it down there and it'll come up. It's like magic.
Face up.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. Dear Commissioners, the Pagan family, my next-door neighbors, settled on Carolina Street in the early 1900s and have been part of this neighborhood ever since. I became a resident and homeowner on Carolina Street in 1996. We are greatly concerned with the changes we are seeing regarding the rampant growth of massive, tall homes that are overpowering and changing the very character of the neighborhood. Although eclectic by nature, the one thing that defines this neighborhood is the feeling of smaller residential homes and an abundance of green space. What troubles us about the proposed building permit at 891 Carolina, which you can see the existing image at the top of this slide, is that the building will not only be 4 stories tall and overpower the neighborhood and adjoining homes, but by extending the building back 75 feet, it will also cut off the mid-block space, which is an important characteristic of this neighborhood. It will also virtually isolate the residents of 897, which is the corner property, you see the tree here, from the rest of the block due to the unusual placement of that home towards the back of their property. Please consider the impact of massive new homes on our neighborhood. With every new structure that goes up, the character of our neighborhood is diminished. We ask that the current design be scaled back in height and depth to preserve our neighborhood character. We realize that there are zoning laws, but there are also residential design guidelines that should be followed. We feel the proposed design violates those guidelines by its height and mass. It will increase the size of the existing structure by nearly 300% and 2 stories, and its depth, which will have a grave impact on the green space running along the back of the homes of the block. In a city that is hurting for affordable housing, it is frustrating that the trend of new, massive homes that will never be affordable for an average citizen to purchase and or rent keep being approved. The proposed building at 891, a 2-unit building of a little bit less than 4,000 square feet, is larger than most existing 2 to 4-unit buildings in the neighborhood. As a comparison, my home at 928 Carolina is 1/2 of a 3,000 square foot 2-unit building. And the Pagan property at 934 Carolina is a 3-unit rental with less than 2,100 square feet. There are obviously ways to rein in the overall size of a building while still providing adequately sized living spaces. Thank you for taking into consideration our point of view on this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tribute to the
Understood. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm reading a letter on behalf of a neighbor who lives at 1125 Carolina Street. He couldn't be here, David Stokely. Dear Commissioners and Planner Kiotaska, I'm a longtime resident of Potrero Hill and reside just down the block from this newest proposed addition to the neighborhood. I wish to say that I am opposed to the plan that the Planning Department is okaying and is proposing for 2 units at 891 Carolina Street. I live in a 2-unit building much smaller than 4,000 square feet. I appreciate the need for additional housing. The design of the planned 2 units is very nice, but the plan is not appropriate for that position. Too big and overwhelming, like the place on the corner of Carolina and 22nd that was built a few years back. 891 is the second place in from the hill and not a corner place. It's too imposing for the location at the top of the hill, just so the owners can sell his views. We all know that is the beauty of Potrero Hill, its views. I think that making it a bit smaller, shorter, so it does not appear as tall and so that it fits better into the neighborhood. All the homes around it, next door and across the street, are not that tall, except for that out-of-place place on the corner of Carolina and 22nd Street. It also might be more neighborly to shorten the building in the back so that 897 is not cut off from the neighborhood. The house at 897 Carolina Street, which is the corner lot, is set back on the corner lot. It all faces 22nd Street and backs up to the open space behind. 897 is tucked back in the lot, and I understand that the owner of that open space, that broken down building, will build into the beautiful open space in the back. I have seen this open space, and please do not cover it all up. It seems that the house next door down the hill is a good matching point for the new 891 to build to. Please modify to respect my neighbors and protect this 897 house from being swallowed up and kicked out. It's easy to do. Just make the new house take up less of the backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I hope you all had an opportunity to...
If you don't mind just speaking into the mic, you can pull it towards you.
Hello, my name is Christine Gardner, and I am the owner at 897 Carolina Street, the corner lot at the corner of Carolina and 22nd. I hope you all had an opportunity to see the videos. I think that they were very poignant in showing the topography in that particular location. 52 Potrero Hill residents oppose this project by petition. 23 neighbors wrote letters, 18 of which made it into your packet, and each one is compelling. Chris Cole, a neighbor and San Francisco attorney, whose letter accurately applied the residential design guidelines, and if you read it, it was in extreme detail. It was really amazing. Catherine Lambert, a neighbor and professional of architecture, whose letter argued that you must uphold your commission decision. Chris Robbins, a neighbor and San Francisco architect, whose letter touted the application of the RDGs for neighborhood context compliance and upholding the decision already well made. Julie Jackson, the neighbor across the street and San Francisco architect, whose poignant letter described how the planning department started out upholding your decision and then inexplicably changed course in approving the plan of your decision denied. The train has not left the station yet. Yours is a decision that will set the protective path for this top of Potrero for shrinking of the mid-block and altering character out of scale heights to seek San Francisco views. Yours is a pivotal action. Require the rear wall to be held at 60 feet to protect and preserve our mid-block. Uphold your Planning Commission previous decision as the Planning Department did not. Approve the project with modifications to preserve mid-block, respect the character of our neighborhood, and have units built that offer housing in harmony with our neighborhood. What is best to serve the neighborhood and respond in support of the neighbors who are coming forward to ask for reduction in size, both in height and depth, in complement to the topography and in accordance with your 2003 Commission decision. This is a pivotal opportunity to stay true to this neighborhood and to your Commission's action. I'd like to just put this up if I got a couple.
Can we stop private conversations?
One of the pages of the project plan that shows the gross out of scaleness, and the house in the back is my house, and it looks minuscule behind the size of this structure. So I ask you to reduce the size of this by height and depth. Thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Lambert. I'm a longtime resident of Potrero Hill, and I reside at 874 Carolina Street. My neighbors are both here. We all have very similar concerns about this project and its ripple effect in our neighborhood. I have to say that I cannot support Mr. Canahan's current project proposal. I'm concerned about the domino effect of these similar projects that could follow as a result of this ruling. I have written a very specific letter to you all that outlines my support of the findings from your previous discretionary review from the same applicant and the same DR review people here, my neighbors. I urge you, please, to uphold your previous rulings and encourage Mr. Canahan to scale back his project accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. J.R. Epler, President of the Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. I'm not here to arbitrate on design or to get in between neighbor-by-neighbor disputes. It's our hope, as it is yours, that these will be negotiated and we don't end up here. But we are here, and I think it's because there's a policy issue that's broader than the specific project that's been implicated, and that's consistency in the application of residential design guidelines. I think the history of this particular project has been well established with the Planning Commission decision in 2013 that supported a department recommendation on the basis of the guidelines. There's been, during the most recent iteration, 3 different notices of planning department requirements, and then a change that got us to where we are now. Why do we feel that consistency in the application of residential design guidelines is so important? Well, one, as is pointed out by my neighbor Chris Cole in his letter, the Williams versus Board of Permit Appeals establishes that guidelines have the force of law, the rule of law. They shouldn't be arbitrary. They should be based on objective and not subjective standards. And as a result, you should not have wide changes in how they are interpreted, particularly when it comes to a single project. Secondly, they provide a fair set of rules known by architects, developers, and neighbors, a way for them to work together and communicate. In fact, the design guidelines create the space for negotiations so that issues like we're looking at today get reconciled between the parties before we end up here. And then last, there's a broader policy issue, and that comes to neighbor trust in the process. And that's actually a concrete thing, not an abstract thing right now. The last time, I think it was, that I was before you, I was speaking in favor of the urban design guidelines that the department is trying to put together. You may recall that put me in opposition to some of my analogs in other neighborhoods. And their concern is that the proposed urban design guidelines would somehow undermine a consistent reading of the residential design guidelines, that there'd be some sort of interaction there. And, I don't think that's the case, but when you see inconsistency in how residential design guidelines are applied, you begin to, worry that perhaps those design guidelines don't actually provide the stalwart support that the players in the neighborhoods need to know how design will go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If there are any. If not, we'll move to the project sponsor.
What's that? She's not the DR requester.
John, are you ready? Yes, yeah, Bill.
5 minutes, right, Jonas?
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Lum. I'm the architect of the project, and Bill Cunningham, the property owner, is here to talk to you. It's interesting that actually the DR requester had left her final statement was that she wanted us to provide 2 units of quality housing. She failed to actually mention about 2 units of quality housing because this is only a 4,000 square foot project with 2 units in it. So they've obviously been very tenacious with their opposition to our project from day one, even though she nor her mother have lived in the adjacent property for over 15 years. I say this without malice because I faced her opposition to another project of mine 12 years ago, kitty corner from their property, and they used the same arguments that this was a tipping point for the neighborhood, it was inappropriate out of scale, monster units, and predicted the demise of the neighborhood. The Commission approved that project, and the neighborhood not only survived, it thrived. This has been a very, very long 4-year process working with the DR applicant. We've had endless conversations with them. We've had 4 community meetings, and we've not been able to resolve her opposition. The DR applicant claims that our design is the same project that the one her mother DR'd 15 years ago. This is incorrect. There are many things that differ. This project is completely code compliant and not seeking a variance. It is approximately 500 square feet less than what was approved or proposed, and the client, the program, the architect are different, as well as the form and setbacks. And most importantly, the neighborhood has changed. There have been numerous additions constructed within a block of our site, including this 2-unit building in front, which is this building here. That's 4,000 square feet. And then directly behind at the rear, it's a 4-story building over a garage. So this is not an anomaly. Our client, Bill Cunningham Jr., is adding onto his home to make a 4-bedroom unit for his family and an additional 3-bedroom rental unit. The units are average size for the neighborhood and total 2,000 square feet and 1,900 square feet. The combined 3,900 square feet of habitable space is far below the allowable 4,500 square feet under the proposed residential expansion threshold. The DR applicant has made claims that our project impacts the mid-block open space. But as this aerial photo shows, the proposed rear extension mirrors the opposite east neighbor and clearly matches the pattern of the neighborhood. I believe that all of her arguments stem from her desire to preserve a view from the front room of her rental. This is the view that is available from that room. And ironically, it is the DR applicant's building that occupies the mid-block open space. The impact to light and air is minimal as we are north of her property. Although the DR applicant will still have 25 feet exposure to our backyard, she is requesting a reduction of 15 feet, which would require the removal of 2.5 bedrooms, while aligning conveniently with her side window. She does not acknowledge the other window in the same room that faces her front yard, nor that our addition is set back 4 feet from the property line to preserve her non-conforming property line window per the RDG guidelines. Contrary to what the DR applicant claims, if her property was conforming and the north neighbor was used to determine the required rear yard, we would still be entitled to do a 12-foot, 2-story pop-out. That would be an addition 3 feet less than what is proposed. My client offered that to the DR applicant, and she came back rejecting the idea and saying that she wanted a 10-foot reduction and a complete removal of the third floor. That would allow an 800-square-foot unit. It clearly would not meet my client's needs. The project has been thoroughly vetted by the RDAT and has been reviewed, and modified 6 times, resulting in a reduction of 282 square feet and a lowering of 2'9" in height. Yet the DR requester continues in her insistence that our project violates the residential design guidelines. I'm going to give you a minute here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Bill Canahan, owner of 891 Carolina Street. For the past 7 years, I've been trying to rebuild a family home for myself, future wife, my young daughter, and my 81-year-old father, who wants to live next door to the house that he was born and raised in. And I'd like to build a 3-bedroom, modest, family-sized rental as additional housing for the city. 17 years ago, my father wanted to return. 17 years ago, my father wanted to return to his neighborhood and proposed a larger, more contemporary 2-unit building. The DR requester's mother prevailed, and following a few years of attempting to reach an acceptable compromise, my father gave up and gifted me the house in 2012 as I was facing bankruptcy due to medical and caregiving costs for my wife's ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Our family dream was to build a home with an elevator so that she could get outside of the house. We needed room for our young daughter and ultimately 2 full-time caregivers.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
There is an opportunity for a rebuttal. We'll open it up for public comment and support of the project.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dimitri Rockland, and my house is just a few doors down on Carolina Street. I'm here to support good architecture and improve housing in our neighborhood. This house has been unlived in for way too long. I believe this property owner has patiently struggled to do the right thing, and it's time to help them move forward and get people living in this home. This home will become a property, a house, and provide a quality living space for many more people than could live there in the past. This architect has done an excellent work, in my view, elsewhere in the Potrero Hills, and helped to make good contemporary architecture part of the fabric of the community. Many of the contemporary homes in this area are some of the best in the city. Commissioners, I ask you to support good architecture and responsible property management by approving this project without further delay. This is good housing for San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
I'm William R. Canahan. I'm the father, 81-year-old father of this guy here. Anyway, our family has been there for 105 years on Potrero Hill. My mother bought the house next door, 891 Carolina Street, the subject property, in 1962. That's 55 years ago. My son, my intention is to live in one unit with my son and granddaughter. It has been many years, 20 years, trying to get approvals from the planning department to no avail due to the obstructionism of Chris Gardner, the next-door neighbor. We have met with neighbors dozens of times and conceded square foot and height changes to no avail. Why is it that 782 Wisconsin Street, right in back of 891 Carolina Street, has 4 stories on top of a garage, and yet we are turned down? I think we've been discriminated against, and I feel that this project should go forward. If the city changes from an R1 to R2 units, how can neighbors complain about vertical development? We have complied with the planning department on all their requirements and yet do not have approvals. Bill Jr. is stuck. He can't move forward because of the Chris Garner constant attacks. I'm 81 years old, a native and born in San Francisco, went to all the schools here, and I just wonder, I've waited and waited and waited for this project. How long will it be before we get approvals and I can move in? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Burns, and I am part owner of 883 Carolina Street, my childhood home, the house next door to 891. The property at 891 is unsafe, unhealthy, uninhabitable, and has attracted squatters and needs to be renovated. It is an eyesore in the community. In 1964, my mother wanted to help another single mom and her teenage boy, so she agreed to rent the house for $125 per month, with the agreement that they would do all of the repairs. The family knocked out walls without permission. The tenant passed away a decade later when her sons moved in 2012, and they left the house in complete disrepair and filled with trash. It is still an eyesore in the community. I have reviewed the plans for the proposed renovation, and they are reasonable and conform with the city planning requirements. My longtime friends of 60 years who still reside on Carolina Street and who also attend the Malakan Church, myself included, a few doors down, are constantly complaining to me about the current state of this property and ask me when will it be renovated. I hope you will be fair in your decision as to the outcome of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeremy Paul. I was contacted some time ago by the project sponsor, but I've never been engaged by them in any way. They contacted me to discuss the possibility of an ADU going in to this property, and as I do a lot of ADUs, they thought I might be able to help sort that out. Following what George's comments during public comment earlier about Supervisor Peskin's legislation, fixing some of the issues with ADU, they left out this one. Why they have to wait 3 years before they can put the ADU in this building is just beyond me. There's space in this ground floor that will allow an additional unit to go in after they've occupied for 3 years. I hope you keep that on your radar, and in the future you can address this problem, why they shouldn't be able to start off providing as much housing here as possible. What the result will be of cutting down the square footage of the living area here beyond what the residential design team has already done is going to eliminate the possibility of a good ADU on the basement level in the future. And I'm really looking forward to more places like this providing more quality housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in support of the project? Seeing none, DR Requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm mostly going to speak about the garage here. There's been a lot of mention about that, and that this is 1,000 square feet that can, when they say that I've asked for 15 feet to be removed and that's equal to 2.5 bedrooms, there's a garage that they're proposing as well as a large amount of space for an elevator that's being proposed that could be a bedroom or two. In fact, the garage is twice as big as my current apartment. I currently go from my apartment in the Mission up to the house on Potrero Hill to make repairs for my mom's property. This is not something that Mr. Canahan is aware of at all because they don't take care of their home and haven't for a very long time. We're asking for approval with modifications. We are excited for something to be built, but the fact is that both of the Canahans live in Sonoma and Novato, and we don't believe there is ever going to be an intent for them to move in. In fact, the house at 900 Carolina that they mentioned is a comparable house. That's now in Airbnb, and there's regularly bachelorette parties there. We don't want that on Potrero Hill. We want 2 appropriate-sized units for people to live in and be members of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Project sponsor, you have 2 minutes.
I just want to state for the record, this is not the same design that was proposed 15 years ago. It's clearly not the same design, and so to connect these two together is not really appropriate. In regards to the garage is a basement garage. It's already there. And so to insist that a more living space should be put in a garage is not a reasonable request either. The building, I just want to address also the questions about the height. The building maintains the original basement garage and first floor, and steps align with adjacent north neighbor. The third floor is discreetly tucked under a gable and set back 19 feet 10 from the front property line. It measures 34 feet 7 at the gable, 36 feet 11 in the middle, and in the rear. Because the site is actually not flat, it upslopes. The back of the building is only 32 feet above grade, so it's not too tall here. For context, the adjacent north neighbor's gable measures at 30'3", so it's in line. So, Bill, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to correct the DR requester's comment that I actually live in San Francisco in a one-bedroom apartment with my daughter for the last 2 years. I don't live in Sonoma.
To conclude, there's nothing extraordinary or unusual about this project. We are completely code compliant and are trying to create 2 family-style units. It is the DR applicant's rental unit that is nonconforming, and even so, we've accommodated it through our setbacks. It would be contrary to the goals that we have expressed here so many times by the Commission to remove bedrooms or reduce the floor in order to preserve basically what we can surmise is just a view. So we hope that you do not take DR and approve the project as designed. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll close this portion of the hearing, and we'll open it up to Commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Richards.
Yes, project sponsor, somebody alleged that there was an Alice Act at this address. Somebody was living there since 1952, and they were Alice Acted 6.5 years ago. Is that correct?
That is correct. I can have the property owner explain.
Could you please?
That.
We had rented originally to the mother. The mother had passed away. The tenants, her sons, had agreed to move out in the year 2000. Sent us letters and said, yes, we're agreeing to move out. But they never did. And 10 years later, our only option, there would have been an owner move-in option for my father, who owned it at the time, but the house was unsafe because of the walls that had been destroyed inside. So the Ellis Act was the only option to gain the occupancy back. Part of that, we gave them an additional 2 years to move, and paid $13,600 for relocation expenses, which equals 97 months or 8.1 years of rent.
So nobody rented it after that?
No, it's been vacant since August of 2012.
Okay, thank you. I guess to staff, there was a claim that there have been 3 RDAT determinations that the building needed to be changed, and then all of a sudden there's this 4th where it was kind of went against the prior 3. I can't find it in my packet. Is this the 6 different iterations? Is that why?
Correct. So if you look at sheet EX-01, the architect provided the various iterations. So yes, in RDAT's first kind of review of the project, they were asking for a removal of the 4th floor, but in most cases, our determinations aren't absolute, and if the architects can demonstrate that they hit the intent of what we're looking for in terms of reduction of mass and perception of mass, we're always open to looking at alternatives. So like if you look at the first scheme in the original site permit, right, where RDAT had first asked for it, so it's the one dated February 7th, 2014. They asked for an absolute reduction of the top floor, and given that the architect then subsequently shaped the building by incorporating gables and reducing the mass by having dormers on one side, RDET felt that was an appropriate response in subsequent reviews of the project.
So could you help me understand why the building's allowed to go so far back? Is it because of the averaging, because the adjacent structure is at the very back of the lot?
Correct. So in that case, you're allowed to average between the rear wall of the adjacent property at 897 Carolina as well as the other neighbor. Since that average would push you beyond the 25-foot line, they're allowed to go up to the 25 feet.
And so if the house in the back on the upslope was in the front of the lot, they could still
average basically from
but
that
it would
point.
result in a much shorter building.
Correct.
Okay. One other question I have, there's a letter in the file from Christopher Cole that talks a lot about the RDG, page 7, page 10, page 16, 17, 21, page 11. I look at that and I kind of say, wow, I wish this was a full analysis where the staff could actually say, here's the RDG, here's the guideline, and here's how it meets it or not. I'm a little bit lost without that, given that there's this meaty letter in there.
Yeah, in this case, I think the RDT found that given the concerns expressed that they felt an abbreviated analysis helped basically illustrate, the concerns from the staff reports.
Thank you.
Can I ask the architect a question? If you could put up the front aerial perspective.
Yes.
Which I think is the last page of the architectural drawings. I generally think it's well designed, although I have a question on some of the dormers on top.
Sure.
And that it's gone. I think the design iterations it's gone through have been helpful in kind of minimizing the massing, and I appreciate that the 2 units, they're not huge. I get the impact on the neighbor, but the neighbor also has the benefit of being. We often don't see that the buildings that are set back like this on a corner a lot, so they've got access kind of on most sides at this point, and some limited on yours. But if you can walk through, there's those 2. I'm just having a hard time justifying your 4th floor from that drawing with the 4th floor floor plan. And what that kind of blank dormer is, and then what the other one on the other side is?
Oh, that little blank dormer is just part of the kitchen because we've put the living spaces up on the top floor because since Bill Canahan Jr. needs the 4 bedrooms, that's on the lower floor. So the upper floor is exactly just like an attic. So that little dormer there was just to allow for the kitchen to actually have a refrigerator in it and be able to kind of fit in there. So we were trying to minimize the concept of the 4th floor by putting it under the gable there.
And how far is that set back from the? You kind of put it in a different color, so it looks like it's.
We would clad it also in a different color too.
But how far is it actually set back?
It's 3 feet from the face of the building.
And the same on the other side?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We figured the one on the north side actually is much less visible at all because of it's on the downslope side, and it's really hard to see. This is obviously a bird's eye perspective from the street. It's different.
Right. But what would be the impact of is there an ability to minimize those more, set them back?
Certainly the one on the, I would have to put my thinking cap on, but probably there is a way to minimize it. We didn't want to make the slope of the roof steeper, which is one way to kind of minimize it.
Less steep, you can make it less.
Yeah, to kind of get it out that way. Certainly we can look at that though.
Okay. And then my concern would be those, I think in the renderings, they read well, like it's not part of the building, but I don't know if it would quite do that in reality. You'd make them a different color, but they're only set back 3 feet.
I have a great example that I can show you of a house I did 20 years ago that actually the walls were flush, actually straight up, and we shingled them, and one cannot really tell that, but I'd love to show that to you, but I don't have it in my back pocket.
Okay. What's the address? I can pull it up on Street View while
I'll get it for you.
All right. And then the front, I think the front seems, with that deck on it, seems a little bulky.
Oh, that's existing volume of the existing building. So we've left it because we weren't we're trying to avoid a demolition. So
But you
that's-
don't have a deck on that front of the existing.
Oh, yes, there's actually is a deck. It's a covered roof structure, actually, so we're removing that from the existing house. So we're just keeping the front facade pretty much as it is, as far as volume goes.
But is there currently a deck on the third floor?
Well, actually
I mean, you have
RDG,
decks coming off the bedroom on the third
the
floor.
RDG asked us actually to remove that section of the whole building because that's the non-conforming section of the building. So we actually removed the roof and pulled the whole facade back. Originally, we were planning to just leave it and leave that existing roof portion there, and they asked us to move it back so that the third and fourth, well, actually, it's the second and third floor technically, and that's why we do call it a three-story building, that was flush with the facade, so it wasn't stepping.
Right. You step it back, but then you add a deck to that outside of the
Yes, because otherwise it's just a roof.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask about the rear and the deck in the rear, which I think has certain privacy implications to your neighbor on the south side. And why does that deck have to be as wide as it is?
It doesn't have to be. In fact, actually, as I said, our client, Bill, said that he would be willing to cut the building back 3 feet or something of that sort, and we can put planting and stuff. We did offer all these things to the DR applicant, but she thought that they were not real serious mitigation measures.
I'm talking to you right now, just saying, I believe that a deck which comes within 4'5", I can't quite read the number, to your windows is just a little bit too tight. Unfortunately, I do believe that in many other cases where we have buildings which are set irregularly into lots, we have a little bit more accommodations of people with each other. And we all know a feeling when our belt is a little bit too tight. And I have the feeling here that the building just needs to pull a little bit more in order to be comfortable. There is obviously the length of the building, and I do have some concerns with it because the roof deck on the fourth floor and the extent of the deck in southern direction is just a little bit too close to comfort. But if the building could just tuck in a little bit more, I think it would help the composition of the two buildings, just not creating a comfortable living environment.
Well, certainly, I think the size of the deck and also moving the actual surface from the edge is absolutely possible. And as I said, there was an offer to reduce the rear of the building some, but what came back was like, no, remove 15 or 10. So it's like,
I'm not trying to
yes.
get in the middle of the DR requester.
Understood.
I'm looking at it of how a building harmoniously composes with its neighbors.
Okay.
And while the DR requester is having that at the base of it, the extent of it is within the discretion of this commission. And I believe that at the moment, your building is a little bit too excessive in both directions, north, south, east, west. It needs a little tucking in, and then I think it could work. And I am kind of interested to see the front of your building modeled a little bit more expressively, because I would agree with Commissioner Hillis. I like the building as it is in its current condition better than having an open deck there. Reason being that the roof, the deck over the entry in the existing form is like a portico. It speaks to an architecture which does not claim this to be a deck. It's a covered landing. That's what it really is. And I prefer that expression to having another deck here. So the building really strives to be a little bit more modest in its alterations relative to what it tries to convey. Without a deck, I believe the building is a little bit too aggressive. It looks larger, and the overall massing is more harmonious if you leave that porticus on top of it. I don't want to kind of like argue against residential design team. I wasn't present, but I see even Mr. Suko is very sensitive to particularly the timely aspects, I don't call it historic, but timely aspects of a building, that would create a better scale transition.
Yeah, I think just participating in some of the early meetings on this project with RDET, there was definitely trying to balance the needs between, I guess, the program, reducing the perception of mass on the front to make sure that there is a good sensitive transition basically at the street, and then how then it meets the building, then the new portions of the building and the addition basically occurring a little further back. So the point's well noted, though.
Those are my comments. There is not really a solution to it, except I like to see the building a little bit more tucked in.
I mean, I agree with those comments. I don't know if Mr. Sugre, you can help us.
So maybe I might recommend, it sounds like there's some discomfort with the proposed decks that are the proposed elevated decks. Certainly the required rear yard that they provided will meet the open space requirements, and both units have equal access to that yard based on the plan submittal. So if the commission were to entertain removing the decks, it would be tenable. It might help resolve
I think
some
the
of the
back deck, the notion was to bring it off the property line 5 feet or so, right?
Yeah, I could either remove the deck or pull it further off the property line.
In the rear.
In the rear, yes.
But then the front, I think the front deck in the front of this building just look a little bulky. The entry portion doesn't quite match
Not elegant.
the rear portion. And
So are you referring to the first floor, the entry deck, or the deck above that services
the
just
deck
the
above
bedroom?
and that massing.
Right.
I mean, almost like a gabled roof there that doesn't have. I mean, I don't want to design this building for you.
We'd love to make it into a gable, but it's also a hip, and so that's because it's the non-conforming part of the building. We would have to seek a variance, and one of the goals was not to seek a variance on this project. So certainly reducing the decks, because those are not really critical to the program for Bill Cunningham Jr. We can certainly make them smaller. We can put planters out there that would be more of a growing thing. There's options to reduce the impact, certainly, of these decks.
I mean, I'd eliminate it in the front and then eliminate that because you got, it's 42 feet, that height of that.
We still need some outdoor
42.
open space, though, for that upper unit. So that's actually critical, because even though there's the access is through the elevator, so I just want to, that's the nuances of the code. So we do need some portion of the outdoor area.
You could easily meet portions of that through the rear yard, basically. So
Okay.
if both units have equal access to the rear yard, the open space can basically be met by the requirement. Of
Okay,
dwelling unit.
great, thank you.
And then the roofs become unoccupied roofs.
Correct.
That would have to be noted in your drawing.
Yeah, and that might help alleviate some of the privacy concerns with the adjacent building,
Mhm.
particularly for the rear deck. So.
Is there a motion? I cannot make one.
So just to be clear in terms of what some of the commission's discussion, just before, if you're willing to entertain motion, it sounds like you would eliminate the rear deck on the second floor.
Oh, no, bring the rear deck 5 feet
Or-
back
or
off
bring
the
it-
property,
okay,
off the DR.
So have a
property line.
setback 5 feet from the property line.
And eliminate the
And eliminate
third
the one in the
floor
front.
deck.
Okay.
Commissioner Hillis, I actually, since Mr. Sukkot took it well apart, saying that the rear yard can be used jointly, it's a family and a family, I would prefer to have the balcony moved altogether and have that an unoccupied roof, which would give a little bit more breathing room to the property to the south.
You mean in the rear?
Yes, in the rear.
So eliminate both decks.
Eliminate both decks, use the rear yard constructively for both, and do not deal with the bulging out of the building with these balconies front and rear.
Yeah, I think that seems appropriate.
That's a motion, yeah.
That's a
Second.
motion. Commissioner Koppel,
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Agree. I mean, I think the decks, particularly in the rear, are part of the space that we have here. I'm not sure what removing them actually really gets you. I don't agree with the removal having an outsized effect on improving or not the property. So I just don't agree with that change. I would think moving it back 5 feet off the property line would allow more light and sight lines and usability of all the surrounding properties fairly well. So.
Yeah, so keep in mind, too, the deck is already set back 5 feet from the property line.
Right, so an additional 5 feet would
So
set
you would
back
want
10
basically
feet.
10 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah.
It would be 10 feet.
So
yeah.
for the rear deck only. So.
I believe it would be easier for the adjoining building not to have activity on that deck, and that's why I believe putting the massing would, I think, be a better massed building if that would be an unoccupied roof, a quiet zone, because these properties, because of the strange overlap, they sit too close on top of each other already. So I would think it's a more harmonious composition.
So I tend to agree with Commissioner Johnson, actually, on this one. And as I remember during the comments, the property owner, the neighbor on the south side, actually was supportive of this project. So I didn't hear an issue about privacy from that particular neighbor. So I'm not sure what problem we're solving. If
The
there
neighbor
were-
on the south side is a DR requester.
No, it's on
North
the other
side.
side.
North side.
The other side.
On the south side.
Yes, I think we're flipping, yeah.
It's
So you're talking about the-
This deck.
It's a neighbor
DR
on the
requester
south
here.
side who is a DR requester, and that is on the.
Well, this
Oh, I
activity
see. It's
here.
this one. Okay, okay.
There's actually no arrow, which is
So you're
nice.
good with it, Commissioner Melgar?
I mean, I can go either way on this with
I
the
can go
5 foot
either
set-
way, but I just
setback.
didn't want to solve a problem that wasn't there.
It is a
I
deck
don't
off.
see a problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge problem. I mean, the one, I think, thing that could push me to support it is it's a deck off a bedroom.
Right.
You know, they've reversed it, so the living floors are on the upper floor.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the living floor still has a deck that's tucked into the back that you might see, but
Right.
I think that's appropriately screened.
Through the chair, I'm interrupting.
Commissioner Johnson.
I truly apologize. That's why I said we're not really solving a problem, right? Because you still have the below deck, which is actually what's off the living space. What is presumed to potentially be an imposition on the surrounding properties is a deck that I think we're looking to pull back a little bit further off of a bedroom space. And historically, we have seen that those are not as used as frequently. They don't pose as much of an imposition on neighboring properties. And so that's what gets me back to there's no problem that we're solving.
Commissioner Moore.
If we can pull that deck back by 10 feet off the property line, I could live with it. Overall, I think the massing would be more interesting by not having a deck on top. And it does not really impair the livability because this project has plenty of room everywhere. So it is large units and everything else. So it's not crucial for me architecturally. I think it would be a better building without having a deck there.
So are you amending your motion to take it 10 feet off the property line?
10 feet off the property line.
So eliminate the front deck on the second floor. It's the second floor on the plans here. And
Yeah.
the rear deck would be limited, 10
10
from
feet
the
off the
rear line.
DR requester's property line, include.
So question for the DR requester. The window that the deck looks in, on the rental property here in the back, what room is that?
So basically, it's
That is the main bedroom.
bedroom.
Yep.
I don't like that idea. It's a bedroom.
It's that small window. It's that half window. Is that a bedroom, the half window?
The big window.
Two windows.
Well, there's two windows. The one
One's a bathroom, one's a bedroom.
There's 3 windows on the side of the house. Both of the outside ones are the bedrooms, and then the one in the middle is the bathroom. It's the main bathroom in the house.
10 feet is not enough.
10 feet's not going to do much. I don't, just get rid of the deck.
Let's get rid of the deck.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to get rid of both decks on the third floor. And we'll see where that
Shall I
goes.
call the question?
Yes.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to eliminate to approve the project with modifications, eliminating the front and rear decks.
Just on front and rear decks on the 1/3 floor.
On the
Right.
Yep,
Not-
because there's
not the
other
ground-
front,
not
there's
on the
other
front
rear
floor,
decks.
right.
Right. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Johnson voting against.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move to Sanchez Street, and just to let the public know, we will take a break after this item, just a 30-minute break after the Sanchez Street item.
Very good,
Moore,
Commissioners.
Catherine wants to say something.
Item 14 for case number 20. Excuse me, we still have business to attend to here.
Jonas,
Excuse me.
can we request kind of quiet to the room and maybe get that translated to at this point?
Right. Is the translator in the room? Could you please announce that the members of the public be quiet? We have additional business to attend to.
We're still gonna hear one more item, and then we'll hear Noriega Street. But Noriega Street is not likely to happen before 5 o'clock.
Okay, we are going to take the next item, and then there'll be a break, and the item 15 for Noriega will probably come up around 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
Well,
after
next
5
item,
o'clock.
This item, who knows, yeah.
I'm speaking Vietnamese for the. Trước hết tiến hành là mình sẽ có nghỉ khoảng như 15 phút trước khi tiến hành cái Noriega. Vietnamese có ai nói tiếng Việt không? Có ai nói tiếng Việt không?
Okay.
No Vietnamese.
All right. Can someone else interpret or translate that?
5 minutes.
Sure.
No? Our Chinese interpreters here, except they're outside. I don't think they've been
Okay,
allowed in.
well, let's start the next item.
Commissioners,
Item 14.
Item 14 for case number 2016-006290 DRP-02 at 1132 through 1134 Sanchez Street, discretionary review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marcel Boudreau with Department Staff. Before you are two discretionary review requests for building permit application 2016-0502-6342 associated with a proposed project at 1132-1134 Sanchez Street. The existing building is 3 stories, and the project proposes to construct a 1-story vertical addition to create a 4th floor with integrated roof decks at that level. In addition, the project proposes an expansion of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors at the rear of the existing residence, which will add space for both existing dwelling units. The subject property is on the western side of Sanchez Street within the Noe Valley neighborhood in the RH2 zoning district. The Residential Design Advisory Team supports the project as proposed and does not find an exceptional or extraordinary circumstance that would warrant changes to the proposed addition for the following reasons. The proposed expansion is contextual and compatible with no impacts to mid-block open space or light and air to adjacent neighbors. The 4th floor is subordinate with proposed setbacks, and the existing setbacks and proposed transparent railings of the decks will reduce visibility from adjacent neighbors as well as the public right-of-way. The major DR requesters' concerns include the proposal is too large in scope for the neighborhood, and the building scale is incompatible with surrounding buildings. The project results in the loss of 2 affordable housing units by increasing reasonable affordable existing units to much larger units. The project will result in the loss of natural light, privacy, and mid-block open space, and the project should consider larger setbacks at the 3rd and 4th floors to preserve mid-block open space. To date, the department has received 17 letters of support for the project and 5 letters in support of the DR or in opposition to the project, aside from the DR requesters. The department finds the project to be code compliant and recommends approval of the project as proposed. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. I think we are awaiting order. Project sponsor and DR requesters.
So, okay, thank you, Ms. Boudreau. Project sponsors and DR requesters for 1132, 1134 Sanchez, are you here? Are these them?
Making our way in.
Okay.
We are the sponsor. We have supporting.
The DR requester will have the first opportunity to speak. The DR requester are you in the room? Okay. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes each.
Is this me?
Are you doing this presentation together, or you want two separate
There-
5 minutes. There's two DR
There are two
requesters, right?
DR requesters.
Okay, and then there's another. Got it. All right. So both of you will have 2 5-minute presentations. Go ahead.
We ready?
Yes, your time is running.
President, Commissioners, thank you. We'll try and be brief as we see you have half the sunset outside here. We represent 1126 Sanchez, and we are DR requester number 1. We are the white building up on your screen here. Can we have the next slide, please? Fact number 1, there was a pregnant tenant with 2 children and a family in one of the units. They were not notified of the impending construction until they came to the 311 meeting. Can you imagine finding out what the future of your tenancy would be when you show up at a 311 meeting? Kind of reminded me of 137 Clayton Street. A buyout agreement was filed with the rent board in 2016, and these tenants were bought out. They were displaced and ended up having to move to Pacifica because they couldn't afford to rent. There's a copy of the buyout agreement here. Now, I mention this because the project sponsor claims that his number 1 reason for expansion was to provide rent-controlled housing. What's the point of rent control if the average person can't afford it? And why would you displace previous tenants so that you could have more rent-controlled housing? When the building was bought, there was 2 tenants, one paying $1,566, one paying $2,200. We know what happened to the family. We don't know what happened to the other person. If it was an OMI, we couldn't find it with the rent board. These units now will rent for about $10,000 to $12,000 a month, and I've got a couple. Here's the tenant rents from the purchase, and here's a couple rents in the neighborhood of similar. Actually less bedroom count units at 11,000, 12,000. Just a few examples for you. Fact number 2, the project sponsor's project will dramatically reduce the light for our rent-controlled units. It compromised the livability of the units, and on 3 sides of the 2 units, this window is the only window that they actually have for light, which will be compromised by the 4th floor. It's kind of like dining in the dark for them here. Light from the 2nd bedroom and the other unit will also be blocked, leaving no source of natural light at all. The building will come back and expand about, I think, 10 or 15 feet at least past this window. Now, I'm taking a look at this, and this actually was provided by the project sponsor, and at first look, I thought I was actually looking at a cruise ship. I've never seen so many decks. So we've got displaced tenants. We've got 2 units that should be affordable, rent-controlled housing that'll now be at least $10,000 to $12,000 a month that people can't afford. We've got multiple decks, and I think we all know every bit of square footage and every deck is going to add a higher cost to the rental market, which says to me a lot about luxury housing. Fact number 3, the 4th floor addition does not maintain the existing scale of the street to be compatible in proportion to the surrounding properties. So that one's a little blurry, but if we can get to the next slide there, please. You can see how this unit will look. So the bow doesn't really match the stern because it's only got 1 deck versus 4. But here we are with another deck and something that looks completely out of place and out of scale on the block. The last fact that we have is that the sponsor has not, as we felt, negotiated in good faith. We received plans that didn't have appropriate measurements attached to them. And when we did finally receive those plans, which we could actually rebut, we only received them 1 day prior to when our submission was due to you. We often were asked to sign binding legal agreements with attorneys when we know the only way to really memorialize these things is the consent calendar. And every time we came close to a negotiation, we felt like we found out new facts. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all of the facts here, but I can show you the example that the project sponsor gave of the FARs. Now, I'm happy for him to show facts around the FARs and the floor area ratios, but if you're going to count the surrounding properties and include their garage square footage when you're doing the FARs, you should probably include your own. Where our FARs on the side buildings are actually about 1.4 and 1.3.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay.
You'll have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay.
DR requester number 2.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Lori Thomas, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Tony Hartman. We live on 220 Jersey for 3.5 years, and our lot is perpendicular to the property lot. It's on the back side of the rear of the project sponsor's lot. We support everything that the DR presenters just spoke to, and I'm not going to reiterate what they said, but we're in complete agreement, so we're going to make a few other points. From the start, the project sponsor has provided what we feel is incorrect and conflicting information, or is simply delayed or omitted key information. Starting from the pre-application meeting in April 29th of 2016, there were no plans available at that point, and even after signing and requesting twice, we didn't get any of the plans for 2 months. And then we were very concerned because the pre-application notice noted that this project would be over 6,673 square feet. So as you can imagine, we were like, wow.
Excuse me, okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's go back. You don't have to show that. Keep going, Tony.
How does he control the...
I don't know. I'm zooming it, but it's not focused.
Let's keep going. You're wasting my time.
Hold on a second.
Can you stop the... Yeah. So let's keep going. So the most concerning fact that we want to talk about here... Can you get the next slide? Is that the plans we received from the planner post the 311 mailed packet included a T1.0 drawing that showed several discrepancies. And again, we just want to be accurate here. So on the T1 plan, you can barely see it up in that corner. It lists 4,009 square feet, when in fact the current building is only 2,050 square feet. And knowing this was an issue, we made several clarification requests repeatedly, which we could go over and show you emails. But we only received, and this was only through the Noe Valley Neighborhood Council and not from planning, on the evening or the afternoon of June 28th at 3 p.m., copies of the updated slide. And on that slide, there were significant changes. The existing square footage suddenly dropped. Can you put the other slide on? From 4,009 to 2,629 square feet, which is actually using the envelope, but is still more closer to the 2050. And then there were some other revisions, and all of a sudden, numerous documentation was provided that had not been provided before. And again, this was 24 hours before the submission was due to this Planning Commission. Okay, let's keep going. We have copies of this if anybody wants to see it. The project sponsor also stated in looking through the planning packets that on Form 100, the certification of school facility fees, that nothing was required because they wouldn't be expanding outside of the 500 square foot limit. If you look at Section 2, it says that you don't have to pay fees if you're under 500 square feet of habitable space, which clearly is not the case. So that's concerning. Then also on the building form, they put that they only expected this entire project to cost 307,000 square feet, when we know $307,000, excuse me, when we know that there's no way you could take a building from 2,050 habitable square feet to over 5,085 for anything close to that amount. And lastly, on the demo calc plans, which we received from the planner dated January 2017, which were the plans noted as approved, there were several dimensions missing to allow for that calculation where the dotted lines were. So just to wrap up here, this was very concerning to us, and we didn't feel this was how this process should have gone. We also want to reiterate that this project, we feel, goes against the values of the Commission and does not stay in line with what we care about in San Francisco, which is affordable units, even if these units are called rent-controlled. Because I pulled 3 comps today from Craigslist. The closest comp for 25 square feet on 26th Street in Dolores is $10,900 a month. The next one is $9,900 a month, or $600 a month, and another one was close to $8,000. So what we want to underscore is that we would like the commission to take this DR and to disapprove this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those members of the public and not the project sponsors team who are in support of the DR and opposed to the project, you will have 3 minutes each. Oh, I'm sorry, here's the card. Simon Goretti, Henry Alvarez, sorry, my braces. Jason, no. Okay,
So
I'm
we're
sorry.
looking for those people who are in support of the DR requesters and
requester.
opposed to the project.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief here, and I apologize, I'm not good at public speaking, so I prepared remarks here. Dear Commissioners, my name is Cameron Silva, and I reside on Elizabeth Street in Noe Valley. As an owner and resident of Noe, I can appreciate a homeowner's right to expand and renovate their homes. However, I do think there is such a thing as responsible development that minimizes the negative impact that developments may have on adjacent properties and the overall neighborhood. This project does not appear to take into account any of these aspects. The 4th floor does not maintain the scale of the block, period. The expansions will have a tremendous negative impact on the surrounding properties, light, and privacy. There are a total of 5 proposed decks on this property, in the front, on the sides, and on the rear. How many decks does one person really need? Project sponsors claim that the expansion is consistent with other projects in the area, but the majority of the projects mentioned are 4 to 6 unit buildings, not 2 unit buildings like the project sponsors building, which is midway down Sanchez Street. The project sponsors claim that their number 1 goal was to provide affordable rent-controlled housing for families, but I beg to differ. The history and recent actions of the project sponsors prove otherwise. Since the project sponsors failed to mention these, I felt that they should be brought to your attention. I too looked at that very building the project sponsors now reside in when it was listed for sale in 2012 before they purchased it. I considered purchasing it myself, but I didn't want to go through the pains of evicting a family as it was tenant occupied at the time. I'm not sure what happened to the tenant paying $15.66 a month, as the project sponsors now live in that unit. I suppose an OMI, perhaps they can explain. Now the other unit is vacant as well via a buyout occurred in 2016, which can be verified by the rent board. I have to ask how kicking out families paying $2,200 and $15.66 a month only to turn around and rent them for up to 10 times as much, and calling that rent-controlled housing aligns with city policies. As you know, there is a big difference between rent-controlled housing and affordable housing. After failing to proceed with negotiations on the building myself, just a few years later, I actually ended up temporarily renting one of the rent-controlled units in the DR requesters building, while I waited for my own house on Elizabeth Street to finish construction. I can say that without a doubt, the proposed changes to the subject property will drastically, if not entirely, cut out one of the few light sources from what is essentially half the livable space of the unit. The unit itself has 3 windows, 2 in the front facing Sanchez Street and only 1 in the rear. Any remnants of light in the back half of the unit would be filtered out, and those in the kitchen would be basically cooking in the dark. As a citizen and neighbor, I believe we need to be the change that we want to see, and the change includes accountability. We need to stop rewarding people who claim to be providing affordable housing when in reality it's done on the backs of citizens that they have literally pushed out of the city. I hope you take into consideration the DR and reject this proposal in its entirety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dara Papo. I'm a Bay Area native and a resident of San Francisco for the past 15 years. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and for the past 8 years, I've worked for a nonprofit that provides supportive housing for formerly homeless individuals and families. I know the Commission is well aware of the homeless issues. I don't need to tell you about that. And the impact that the loss of affordable housing also has both on the homeless crisis and the ability for social workers like myself, artists like the tenant that have been displaced, as well as nurses and teachers to remain in San Francisco. I myself experienced an owner move-in eviction, actually from Noe Valley, in the mid-1990s, and had a hard time finding a way to stay in San Francisco. I know that if I was such displaced at this point, that I would be joining the over 80% of my fellow fellow coworkers at the nonprofit I work at living outside of San Francisco. You can imagine the impact this has on staff recruitment and retention. When rent control tenants are displaced without the vacancy control and new units that can rent for over 10 times the current rent of the project that we're discussing, I trust that you understand and support that the last thing that San Francisco and Noe Valley especially needs is another monster luxury apartment. We understand that I believe the project is not in line with the Commission's priority and commitment to affordable housing within San Francisco and ask you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tara Brandt. I also live in Noe Valley. Mine's going to be brief. I basically just wanted to iterate. I live there with my 10-year-old son. I am blessed to have affordable housing, and I am appalled that this kind of thing is continuing to happen where there's monster homes being built and people are being pushed out. And I just wanted to get up here and let you know that I completely oppose this, and I think it's horrible that people are trying to deceive things to get around the system. And I'm asking you, if you can, to please reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day, Anastasia Yovanopoulos, a Noe Valley tenant. The subject property, 1132 34 Sanchez, is configured as 2 stories over garage and consists of 2 perfectly good-sized 3-bedroom flats over a 50-square-foot rear yard. I attended the pre-app meeting on April 29th, 2016 with about 15 neighbors, including the woman living at 1134 Sanchez. The property owner and his wife had purchased the property 4 years earlier and told us they intended to start a family, and the wife's parents would move into unit 1134. 25 feet of the backyard space behind the garage would be used to add a 4th bedroom and a multi-purpose room to unit 1134 with a staircase leading down to the rooms. The 3rd bedroom in 1132 would be torn out to make room for a staircase leading up to a 4th-story addition of living space and decks. The construction would take over a year, and the building would not be habitable during that time. The tenant from 1134 was hearing this news for the first time, and when I asked the owner, what about the tenant, he had no reply. After the presentation, when I approached his wife to ask her whether she thought 4 bedrooms and a multi-purpose room for 2 elderly people was a bit much living space, she replied, "We need the rent money." I spoke with the tenant briefly, learned her unit was rent-controlled and she had lived there before the owner did. I told her she had rights and encouraged her to seek tenants' rights counseling. I shared some information with her about her rights and capital improvement pass-throughs later. When she had further questions about pass-throughs, I referred her to Rent Board rules and regulations. The family of 4 who used to live at 1134 Sanchez are no longer there. The owner, it seems, has successfully displaced the couple and their 2 young boys from their rent-controlled unit by using a verbal threat of relative move-in to uproot them from their home. The proposed expansion almost doubles the space of the unit from 1,314 square feet to over 2,500 square feet. This would double the rent for the new unit and could be rented to someone who could afford a market rate rent of $10,000 or $8,000 a month. The proposed project adds nothing to the character of our neighborhood. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Pritchard, and I live within 3 blocks from the subject property. I am a native San Franciscan, and I'm here to express my concerns about this project. Currently, the subject's property is a duplex with 2 bedrooms in each unit. These are decent-sized units that can easily accommodate young families with kids, as the previous tenants can attest to. An expansion such as the one proposed for this property will not only put it out of the reach of an average middle-class family, but it will also produce an out-of-scale and out-of-character structure that will be totally inappropriate for our neighborhood. The proposed horizontal addition by itself will bring the total square footage of the habitable space to 4,203 square feet, which begs the question, why add a fourth floor that would stand out from all four corners of Sanchez Street like a sore thumb? It's one thing to remodel and enlarge one's home, and yet another thing to displace tenants and ignore the impact on neighbors. Cutting back less than a few hundred square feet will make very little difference to a 6,000 plus square foot project, but it will make a world of difference to a neighbor who has to contend with the loss of light and privacy. How massive and out of scale is this project? Well, even the project sponsor himself can't find a 2-unit building in Noe Valley as large as the one he's proposing to build. In the comparison study, figure 14 on the DR packet, overhead please, the project sponsor has listed 5 2-unit buildings that are supposedly comparable to the proposed project, but as you can see, every one of them is much smaller than the proposed structure. These are either recent builds or recently converted to condo units, so their square footage per city records are up to date. One of them is still on the market, and the MLS shows it to be under 4,000 square feet total. Even if you add 1,000 square feet for garage and storage, each total is much smaller than the proposed project's total. So as you can see, this is massively out of scale building that will not only stand out as a sore thumb, but also it will add to our inaffordability and housing crisis. This is why I respectfully ask you to take DR and reject this project altogether. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any additional speakers? There's additional speakers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ozzie Rome from Noe Neighborhood Council. There are several issues with this project. For one, the mass is way off the charts and the scale is not congruent with the existing scale on the block and Noe Valley in general. Unfortunately, the project sponsor has not been forthcoming on this front, and their repeated mixing and matching of habitable and non-habitable space conceals the fact that the project's mass is a rarity in Noe Valley. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Overhead, please. Well, gladly, overhead is already there. Here's a slide submitted by the project sponsor to the DR packet. You can see for yourself how the subject property square footage conveniently omits the garage and storage space, whereas the neighboring properties show them as included. Secondly, the 4th floor vertical addition is not appropriate for this site because it does not respect the topography and the stepping roof lines that exist on this block of Sanchez Street. There are no 4-story buildings on this block. I assure you, there are none except for one on the corner. And as you know, the corner buildings have a different allowance. That is not to say there are not 4-story buildings in Noe Valley. Of course there are 4-story buildings in Noe Valley. But we're talking about this particular block of Sanchez Street that is steep, and also Sanchez Street being wide is going to afford the visibility of this 4th floor from all 4 corners of Sanchez Street, and it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. Here's a snapshot of the street before and after. You could see this for yourself. Thirdly, the submitted plans had numerous missing dimensions. This includes the plans that were sent out with the 311 neighborhood notification. Here's the extent of the missing information. Height of the 4th floor vertical addition, width of the building itself, depth of the adjacent properties used for rear yard averaging, size of all 5 decks. We brought this up to the staff's attention a few weeks ago, and since then the plans have been updated to include the missing dimensions. But that happened only a few weeks ago. You realize that this sets a terrible precedent. Is this the new standard at the planning department? Because when we complained about this, we were told that the plans are drawn to scale. Does that mean that we now have planners using rulers to measure dimensions using the 1/4 inch equals 1 foot? Because obviously project sponsors are allowed to submit plans with no dimensions. To sum up, this project does not merit approval because A, it's out of scale, B, it does not respect the topography, C, missing or misrepresented information, and D, the staff's review process that let it go this far with these many issues. Please do reject this project, take DR, and reject it altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional speakers in support of the DR and opposed to the project?
Opposed to the project. Vice President Richards, Commissioners, good afternoon. I'm Matt McCabe, one of the co-founders of the Noe Neighborhood Council and a 35-year resident of the area. And the good news is I'm not going to take 3 minutes. This project, as presently envisioned, fails to meet a great number of tests for appropriate development, and the discretionary review requesters have done an excellent job of identifying these failures. And I need to go off script for a moment. We talk about 4-story buildings in Noe Valley. This is a page from the response to the discretionary review provided by the project sponsor, wherein it cited one building of 4 stories at the corner of 24th and Sanchez Street. Here's that 4-story building. I think it's fairly obvious. We in NNC are especially concerned as this proposal is a classic example of 2 underlying trends. First, as proposed, the project does not respect the light, air, and privacy of adjacent properties. It does not respect the topography of the area, is grossly out of context with adjacent structures and the neighborhood as a whole, and it does not respect your own residential guidelines. Second, it's a classic example of development without consideration of city goals, including housing affordability and stability. What were once reasonably sized and reasonably priced units are now proposed as more trophy homes for the well-to-do. One of the DR applications includes the tawdry story of how yet another family has been evicted from their Noe Valley and San Francisco home. I should say displaced. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly needed to take the reins in this instance. Lacking your approval of the discretionary review requests, this project is on a path to become one of Noe Valley's most egregious sore thumbs and another step down the housing path in the wrong direction. All the DR requesters have documented attempts to work with the project sponsor to no avail. They have asked for modest, reasonable adjustments to no avail. We believe a structure of more than 6,200 square feet on a 3,100 square foot lot is far too much. Commissioners, NNC strongly requests that you take the discretionary reviews and disapprove this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of the DR and opposed to the project? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 10 minutes. Just set it on the rail. That's great.
Just set it down right there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Naomi Newman, and this is my husband, Jason Babcock. We purchased 113234 Sanchez Street in 2012 after we got engaged and have been delighted to call it our home ever since. We love our building, we love Noe Valley, and we love the community, and we would like to stay. But our 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit is too small to support our growing family. We are choosing to update and expand both units to accommodate 2 families, rather than leave the neighborhood, as many of our friends have done, or convert this building into a single-family home, which would take away rental for another family. This project is therefore our pathway to staying in the neighborhood and the city we love. This project is our pathway to a family home. So the outcome of today, the outcome of your decision, is really important to us and to our future. And we simply ask that you evaluate our project based on the facts, which Jason will now take you through. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time. And before I get started, I just want to emphasize that every fact figure, including the height of buildings, has been verified by actual plan polls by myself from the actual plans on file. There's many discrepancies that the other side has tried to point out. I guarantee all of our facts are correct. I'm happy to walk them through you. But let me walk through our observations. First, we're located a half a block off of 24th Street. This is a major commercial corridor. It's an extra wide street of 91 feet. We're doing an infill project going to the average of the adjacent 2 buildings, and we're doing a partial 4th floor addition. There are 2 4-story buildings already on our subject block. 85% of our block is 3 to 4 story, and there is commercial on our street. Our project meets the residential design guidelines, has the support of RDT Historic, does not seek a variance, does not present any extraordinary circumstances. When you think about your support for this project, we think there are 4 things to really consider. First and foremost, we have strong neighborhood support for this project directly from people that actually live on the street. You'll hear from those folks today. 2, we are providing more family-friendly housing. It's a rent-controlled building. Each unit is equitable. They're exactly the same size, and we're doing it through densification. 3, we have a responsible design that we think minimizes impact. And last but not least, we are conservative versus precedent properties in the immediate area, and I'll walk you through that. In terms of support letters, as you can see from this diagram, we have support letters from everyone that is a resident on our side of the street except for the DR requester. We also have support letters from the properties immediately in front of our property, as indicated by the smiley faces. Those are the folks that would actually be impacted by our project, and they are supportive of it. When you look at the design itself, we've emphasized a staggered and notched building. And we've done that for a few reasons. There are setbacks on every side of the building, front, back, side, etc. That allowed us to do 3 things. It allowed us to minimize the impact to the streetscape, to the neighboring buildings. It allowed us to give dedicated private outdoor space.
Hold on. Could you please turn that off? Thank you.
It allowed us to give private outdoor space for each unit. The yard at the ground floor is exclusively for the downstairs unit. The decks are the outdoor space for the upstairs unit. It also allowed us to give each unit a sense of privacy and equity. We designed it as our family home, but we also felt that it was a responsible thing to make one available for another family. Each unit is designed to live much more like a house than a flat. Each unit is exactly the same size. When you look at the streetscape renderings, as you can see, we're preserving all architectural details of the existing building. There's no changes to the front facade. And the 4th floor is set back 19 feet 9 inches, much larger than the 15-foot guidelines. As you can see at the ground floor, you really get a sense of the nature of this project. Counter to what the DR requesters have articulated, we are infilling a cement slab that's trapped by the 2 adjacent buildings, and we're going out to the average depth of each adjacent building, as you can see on the image on the lower right. Now, one of the reasons this project is so minimally impactful to the streetscape is that we have this 19-foot 9-inch front setback. We also have an existing wraparound parapet. If you combine those 2 elements and you're standing across Sanchez Street that, again, is 91 feet wide, you can't actually see the 4-story. Their renderings are simply not correct. It's out of scale and out of scope. This is further reinforced by the renderings we did have done from multiple points of view. You can't see it from the front. You can see it partially if you're at the bottom of the block or at the top of the block, but it's only partially visible. In terms of massing and FAR, we're in the middle of square footage between the 2 adjacent buildings, and our FAR calculations at 1.67 is lower than both of them, and our FAR calculations are correct, consistent, and based on the actual plans for the adjacent buildings on file at the city. Their FAR calculations are simply not correct, and we're happy to walk you through those. When you look at the broader streetscape, we also fit in with the broader streetscape. It's a little hard to see, but this is our project building here. In terms of FAR, we're exactly in line with every other building except the anomaly, which is the single-family house on our side of the street. But we're consistent with every other building on the street. When you look across the street, it's more varied in terms of height, context, but again, we feel we fit within the residential streetscape. Again, we have support letters from the 2 properties immediately in front of ours that would actually be impacted by this project. Last but not least, there are 2 4-stories on the property, on the street. They both present much larger than we do. The DR requesters claim that the one I'm pointing to is not a 4-story building. I pulled the plans myself. There's 4 stories. Part of it goes underground, but there are 4 stories at this building. And I should also say that the height of this building when it presents to Sanchez Street is over 40 feet tall. We also did a study to see what else is in the area for precedent properties. If you look at a comparable area along 24th Street, there are over 100 4-story buildings. And again, we're only a half a block off of 24th Street. If you reduce that in scope to be within a 1-block radius, there are 16 4-story buildings, again, within 1 block of our property. Now, if you want to narrow that further and say, let's only look at directly comparable properties, meaning 4-story, 2-unit buildings, only mid-block locations, that's a really important point. We are conservative in every dimension as it relates to the 4th floor. We are smaller. We have greater front and rear setbacks. We're the only property that we've pulled the front deck railing back by 5 feet from the property line, and we are more consistent in terms of our height versus the neighboring building heights. We also looked at the mid-block open space, and quite frankly, we don't impact it. First of all, we're isolated from it by DR number 2's own property and expansion, which is here. And since we're going to the average of the adjacent 2 buildings, we don't have any direct impact to the mid-block open space. And since our vertical addition has setbacks and notches, we don't indirectly impact the mid-block open space. Now, we also did look at the DR requests. And to give you some perspective, we are doing the infill project here. Both properties that have filed the DR have benefited from their own expansion. They're quoting, this property in particular is actually quoting the pre-renovation square footage in their report. This is the actual square footage from their plans on file with the city. When you look at DR number 1, the first DR to present, what they're really concerned with is preserving light and views from this subject window. That was added during a 2015-16 renovation. And if you look at this window wall that was also added at that same time, both of those windows serve the same internal common area. We would argue that that's where they get the benefit of their light and views. However, we've provided substantial relief to this window. If you look at this diagram at the bottom, we have a 5-foot rear setback on the 3rd floor. And if you look at the lateral setback, we have 6 foot 2 inches lateral setback. So we preserve light and views from the subject window that they care about. I should also mention that we agreed with the 5-foot setback with DR requester number 1 prior to even submitting our plans. We have the documentation to prove that. We shared our diagrams with them. We did exactly what we agreed to before submitting our plans. If you look at DR number 2, the first thing we should notice is that half of our yard is covered up by the sidewall of DR number 2's house. They've expanded all the way to the property line. It covers half of our backyard. DR number 2's yard also extends 45 feet to the right. So our impact is really 30% of his yard. Now, for that 30%, there's a couple other things to notice. DR number 2 has increased the fence height. Now, granted, I'm about 5'5" on a good day, so you can see me standing next to the fence. DR number 2 has extended the fence height from 8 feet to 11 feet, and we have the trellis pictures to show it. He's also added vegetation that goes up to about 15 feet. So if he's really concerned about light and privacy, why do that? If you look at a cross-section diagram, there's a couple other things to notice. Our lot is actually lower than his. This gives an effective fence height closer to 15 to 16 feet. And if you couple that with our property line setbacks of 32.5 to 42 feet for the 3rd and 4th floor, we don't see, based on simple geometry, how there's any material impact to DR's number 2's light and privacy. Last but not least, we actually did come close to a negotiated settlement. We had several meetings, as outlined in this diagram, with both DR requesters, and on 5/31, we came close to a settlement. That would have involved pulling in the 3rd floor by 2 feet 9 inches. That would have made it coterminous with DR number 1's side property-facing window, giving them complete unfettered views and protection of that window, and would have involved pushing in the 4th floor by another 2 feet. That was tentatively agreed to. Unfortunately, DR number 1 added a new requirement, which was you have to now pay 100% for a new retaining wall and fence that shares the 2 properties, and you have to do it before you start construction. We countered with 50% plus 1,000. That was ultimately turned down. Now we're here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those members of the public who are in support of the project and opposed to the DR, Simon Gulray, Henry Alvarez, Susan Wolia, Lisa Jensen, Clinton Maloney. Please. Any of those names I called in the room? Please. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Please.
My name is Simon Goldry, and my wife and I, thank you. My wife and I have lived in Noe Valley for almost a decade. My wife and I appreciate to reside in Noe Valley and in San Francisco. And we've spent way too many hours discovering, revealing, and teaching ourselves the history of this neighborhood and the city. And boy, do we enjoy it. My wife and I have also read and understood the residential design guidelines that you have formulated in great detail. And we believe that they do provide a solid framework to help us guide improvement projects that maintain this historical context. We've reviewed the plans of this project and we are most supportive. Specifically, the plans preserve the historical and visual character of the building and the neighborhood, in particular the facade. The massing and scale of this project is consistent with the streetscape and the overall neighborhood. The project is modest and focuses on providing 2 equal units that support families like my own. The project seeks to maintain the quantity, but contribute to the improved quality, efficiency, and safety to our community's housing inventory. Now, I'd just like the board to notice something that that my wife and I have noticed and taken note of. And that's comparing this.
Speak into the mic, please.
Have the, if I could have the overhead, thank you. Compare this image, which was circulated amongst neighbours both within the neighbourhood and without the neighbourhood, to the plans.
In the microphone, please.
You can drag it.
You can drag the microphone to speak while you're doing that.
To these plans, which have been filed to the city. Oh, there you go. They're quite different. I'm not an architect, but I believe these two images have shown very different projects. I was struck at how different these elevations seemingly depict the same project. I'm in complete support of this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, my name is Clinton Maloney. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So part of my day job is I run a consulting firm focused on sustainability and climate change. I also live in Noe Valley. I've been living there for about 10 years. Part of my work is I help create the sustainability plan for the city of Los Angeles, and we're in the middle of doing a climate action plan for the city of San Jose. My heart goes out to some of the comments that we've heard from people before. I have a team actively working on homelessness as one of the things that we do to try and help the city on this. We're also have been spending a lot of time looking at the Paris Agreement. Now, if you think about where Governor Brown is going with the Paris Agreement and what the city of San Francisco has signed up for in signing up to climate mayors, that is, the city of San Francisco will have to do its fair share of work to limit climate change to 2 degrees Celsius. So there are basically three things you can do for this. One is you switch to clean energy. Two is you really think about transit and mobility and the amount of cars on the road. And three, and most importantly for you, is to think about what needs to happen from a planning point of view and what we do for housing and homes for Californians. So one of the worst things that can happen is as people decide they want to have a family, the only alternative for them to do is to move to the suburbs. So now they're increasing VMT across the landscape. They're having to buy a second car. And you're not getting, and people are spending a lot of time and a lot of stress in traffic. One of the things that we need if we to be a successful, world-class city that people love to live in, like the people that you've all heard from today, is that we need good jobs for people in places that they can get to on transit. And they also have to be able to have families located in those cities. So as somebody who has employed about 50 people on my team, I know exactly the issue related to cost of housing in this city. I've got people who are coming here to contribute to the city of San Francisco, and they have to live 25 miles away because that's where they can afford. So the housing crisis is not lost on me, not one little bit. But I think the answer is not about denying development for family-scale housing. It's about finding a way to keep the character of the city we love in place, but also being able to produce housing for families so we can work and live close to each other, and also therefore be able to live up to the state and the city's obligations when it comes to delivering on climate change. So I'd ask that you also consider these factors as you are continuing your deliberation, because I think the development proposed by Jason and Naomi is exactly the kind of thing that we need. We just don't have enough supply of housing in this town, and that's what we actually really need more of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, dear members of the commission, and Commissioner. My name is Tim Trompedak, and I've lived and worked in San Francisco for 9 years with my wife, Chrissy Trompedak. She could not be here today, but she agrees with what I'm about to say, as you can tell by the co-written letter that we've submitted. I'm also speaking on behalf of 8 supporters from Noe Valley and San Francisco, all of whom are young families interested in helping make San Francisco a more family-friendly city. Let me be very plain and simple. we are in full support of this project, and here are the reasons. First, in order to build strong communities, we believe that having more families stay in San Francisco leads to better public schools, safer neighborhoods, and a stronger sense of community. However, to do so, the city needs more family-friendly housing, and I want to emphasize family-friendly. This is especially true in Noe Valley, where so many families are priced out due to the lack of supply of housing of this type. Second, in examining the plans for 1132-34 Sanchez, we think that this is a very sensible project. It creates more family housing while preserving the original character of the building and doesn't present any real impact, as Jason has outlined. The project isn't creating a tiny in-law apartment or a guest room coupled with a gargantuan main residence. He has emphasized that it is two equal-sized residences. It's intended to be equally attractive and habitable to families. And last but not least, we've personally seen many friends and families priced out of Noe Valley and San Francisco as a whole. We don't want to continue to lose these friends because it's hard to drive 50 miles to go see them all the time. So increasing supply, doing so in a respectable manner that preserves the character of our great city, like this project seeks to do, is what we believe San Francisco needs, and we are therefore in full support of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is there any other speakers in support of the project?
Hi, I'm Lisa Jansen. I live next door to 1132 Sanchez. I've lived here for 20 years. My unit's immediately adjacent to the project, and I am in full support of what they're doing. I've reviewed the plans with Jason. I think the project should be approved. The expansion is filling in a dead space, so no real impact to myself or the neighbors that I see. Anyway, they are keeping existing design of the building. Jason and Naomi are good neighbors. I've known them since 2012. They've been very upfront with me and the neighbors about the project, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Susan Walia, and I've lived and worked in Noe Valley for going on 15 years. And I also live directly across the street at 1139 Sanchez Street. I'm speaking on behalf of 6 neighboring properties, 3 directly in front of 1132, 1134, and 3 on either side. We are all in support of their proposed renovation for the following reasons. First, Jason and Naomi have been completely transparent with us and have gone through the extra effort to create accurate renderings to show what the project will accurately look like. They are creating 2 family-friendly units of equal size with no real negative impact to us, the neighboring buildings, or to the neighborhood at large. And I think we can all agree that San Francisco, as has been said here before, needs more family-friendly units. Jason and Naomi are the kind of people that I add value to our community and to our city, and I personally think they're the kind of people I want to have as neighbors. On a personal level, I would say that I appreciate the work that the group Protect Noe's Charm does on behalf of our neighborhood to preserve the charm that is Noe Valley in San Francisco. However, I get very concerned when one group and or one person acts out against all efforts of change, sometimes with misinformation, as we've seen here today, that's designed to derail a project before it even begins. That's not only unfair, but I consider that to be dangerous and destructive. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Henry Alvidres. I'm here to support Jason and Naomi. This design provides 2 actual family-size homes. Our city and neighborhood needs more family-size homes. Couples are being forced out of the city because of the lack of inventory or realistic family-size homes. This remodel will also improve the efficiency of an older home. There's no question the city and the world needs to improve home efficiency for the sake of our children's future. I can't help but question the actual motive of DR number 2, Tony Hartman. The fraudulent, photoshopped flyer Tony Hartman handed out reflects his lack of integrity and delegitimizes his arguments. This lack of integrity also makes light of a comment that Lori Thomas shared when she said they left Pacific Heights because of a conflict with their neighbor. If they want to see a monster home, they can go behind my house off of Duncan and 27th Street, where you'll see a couple of properties where 2 homes turned into 1. Those are monster homes. These are providing homes for actual families. I wish DR1, Rachel, and Liz would look around the city and recognize just how much Jason and Naomi considered their neighbors when completing this design. It is far scaled back from the potential they could have developed. These are your direct neighbors that want to raise a family there. This country has enough hate and selfishness going around, and we need to lean on our friends and neighbors. What kind of relationships are you building? Both your families have the possibility of being lifelong neighbors, maybe even having kids that play together. Be thankful that Jason and Naomi thought of you and considered your recently remodeled home when completing the design. If you look at the street, you'll also notice that their remodeled house does not stand out as much as the recently remodeled house directly next door, which belongs to DR1. Every house on that block shares the very similar facades except for the remodeled DR1's home. So I highly support this additional, realistically family-sized homes in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers in support of the project sponsor and against the DR? Seeing none, DR requester number 1, you have 2-minute rebuttal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Liz Moreno. A couple of quick points or points of clarity is, one, Rachel and I, when we embarked on our renovation, we did an in-the-envelope renovation. There was no square footage that was added to our property. We actually converted a legal space into a rent-controlled apartment. So completely inaccurate. The second point I want to make is that every time we were close to settling, it was not because of a fence or whatever, it was because we would find out additional information that was not included in the initial plans. This has been a long, long journey of uncovering floor dimensions, and I've learned more about architecture than I ever wanted to in my entire life, but it's been a long journey, and that's the primary reason. I think the project sponsor claims that he has support from 7 or 8 people, but we are the ones who are most impacted by this project. We are going to endure a 1.5-year long project. And, I wonder if the individuals he met with actually have the most updated plans, which was provided to us on 6/28, very recently. So, I'm one of the gentlemen in support of the project said that he wasn't an architect. Well, I'm not an architect, and I cannot discern the actual impact of this project without the actual measurements. The sponsor also talks about a private agreement we had not to block our window. He did not honor this promise. The initial set of the plans went beyond our window, and thus we asked him to compromise on this. We went back and forth, and we had different conversations, but additional information would emerge, and it came to light that the additional 4th floor would also have an impact on our light and privacy. From his 3rd and 4th floor decks, he will be able to look exactly right into our living room and kitchen area. Thank you.
Thank you. DR requester number 2, you have 2 minutes to rebut.
Okay, thank you. So let's address the flyer. So this is our first rodeo, and we probably shouldn't have mocked it up that way, but it was meant to portray a large addition at 6673, which is very close to 6700. So I apologize for that, and we told Sylvia that wasn't 6673 square feet. So that's the first point. But as we pointed out from a lot of forums, there's been a lot of misinformation and a lot more written misinformation from the project sponsor that we are concerned about. And to that point, we just didn't feel safe settling. And after speaking to some experts, they recommended we go through the city process, which we appreciate, which is to come to DR and take your time to help with this situation. And lastly, I don't think that a 24th Street corridor can be compared to an RH2 residential. And one more point. In terms of affordability, I run a small business. My husband's a 3rd grade teacher in Pacifica. To support a $10,000 per month rent, even if you're allocating 40% of your income gross, you would have to be making over $300,000 a year. Now, in tech and finance, which is what these folks represent, that's doable. But for most of us, that's a stretch. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tony Hartman, and I just wanted to address real quickly because I've been accused of. I made that flyer. It was based on their pre-application form that stated that their expansion would be 6,673 feet. We've got that. I rounded it up to 6,700. Is it more modern than what they're doing? Yes, but we had no idea at that time. It was before the 311 meeting. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. Maybe a few things just to clarify. One, our plans.
Please speak into the microphone.
Our plans have not changed one bit. The dimensions of the project have not changed. The scale of the project has not changed. All the iterations back and forth, we addressed them to add additional dimensions, additional demolition calculations, additional things, all that were not necessary. Planning department can attest to this. It was at the request of the DR requesters. But the actual project has not changed, and they've had the plans. We actually even started discussions with DR number 1 in 2015, and they've had basic plans since that time. Point 2. In terms of the private agreement, we've actually included that in your package. I won't turn to it, but it's in the appendix. We offered a 5-foot rear setback on the 3rd floor. We provided supporting dimensions to that. That is exactly what we did. DR number 1 is now asking for a total of 10 feet. There's no way we would have offered 10 feet. That would have negated the expansion in the first place. Last but not least, even though if people are saying that, hey, we're trying to be more transparent, the exaggerations keep continuing, right? So first we had this flyer, and we learned about it during our pre-application meeting when a neighbor finally confused, handed it to us and said, I don't get it. What you're describing is not what this flyer says. That's when we discovered it, and we had to go out to everybody and correct misinformation. Unfortunately, Protect Noe Valley Charm has got it closer, but it's still way out of scale and proportion. This is the Protect Noe Valley Charm diagram. It's taken from an elevated position up 24th Street. We had a rendering done from the exact same position, and as you can see, theirs is drawn at least 50% greater than scale, doesn't have the proper setbacks, and doesn't even have proper geometry. This kind of thing is what's being used to rally support against the project. I don't think it's relevant. We just want our project to be based on the facts, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That closes this portion of the hearing. I guess I want to lead off. I have a question for the project sponsor. We heard the thing that strikes me is we have 2,000-foot units that apparently, from the documentation, I haven't seen it up close, but I'll take their word for it. They were running for about $2,200 a month and $1,500 a month, give or take, which is $2 a square foot and $1.50 a square foot. Mm-hmm. There were tenants in the building when you bought it.
Correct.
And the claim was made that there was a buyout with the rent board. They showed paperwork. Is that true?
So there was a buyout of the downstairs tenant.
Okay.
But the facts of that buyout and the circumstances surrounding it are completely wrong. We had very open dialogue. We were friends with the downstairs tenants. We told them about our plans long before we even did the 3-1 process, long before the meeting. They simply outgrew the unit. They had 2 young boys. They had no kids when we first moved in, when we first bought the property, but they had 2 young boys in a 2-bath, 1-bedroom place. They came to us and they said, hey, we want to move. We've outgrown the place. If you're willing to buy us out, we will move. And that's how we came up with the agreement.
Okay. What happened to the other tenant?
She moved out when we moved in, but there was no OMI. She said, look, I wanted to buy the property. I could not. And she moved out. But there's no OMI, there's no evictions. We would never do that. In fact, for the downstairs tenant, we even said, look, we will do our construction around your schedule. It's really up to you. We just want to get the plan approved so we have a path for our own residency.
Okay, thank you. What's interesting for me is, we heard speakers talk about being priced out of the city.
Correct.
And here we had 2 reasonably affordable units, probably to what Supervisor Safai in today's paper called the missing middle income class. And even though the project is code compliant, it's doubling with new construction. And I looked actually online here while I was up here. New rents go for $4 a square foot in Noe Valley to $5 a square foot.
Yep.
So you're looking at an $8,000 to $10,000 unit rent. And so I'm concerned that, displacing families and a tenant and taking 1,000 square foot apartments at least for a reasonable amount of money, which are relatively affordable, especially to the missing middle, and then blowing them up and doubling the size and actually making them so much less affordable. Nobody but the above middle class, I guess above the 140% AMI, is able to rent them. That's a concern I have.
Would you like a response to that concern? Because I think there is
I'm great. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Moore.
I have a couple of questions regarding the actual intent of the building. And let me start from the top. If the commission wants to turn their attention to page A14, A1.4, I'm looking at the upper floor, and I am wondering why somebody next to the master bedroom would suggest 350 plus square feet of what is labeled entertainment. That is complemented by a deck to the front and a very large deck to the rear. There's a little bit of kind of like, perhaps it's a wrong choice of word, but I have a little hard time associating a family-oriented dwelling unit, as it was described, with a huge entertainment on top when that looks more like a party room to me, together with the two decks. If this would have been a study or something of that side, I would probably buy it a little more easily, but I have a hard time with that. I do not, I'll ask you if I have a question. Thank you so much for standing there.
Please sit down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When I then look at the bottom, the proposed ground floor plan, I see a garage that is accommodates by square footage, and the drawings are not dimensioned by...
What number?
That is drawing number A.1.1. The garage, roughly speaking, accommodates 6.7 cars by square footage, while the amount of space given to the unit is rather modest. So I have a little bit of a hard time seeing the balance of what we are driving at here. I do believe that the discussion about where the decks are important. I also like to look at the overall site plan, because I believe that the rear yard averaging here is a little bit flawed, because it does create intrusion into privacy for both the building on the left as well as on the right. If I would have been guiding this earlier, I would have pulled the rear of the building back to coincide with the building to the south, to the left, that is, in order to avoid the conflict with privacy there. So the building itself, I think, is very, very large. I do think it has certain questions, and I have not yet heard a credible story about why these units are so large and why the building is as extensive as it is.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Moore's comments. I think what I wanted to ask about specifically is all of these decks in the back. I mean, it seems really excessive to me, and I'm wondering if there's a reason. I mean, is there a need for open space that those decks meet, or is it just, this is sort of like what we wanted to do?
Marcel Bouger, department staff. With the two units in this particular zoning district, the open space can be met with the code-compliant rear yard. So as far as I've been made aware by the staff planner, so the decks would be additional open space for the units.
Mm-hmm. And, so we heard from the DR requester that her bedroom and her kitchen would, she has privacy issues. And I'm wondering if that's something that we had considered.
Was it the...
It was the first DR requester,
okay.
I think. Yeah.
The deck on, I'm looking at page A1.4, the deck on the fourth floor, I believe is the only proposed deck, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that would be potentially adjacent to the DR requester, is a level above the existing footprint of the DR requester's home. So when RDAT would review a proposal such as this, they would look at the decks and what they would be facing. And this particular deck, because it is above the existing footprint and not looking directly into a window, it would have been reviewed within that light.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Koppel.
One thing I do actually appreciate from the project sponsor is keeping the integrity of the front of building as is. We often see that not being the case, so we appreciate that. I do have a question for a DR requester. I'll just take the first one, and you feel free to delegate to the second DR requester if you feel necessary. Just a question about the rear and the decks. I do also see that it is a little bit much in the back, and it also reminds me of the item we just heard with the decks on the back and the sides. At what point, you can come up to the mic, please. At what point were you at an agreeable point with the project sponsor, and how does that relate to the rear and the decks? Could you please tell us about that?
So we had an initial agreement when we renovated our places in 2015 that the project sponsor would not obstruct in any way this side window. Now keep in mind, we installed this side window in exchange for removing a kitchen lot line window. And we did this because this project sponsor said that if we kept that kitchen window, he would have to put in a light well, which would then, kind of have this weird kind of indent into his living space. So we did that out of good faith. And we did that thinking that he was going to honor his request. And I have the email to prove that, which I didn't present earlier. So that was the agreement we had, and we were really taken aback by the initial set of the plans when that wasn't honored. And that kind of colored the entire experience, onwards. We've always gotten along with them. We're very reasonable people, but unfortunately, it's very hard for us to accept when someone doesn't keep their word.
So if you had your choice right now regarding the rear decks and your window, what would you like to see?
So if we had a choice, we would like to pull back the third floor deck, which is on the same level as our living space, our living room, so that there is no building obstructing the third floor window. That would be ideal. In an ideal world, the fourth floor deck would also be eliminated because, again, this party house, which we can all see, this person would have a direct view into our living room, watching TV, and kitchen. And so it's concerning. And so that's kind of our ask, I guess.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to take DR and approve the project while taking back the third floor deck, not to obstruct the window, and to remove the fourth floor deck.
Second.
Commissioner Johnson.
I think I can be supportive of that motion. I was just going to say, I think that there's a lot of wasted space in this building. You got your fourth, your third, especially the second unit. You say it's like 3 master bedrooms in there. I kind of almost don't even see why you need a fourth floor. Normally, that's not me. But, that's not usually me, but normally we at least see layouts where it's like you can understand the program. And so I'm usually the commissioner that will want to try to maintain the program as much as humanly possible, and only change a project when it's solving an actual problem. I've said that before. But this seems to create problems, and I'm not really sure why. Like, there seems to be no why behind this whole house. And so I'm happy with the motion. I think if you take away the decks, then the programming of the building will likely change. But I just wanted to make a note that I'm also willing to consider a little bit more here, because I think the way that they have this building configured allows for a space that it just doesn't seem to be achieving the program aims that are being presented here today. And I appreciate honesty. If somebody were to come and say, this is a party house, I'm putting this on Airbnb, everyone would, boo and hiss and put up, horrible signs. But then I could say, okay, well, that's what their intent is. What is this achieving? But that's not what's been presented here today. So I'm a little bit put off and confused.
Okay, so I wanted to let Commissioner Johnson speak so I could actually do another go. I asked my kind of general question at the beginning. Commissioner Moore, what you said hit me. The garage is incredibly large. There could be more living space added downstairs, I believe. Some rearranging the space could actually get rid of that fourth floor, as
I
Commissioner
withdraw
Johnson.
my support for the motion anyway. So here you go.
So I'd entertain a motion to
I mean, I entertain, I mean.
redesign the,
Take off the fourth floor and figure
Take
it
off the
out.
fourth floor.
Is that a motion?
Let's add to it, rebalance the garage, because I have not seen any layout of how they want to park their cars, or how many, or how big they are. I mean, they might all be Hummers for all intents and purposes, but at this moment, there is an imbalance in the disclosure of what's intended. So I think fourth floor can be off and rebalance garage, hold property back from in the rear to guarantee the unobstruction of that window of the DR requester, and come back with make a better case for what you're trying to do.
So that's a motion.
Motion to continue, or is that a motion to, is that continue or take DR?
I'm open to either, but I mean, we're adding to our caseload by keeping continuing items.
I prefer, as always, I prefer they work it out themselves.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
I don't want to sit here and play
Sure.
architect and
So-
design the building.
So if you take the fourth floor off and you move the building back and you let them figure it out, working with staff.
That's correct.
Okay.
I would ask that if the plan involves only taking this down to one unit, that it has to come back to us. I mean, you can fit 2 units.
You can.
Oh, yeah,
in this building,
absolutely.
so-
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, you're eliminating the fourth floor and pulling the building or the decks back?
Those are building.
The building back to eliminate the obstruction of the DR requester's window.
Anything else, Commissioner Moore? Do I hear a second?
I would ask I'll second. I would ask that we add that if the revised plan only includes 1 unit, that it has to
Great.
come
So
back to us.
the point of its densification and
Yeah.
keeping 2 units is absolutely where we want to go. So you can call the question when you have that all down.
Call question.
All right, Commissioners. Who seconded that? Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson.
Very good. So there's a motion that has been seconded to take DR and approve the project as modified, eliminating the fourth floor and eliminating the obstruction of the DR requester's window by pulling the building back, and if the project is reduced below 2 units, that it must return to the Planning Commission.
And you got the fourth floor?
Yes, that was the
Okay.
first thing. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Richards?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. If the Chinese interpreter could come forward, please.
The Commission's going to take a 30-minute
If the
break.
Chinese interpreter could come forward, please. Could you interpret, please, that we'll be taking a break? How long?
30 minutes.
Excuse me, folks. If you guys could, if you're going to leave the room, do so quietly and carry on your conversations outside in the hallway. Could you let them know that we're going to be taking a 30-minute break? Dennis, 30 minutes? A 30-minute break. Right here? Yes, please.
會休息3
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital. My name is Janet Riley. This deserves a round of applause. I am so happy to be here with you this morning, and we have to start off with a big round of applause for the San Francisco Lesbian Gay Freedom Band. Thank you so much. Not only do I love the music, but I love the outfits. You look very sharp. On behalf of UC San Francisco and ZSFG, it really is my honor to welcome you here this morning and to help raise both awareness and money for AIDS Walk San Francisco. And of course, to view and to celebrate the historic AIDS Memorial Quilt. Isn't it what? And you have to go in, of course, and see it right here. It's amazing to see the piece that we have got today. It is so wonderful to see all of us gathered at this hospital, a hospital that has served as a home and as a global leader for HIV/AIDS care and research since the epidemic hit our city in the early 1980s. At a time when healthcare coverage for so many is at risk in our country, it is important that we take the time to celebrate and to recognize those people who are fighting for health every day. And that's all of you here at this hospital. And for that, we want to thank you, and we want to express to you our profound gratitude. Let's give them a big round of applause. The AIDS Memorial Quilt was conceived of in 1985 by activist Cleve Jones in memory of San Francisco Supervisor Harvey Milk and Mayor George Moscone. Its goal is to bring awareness to the AIDS epidemic, to comfort those affected, and to raise funds for AIDS prevention and education. Today, the quilt is 108,000 square feet. It's one of the largest pieces of community folk art in the world. UCSF and ZSFG are thrilled to be hosting a beautiful panel of the quilt today. And as I said, you have to go in before you leave this morning and take a look at it inside Building 5. But the primary reason that we're here today is for AIDS Walk SF, a fundraising walk that will take place this Sunday, July 16th in Golden Gate Park. This year's event benefits Project Open Hand, Positive Resource Center, and the Golden Compass program at Ward 86. Let's give them a big round of applause. Since 1987, AIDS Walk SF has raised more than $88 million for HIV programs and services here in the Bay Area. That is astonishing. Now, if you haven't signed up yet, here's the pitch. To walk this weekend, there's a table right behind you. There's a table inside. Where are my red-shirted men and women? You can sign up here or you can donate. So please do that while you're here this morning. And so, as we begin our program, it is only fitting that we begin at the top. Mayor Ed Lee has a long track record of working together. Without an introduction, he already gets applause. I love it. Of working together with leaders from across the country, which includes his involvement in the founding of the Mayors Against LGBT Discrimination, a coalition of city leaders that applies political and economic pressure to stop discriminatory laws from spreading throughout the United States. Additionally, he's a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where he serves as the chair of the Technology and Innovation Task Force. Each year that the mayor has been in office, he has backfilled federal cuts to HIV funding. He is an ardent supporter of Getting to Zero, a citywide effort to achieve zero new HIV infections, zero HIV deaths, and zero HIV stigma in the city and county of San Francisco. I love that. And he appointed the first HIV-positive district supervisor in the history of San Francisco, whom you'll hear from in just a moment. So please give a warm welcome to the mayor of the city and county of the great city of San Francisco, Mayor Ed Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet, and thank you for your leadership in the health community with Clinic by the Bay as well. You and Clint have just done wonderful things for our residents who can't afford health care these days. Freedom Band, thank you. Yeah. You know, I also wanted to say that I continue loving that name because we can add to that not just freedom from oppression and discrimination, but also for today, freedom from disease as well, right? And this is why I'm so happy to join all of you here at the Zuckerberg General. It is a place of recovery, of healing, and 30 years later, after the first walk, after the first memorial quilt, where those years were so somber with the challenge of trying to get answers and trying to make sure that we did all the right things to help people, there's a sense that we can actually celebrate the progress that we've made in the last 30 years. It really is something to celebrate. And I start with just this location because I want to honor all of the medical professionals that are here. Yes. You know, and it's this sense of pride that we presented some years ago when we wanted to rebuild this hospital and to get all and everybody, every resident behind this institution and this wonderful creative relationship with UCSF. But 30 years ago also, Ward 86 and the people there started with the most positive message is let us bring our humanity, our compassion right where it's needed with the people. And we didn't have the answers at the time, but we had ourselves to depend on. We had the community. We had the lesbian gay community in San Francisco who had suffered such a massive attack, not just with the deaths of Mayor Moscone and Harvey Milk, but with this devastating diseases that we needed to have the brightest minds and the deepest compassions to respond to. And I say this, without that initial compassion of people coming together, we wouldn't be here saying that we can get to zero in our lifetimes. So all of this years and of work in Ward 86, doctors coming together, the announcements that were made, the challenges that were made, we always had that very sense of hope that if we continued this effort to work together, we would get there. Well, 30 years later, not only do we continue the fight, not only do I have people like Leader Pelosi to thank, Feinstein, Senator Feinstein, Senator Barbara Boxer at the time, and now Senator Harris, to be our federal fighters, continue the good fight. We're never alone in this. Just as the quilt that Cleve Jones created, it was to demonstrate that these quilts were for the families and the victims of this devastating diseases, but also to signal that you will never be alone in this fight. And so I've been very privileged to be the mayor of San Francisco to continue this fight, to continue the fight on the medical professional side, to find the cures, but also on the political fight, to make sure the funding is there, to make sure local funding is there. And if the federal funding wasn't there, we would step it up. We will always step it up. We're going to continue watching out for that with our federal partners and to make sure that Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act are there for people that are experiencing this disease and HIV and AIDS. But we're also going to demonstrate that people who are living with AIDS can actually function very effectively, like our supervisor, Jeff Sheehy. So I know that the numbers are there. I know that the progress is being made, but I want to be here today to celebrate these 30 years of memory, to make sure that we continue to honor those families who suffered that loss. I have a few personal names on that quilt list myself of people who helped me in my early years. My very first department head at the Human Rights Commission, I had staff who's got names on that quilt. So it's an opportunity to remember them in the best of light. But 30 years later, I want to make sure you know that we will continue this fight, continue the funding, continue the sources. I want to thank all of the people, not just at Zuckerberg, SF General, and Ward 86, but also the people who are getting the zero with us. Niall, I just wanted to say thank you for your work in helping us put this together to make sure we continue the efforts that are going on every single day. What happens here every day, I want to continue to happen, because I do want to see in my lifetime, in Jeff's lifetime, 0 infections, 0 deaths, 0 stigma. We are going to get to 0 together with everybody in the memory of everyone on the quilt. And yes, we will. We'll do that because of the wonderful discoveries that are going on. You know, all the Nobel laureates working in Mission Bay with UCSF, working in collaboration with our doctors here. Barbara, thank you for your wonderful staff and everybody that continues at the highest levels to keep focused on finding the cures and the answers. And I also want to say this, that this weekend, in addition to recognizing the 30 years of both the AIDS Walk and the $88 million that have been raised, we need to raise more money. And with the quilt, 48,000 memorial quilts, I want to see a day when maybe Cleve Jones and all of us can celebrate the finishing of that quilt. We need to finish that quilt and not add more names to it, but to see an end to it. But while we're doing that, we should do it in the right way. And that's why I want to signal that not just the funding, but the community-based organizations that help us figure out the best way possible to keep people both alive and free from this disease and conquer it are as important as institutions like the Zuckerberg SF General. I want to say this as well, is that we need to keep everybody together as we kind of don't know what's going to happen with Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. We know that there are voices in the federal administration that want to cut these programs that are so valuable to us. They are going to be the answers, and the block grants are going to be the answers to a lot of our efforts locally right here. Help us until we get to that cure. Don't abandon people when we're so close to finding these answers. I think every doctor, every nurse, every healthcare worker knows we're very close to finding that cure. This is the wrong time to abandon the very foundation of what our efforts have all accomplished. So I want to just keep everybody together, keep this wonderful, beautiful city working and humming with all of our collaboration, honor those in our past who have created the opportunities, but continue to fight so that we can get to 0 for everybody. And with that, I am honored to introduce a supervisor who is not just fighting the good fight, but is going to be there every single day. He's walking into my office like Scott Wiener did and saying, hey, here's the latest challenge. Hey, this is another way to help people living with AIDS and HIV. Here's another funding opportunity that we can help with, yet again, another way that maybe there's a gap, because we got to close all gaps, got to close all ranks, got to make sure we do everything right so we can find that cure that will unite everybody. I am looking forward to that, and let me take this opportunity to say, someone who's living with HIV and AIDS, who personally knows that maybe he might not have been here without the support and help with others in Ward 86 and in the community clinics and in this hospital, and with our relationship with all the different wonderful organizations in UCSF. He may not be celebrating today, but now who can say, look, not only am I HIV positive and conquering this, I'm a parent, I'm a homeowner, I'm a supervisor of San Francisco, and I'm still fighting the fight. Give it up for Supervisor Jeff Sheehy.
Thank you, Mayor Lee. And we really should give a big shout out for the mayor. We have never had to fight to get backfills with this mayor for federal or state funding. When Diane Havler, who's here today, when we brought Getting to Zero to the mayor's office and to Barbara Garcia, no hesitation. No hesitation. From the minute we started talking about this, there was dedication to making San Francisco the first city to get to zero. And thank you for your support for that. I also want to note that Clint and Janet Riley have been fighters against the epidemic from the very beginning. Involved with Catholic Charities. You know, we should also note Archbishop John Quinn, who recently passed away, who responsible for the hospice at Holy Redeemer and the work of Catholic Charities. I look at all the medical folks here, and the mayor's right. I would have a quilt in there, if not for the work that's being done here. Without the work from the city, without the work of people like Janet and Clint. What happened here was that when the epidemic hit, the entire community ran towards that fire. They did not go backwards. And I want you to look at Ryan White's quilt that's in there and remember that Ryan White, a kid in Indiana, his house was burned down. They would not let him go to school. And that was 7 or 8 years into the epidemic. Yet the epidemic hit here, in this very space, the first inpatient clinic, the first outpatient clinic, the first inpatient ward. And I have been on Ward 5A. I showed up here 20 years ago. I had HIV. I came to the ER, and I spent the night at Ward 5A. I would not be here. I would not be here because this whole community, the doctors, people in the community, the political forces, all came together and said, we're not going to let this community be stigmatized that's been impacted by HIV. We're going to work together to save lives. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm a dad. You know, I didn't expect to see 60. So to all of you, I say thank you. Thank you. Now, for this year's AIDS Walk, it's important to know that a big theme is resistance. And again, when you go and look at that quilt, that is one of the most beautiful, artful acts of resistance that we've ever known in this country. We took our suffering, we took our pain, we were memorialized our loss. Remember when the quilt was spread out on the Washington Mall in the mid-90s? This is how we told our story. This is how we stood up to hate and bigotry. We did it with our love, with our sacrifice. Now, what we need you to do on Sunday is join us in this act of resistance, which is another beautiful thing, the 30 years of AIDS Walk, where people all across the community came together in a spirit of solidarity and resistance against Reagan, who would not even say the words HIV and AIDS, did not acknowledge the disease, would not fund it. The very first funding for HIV and AIDS came from the state. Thank you, Dianne Feinstein. Thank you, Willie Brown. The very first funding took place actually on this campus that was gotten from the state, the first research to try to do something about this disease. So when you walk this Sunday, think about the arc of history you're participating in. Think about how we're still at the same, we thought we'd left the Reagan era of hate and bigotry, that we all worked in solidarity. Remember, George Bush did PEPFAR, billions of dollars to treat people in Africa and in developing countries that are hard hit by HIV/AIDS. We came together to support health care. He expanded Medicare. And George Bush was not my favorite president, but we're facing something so desperately different now. An existential threat to the health of all Americans, whether you have HIV and AIDS, whether you have diabetes, whether you're a senior and you need Medicaid in order to have a nurse, to be able to be in a nursing home. So think about this and get everybody you can to come and participate. Even if you don't raise much money, it's like the Women's March, it's like the March for Science, both of which I participated in. There is power in coming together. There is power in standing together in solidarity and in resistance. So again, I want to thank everybody here for making it possible for me to be here. And I want to urge you to join us on Sunday. Thank you.
Okay, how lucky are we to be in San Francisco, to have leaders like Supervisor Sheehy and Mayor Ed Lee? We're the luckiest people in the world. We are also very fortunate to have Barbara Garcia, who is the Director of Health for the City and the County of San Francisco. No small task. As the director and previous deputy director, Barbara implemented innovative programs to reduce homelessness and violence, including a medically supervised sobering center, intensive case management program for public inebriates, citywide homeless outreach teams, violence response teams, and supportive housing. Prior to coming to the City and County of San Francisco, Barbara worked as the Associate Administrator for the federal agency Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And prior to that, she worked for 20 years with the farm worker community in Watsonville, California, where she was founder and later directed Salud para la Gente, a farm worker health clinic, for more than 12 years. Barbara received her Bachelor's of Science from UC Santa Cruz and a Master's in Public Administration from the University of San Francisco. She also spent part of her career, she also received make sure I'm on the right thing, received 2 honorary PhDs from the California Institute of Integral Studies for her work in leadership and community service, and from the University of San Francisco for her work as a community health leader. Please give a warm welcome to Barbara Garcia.
How are we all doing? All right. Let me just tell you, I am so proud of the political leadership that we have. And we're so fortunate. Also, how fortunate are we to be on this campus? I just want to acknowledge all of you who are here, who work at UC and also who work for the department. But you, looking at you, you can't tell who you work for. You work for all the people in the community. And I really want to acknowledge you and give you a hand of applause for every day the work that you do. But you know, many of us came to this issue as activists. We didn't come as supervisors. We didn't come as directors of health. We came as plain old activists, and me included. In fact, I have worked on several quilts of loved ones, and that quilt made such a significant difference for us to do something important, and that was to keep those memories alive of those individuals who contributed so greatly to our society. So today, we have the obligation and the continual obligation to be active, to continue to work. We are going to commit ourselves in San Francisco to continue to provide health care. And, you know, we have to sometimes shun the federal government and the direction they want us to go. You know, we ended up having to do needle exchange illegally in this city so that injection drug users would have access to clean needles and not spread HIV. And we're going to have to continue to think in that way of ensuring that we continue to have health care for all. So, you know, we're one of the first cities to do universal health care in this country. We will continue to provide the kind of care that everyone needs in the city, and I know all of you are with me in doing that. So I want to thank all of you today for coming out, acknowledging the fact that the AIDS Walk is one of the most important things that we can do as a way to contribute to these important organizations to provide so great care in the city. So thank you so much for coming today, and I thank you every day for the work that you do for all. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you so much for all that you do every day and for your leadership. It's fantastic. Our next speaker is the originator of the AIDS Walk movement, the events that he and his fellow activists have organized to fight AIDS here in the Bay Area and throughout the country have raised more than $400 million. Yes. I think the band needs to play a song for that. He is the founder and the senior organizer of AIDS Walk San Francisco, and a big reason that we are here today. Please give a big welcome to Craig Miller.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here, and it's wonderful to see UCSF once again leading the way, both in terms of AIDS Walk San Francisco and in terms of the fight against AIDS generally. I want to acknowledge the board of directors of AIDS Walk San Francisco for its vision, both in terms of keeping this important community event alive, but also for its decision 2 years ago that designating Ward 86 Golden Compass program as a 2-year key beneficiary of the walk. That was the board's vision in endorsement of UCSF's vision and Dr. Havalier and Dr. Gandhi's vision, and we are so pleased and proud to see that vision coming to fruition, thanks to the efforts of all of you. I want to acknowledge the board of directors of AIDS Walk San Francisco Foundation and its treasurer, who to us, and I'm sure to many of you, is Mr. UCSF AIDS Walk team, board treasurer Robert Mansfield, who's standing in the back. Thank you, Robert, for all of your leadership on campus and throughout the community for all of these years. I can't help but knock nice people's microphones down either, but I can't help but note the dichotomy of what is occurring this morning. Gathered here is about 100 people who are determined to build the best model of HIV care in the country, to make that model available to people who need it the most, particularly low-income people, and to see that model emulated, as so much of what the city of San Francisco and what UCSF has done over the years in the fight against AIDS, to see that model emulated and spread throughout the country. It is a huge achievement, and you should all give yourselves a round of applause for what you're doing to bring that vision to life. And as we gather here, there's a group of about another 100 people who are considering taking measures which would both make Ward 86's Golden Compass program accessible to fewer people who live in San Francisco, and would limit the access of people all around the country to the kind of care that we all here are raising up and shining a light on. It is wrong. It is within our power as activists. It is within our power as Americans and as voters to put a stop to that. And this year, we're determined that the voices and the good intentions of this 100 people are what prevail, and that on Sunday, the voices and intentions of thousands of people committed to preserving access to affordable health care for all, that those voices are heard throughout the Bay Area and throughout the country, and we need you there with us. The theme of this year's walk is "My Pre-Existing Condition Is," because the truth of the matter is that virtually every human being on Earth has some kind of pre-existing condition that either will now or will in the future require attention, and if you don't, someone you love does. So we are going to gather this Sunday. I'm hoping the city leaders will be there with us in force. We're going to gather this Sunday to make the point that we care about people with HIV and we stand with them, and we also care about people with diabetes, with heart disease, with cancer, with every pre-existing condition, because that's who we are. We're a caring community, we're a caring country, and that is the message that we want to send out on Sunday, days ahead of the Senate vote, to show that San Francisco, its leaders and its institutions continue to lead the way in the fight against AIDS. Thank you so very much.
Craig, thank you so much, and congratulations on all your success that benefits all of us. Thank you so much. Our final speaker of the day, Dr. Diane Havalier, Professor of Medicine at University of California, San Francisco. and Chief HIV Infectious Diseases and Global Medicine at San Francisco General Hospital, including leading the HIV clinic at Ward 86. She was a physician in training in San Francisco when the AIDS epidemic emerged in the 1980s and cared for HIV-infected patients ever since. She is a founding member and leader of San Francisco's Getting to Zero citywide HIV initiative to eliminate new HIV infections. She has conducted clinical research for over 25 years in antiretroviral treatment and HIV/TB. She is currently leading SEARCH, a 320,000-person community randomized study in East Africa, measuring the health, economic, and education effects of HIV and multi-disease test and treatment. She has authored more than 300 scientific articles. Globally, she led the HIV/TB working group of the World Health Organization and WHO HIV drug resistance surveillance program. She is currently chair of the UN AIDS Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee and a member of the WHO Antiretroviral Guideline Committee since its inception. And she's the mother of 4 children. I don't know how she does this all. Please give a warm welcome to the very busy Diane Havlier.
Well, thank you so much, Jenna, for that kind introduction. Thank you, Mayor Lee. Thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. Gives me goosebumps to say it. Thank you, Director Garcia. And thank you, Pioneer and Leader Craig. And thank all of you for being here today. In 1984, I walked through those doors in August as an intern in the Department of Medicine. My very first patient was a beautiful young man of 22 years of age, and he had pneumocystis pneumonia. He made it through. Tragically, 3 months later, he died of cryptococcal meningitis. And that was the narrative of that era. Fortunately, for most people, and I want to say most people, that narrative has changed. And the reason that narrative has changed is because of the history, this hospital, and the overall HIV response, which is characterized, I've heard this word over and over today, we are a city of action. But in order to act, we need to be supported by our political leaders, we need to be supported by the community, we need to be supported by the university, and we need to be supported by the private sector, and we need to work together as a team. Arguably, one of the greatest advances in modern medicine is what we call HAART, highly active antiretroviral therapy. It's because of the people at this hospital, in this city, and around the world that those developments occurred and transformed HIV from a uniformly fatal disease to a chronic disease and a chronic condition. This work would not have been possible with all the people who are living here and who are working here. I just had one other, whoops. So what now that is happening in our country is that there's a new team in Washington, and they have brought forth some new challenges. But let me tell you, we are not going to be deterred, because in the HIV program here, we have already started, thanks to the support of this hospital, thanks to the support of the AIDS Walk, the Golden Compass program, and thank you, Monica Gandhi, and thanks to all the people that work with me in our program and the hospital. Please give them all a round of applause. We are going to be continuing our groundbreaking work in Africa in order to bring HIV and community health to everyone in need, and we are going to figure out the cure of HIV, and I hope the first person who's cured walks right out of this hospital doors. And people who work in the hospital, my fellow nurses and doctors and health providers, there are still people who have the same story as the person who I started my remarks with, and we are going to address the disparities of the city with the leadership of the people that you see here right at the podium. So what we're doing now, I'm always humbled to be a person who works in San Francisco because we stand on the shoulders of so many great people. Great people looking all around, many of you I see, Donald Abrams, many of the people who have worked from the beginning of the AIDS epidemics. We're inspired by so many people around us. And Ryan White, as Jeff, as Supervisor Sheevy mentioned, is a true inspiration to all of us. This young boy, what he did, and it's so telling that his name has been put on forth of the funding that supports the HIV movement. And if you ever want to meet a really inspirational person, listen to his mom talk, because she's really, really remarkable and tells the story. So this year, as Craig said, we need to swing into action. And what I'm going to ask all of you, we need to swing into action of a right to health care. It's in the vein of HIV, think about it, but tell all your friends about this. Let's stand together. Let's walk together on this. And if you can't walk, fortunately, we're in the virtual world, sign up and say you are going to walk on the computer with us. And just remember, not one person can do everything, but every person can do something. So I'll leave you with that, and thank you so much for being here today. And we are going to prevail with this epidemic. Thank you.
Diane, thank you so much, and thanks for all the work that you do. It's so inspiring. I want to thank all of you for joining us this afternoon. It is afternoon, I think, now. I invite you to visit the AIDS Walk registration tables, and don't just visit them, donate. And in addition to donating to an incredible cause, I understand that a donation of $25 not only buys you good karma, but it also buys you a t-shirt. So you can have a special t-shirt before you leave here. Thanks so much for being here. Have a great day, everyone, and we'll see you on Sunday at Golden Gate Park.
Ever wonder about programs the city is working on to make San Francisco the best place to live, work, and play? On this show, we bring some shine to the most innovative ideas brewing in our city departments and the people making them happen. Join us for this exclusive look at what's next inside this edition of What's Next SF.
The stretch of Market Street between UN Plaza and 6th is having a Cinderella moment, and San Francisco's Office of Economic and Workforce Development is its fairy godmother. The magic? An ecosystem of businesses actively engaged in the community and vibrant arts programming that provide a great reason to pass through the corridor and an even better reason to stay.
The Office of Economic Workforce and Development works to support the economic vitality of all of San Francisco. We have 3 divisions: workforce, business development, and neighborhood development. I work on the neighborhood side in the Central Market and Tenderloin neighborhoods.
Central Market has been the focus of a lot of effort by multiple administrations, resulting in a massive tax exclusion, 18 new small businesses, 9 arts groups, and a lot of tech companies, totaling around 200,000 square feet of office space.
It's really great as it's moved forward, because we've seen that it's something that a lot of the places that are arising are places that are engaging for the people that have lived there for a long time, and also the new influx of people that are coming in to work in some of the tech companies, and then the 5,000 units of housing that are being built in the neighborhood too. I think that in general, people really want a safe and healthy community with a variety of different businesses, and then they see the change coming. It's really exciting for everybody involved.
OEWD provides a myriad of support services that range from navigating the permit process to offering access to grants and loans, resulting in the growth of a lot of small businesses in the mid-market corridor. Huckleberry, a bike store that opened a few years ago, has doubled in size.
When we were just getting started, we were new business people. We had never started a small business. We had been in the bike industry for a long time, but we needed a lot of help in finding a space, securing a lease on a space. OEWD and Central Market Community Benefits District were just huge helps in that. I mean, they walked us through the process. Without them, we probably wouldn't be in this location. You know, Market Street is supposed to be our grand boulevard running straight through the city, but it's typically just been the way to get from one end to the other, and it's supposed to be this beautiful boulevard all along the whole route, and finally, it's starting to look like that.
We had a couple goals in this project. One of them was to fill a necessity to this neighborhood while the bigger project of development was underway, and also to bring a sense of community back to this neighborhood.
We want to use this space as a gathering place for people to come together and have shared experiences, whether it's enjoying live music or watching a movie or doing yoga or coming to a lecture series, all of these free events that we're offering where people can come together and enjoy.
That energy shift on the street, that's been the most rewarding thing, I think, is just walking down the street and seeing people sitting outside of this building that had been dormant and vacant for so long. Seeing that change happen in a community is really inspiring to me.
We've created a space that people enjoy coming to. They walk in and you can tell that they're here to have fun, and it's been great. It's immensely changed the neighborhood.
OEWD is also focused on arts as a natural economic driver for San Francisco.
We've got a Friday night market that DPW is working along. We worked with Sunset Piano to put 12 pianos out on the street, which was really fun. We're seeing companies where we used to have to come out and recruit businesses to come in. We don't have to do that anymore. They're coming to us.
Today we learned about the Office of Economic
Ready?
Okay, good evening, and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, July 13th, 2017. I'm going to remind members of the public to please silence your mobile devices. If I could have the interpreter translate that, please. Okay, and this is sort of a unique situation where we've got a very large crowd that is here to speak. I'd like to simply state the order in which people will be called. We will first have staff make a presentation. The project sponsor will then get 10 minutes. The organized groups of opposition that have previously made arrangements through me will then be called. We have 18 of those. Each of those groups will be provided 5 minutes to speak. Each of those groups must have a minimum of at least 3 speakers for the duration of those 5 minutes. You can split it up any way you like. Okay? So, commissioners, we left off under your 2:30 p.m.
And then after that,
count.
Jonas, we'll have general public
And
comment.
general public comment, right. We have a number of speaker cards. We will call people maybe with disabilities and those who need interpretation first. Commissioners, item 15, case number 2014-003153 CUA at 2505 Noriega Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Mr. Perry.
Good evening, President Hillis, Commissioners. Andrew Perry of Department Staff. The case before you is a request for conditional use authorization to authorize a change of use from a currently vacant one-story retail space last occupied by Ace Pharmacy to a medical cannabis dispensary, or MCD. The subject space is approximately 2,780 square feet and is located at the southwest corner of the intersection at Noriega Street and 32nd Avenue, within the Noriega Street NCD. The proposed MCD would be operated by the Apothecarium, an established MCD operator within San Francisco, with an existing location at 2029 Market Street and recent approval for a second location at 2414 Lombard Street. The project sponsor notes that there are more than 3,900 existing patients of the Apothecarium residing in the Sunset neighborhood and who stand to benefit from an MCD located closer to their residence. The proposed MCD would have hours of operation between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., like their existing store, would be authorized for on-site sales of medical cannabis products, and would not permit on-site medication or cultivation. The MCD also proposes to provide delivery services to patients making one vehicle trip per day. The proposed MCD complies with all standards and requirements of the Planning Code and with the conditional use criteria of Planning Code Section 303. Specifically, the project is not within 1,000 feet of any public or private primary or secondary school, nor within 1,000 feet of any community recreation building primarily serving persons under the age of 18. To date, there are no permitted MCDs within the Sunset neighborhood. The closest MCDs to the project site are located more than 2 miles away on Geary Boulevard and on Ocean Avenue, or more than 3 miles away when considering navigation through the actual city street network. The conditional use authorization requirement for MCDs proposed within the 4 Sunset neighborhood commercial districts, Irving, Judah, Noriega, and Taraval, first took effect through the passage of interim zoning controls in May 2015. In addition to the standard conditional use authorization criteria, these interim controls set forth additional CU criteria that would need to be satisfied by any proposed MCD. Specifically, those 3 criteria were that the MCD would bring measurable community benefits and enhancements to the NCD. 2, that the MCD has prepared a parking and transportation management plan sufficient to address the anticipated impact of patients visiting the MCD. And 3, that the MCD has demonstrated a commitment to maintaining public safety by actively engaging with the community, including adequate security measures in its operation of the business, and by designating a community liaison to deal effectively with current and future neighborhood concerns. Those interim controls expired in May of this year. However, permanent zoning controls requiring conditional use authorization for MCDs in those same districts were enacted through Ordinance 100-17 and took effect on June 19th of this year. The 3 additional criteria mentioned were not included with the permanent zoning controls. Therefore, there is no longer a requirement that such findings must be made prior to granting conditional use authorization. That said, however, the department finds that the proposed MCD does meet the additional criteria as detailed in the staff report and is provided for your additional consideration. There has been extensive public comment on this application since its initial submittal in December 2014. Many of the letters and comments received on both sides contain similar language or were modeled after a form letter. Therefore, the staff report does not include every individual comment received. However, all have been documented and are available as part of the case record. In total to date, department staff has directly received 1,009 letters or emails in support of the proposed MCD. The project sponsor has also submitted to staff a total of 1,515 communications of support that they have collected, of which they note that 660 are from Sunset residents and 111 of which are within 1,000 feet of the project site. Supervisor Tang's office also reported to staff that they received 926 signatures and physical letters of support, with 171 coming from residents of District 4. The supervisor's office also received that box of approximately 1,500 total communications from the project sponsor, which they reviewed and found 550 of which to be from D4 residents. The supervisor's office also noted that they've received 72 phone calls in support, 31 from D4 residents, and 64 emails in support, 46 from D4 residents. Regarding opposition to the project, in total, to date, staff has directly received 822 emails, letters, or phone calls in opposition to the project. In addition to the individual letters and emails that were submitted, staff also received hundreds of pages containing petition signatures, if I can get the overhead, petition signatures in opposition. In total, staff estimates that more than 5,000 signatures have been obtained in this manner. Given the sheer volume of signatures received, staff was unable to provide an exact count for the number of petition signatures. Additionally, these signature pages have been submitted by a few different parties, with many coming in 2015, soon after the application's initial submittal, and the rest coming this year leading up to today's hearing. Supervisor Tang's office has also received individual letters and petition signatures reporting to staff that, in total, 5,875 total communications have been received in opposition, with 3,217 coming from residents of D4, 2,009 from other San Francisco residents, and 647 from those residing outside the city. Additionally, the supervisor's office noted for staff that they received 12 phone calls from D4 residents in opposition to the MCD and 141 emails from D4 residents in opposition. Supervisor Tang also submitted a letter to staff yesterday afternoon, not taking a position on the proposal, but in order to highlight some issues for your consideration. I believe, Commissioners, that you should have received this email. However, I do have copies here to enter into the record. Lastly, staff has also received letters of opposition from the Ark of Hope preschool, located 2 blocks away at Noriega and 34th Avenue, a letter from the Pacific Justice Institute, which represents the Ark of Hope preschool, and letters from the pastor of the Lutheran Church of the Holy Spirit, located 1 block away at Noriega and 31st Avenue, who has also submitted several of the opposition petition pages. Lastly, opposition materials and petition signatures have been submitted by a group of Sunset volunteers representing neighboring residents and merchants. In this last week leading up to today's hearing, several individual groups have asked to be recognized by the Commission as organized groups of opposition. However, staff has had minimal to no communication with most of these groups prior to submittal of these requests. In conclusion, the Department recommends that the Commission grant the request for conditional use authorization and approve the project with conditions, finding it to be necessary and desirable, in compliance with the applicable requirements of the Planning Code and consistent with the general plan. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. So we'll open it up to the project sponsor.
Ready?
Welcome. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Hudson. I'm the co-founder of the Apothecarium. First, I'd like to thank the Commission for approving...
Just hold on 1 second.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that. Just till the door closes. All right.
So first, I'd like to thank this Commission for approving our other locations here in San Francisco. Years ago, my physician recommended medical cannabis for debilitating chronic pain. I was disappointed by the lack of professionalism and lack of education in the dispensaries that I visited and decided to create a dispensary where patients my mother's age and my grandmother's age would feel comfortable. Once inside the Apothecarium, you'll see a lot of gray hair. More than 40% of our patients are senior citizens. Why open a dispensary in the Sunset? Well, in November, the neighborhood voted 58% to 37% to increase access to cannabis via Proposition 64. That's 20,014 votes for cannabis in the Sunset. And each of the Sunset's 47 precincts voted for cannabis. That's a landslide by any measure. The Apothecarium also has over 3,900 patients currently in the Sunset. Delivery is not necessarily a good option for those who are elderly or for patients who do not speak English. They need advice on dosage and strains. Every neighborhood has a pharmacy. Why should it be any different for cannabis patients? Speaking of pharmacies, our Sunset location used to be one. I met the owner, Jerry Davalos, when he was preparing to retire. He said he always thought he should be allowed to dispense medical marijuana as it would have been the safest medicine behind the counter. Many patients, unfortunately, visit us on one of the worst days of their lives for the first time. They've just received a diagnosis or they've begun chemotherapy, and their care is a responsibility that we take very, very seriously. First visits at our operation often last an hour or longer. And in the 6 years on Market Street, we've never had a police incident. We've had no complaints from merchants, from neighbors, or parents. We are across the street from a Lutheran church that operates a daycare within 1,000 feet of us, and they have written to support us. Families with children live in our building above our current site without any problems. Now, I understand our opponents' fears. I really do. A dispensary would be a new thing for the Sunset, and very importantly, the neighborhood has been subjected to a campaign of misinformation. Our main opponents, the Ark of Hope Preschool and the Lutheran Church, were represented by the Pacific Justice Institute, or PJI. We understand they may no longer be represented by them, and we hope so, because PJI has been designated a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The group's communications are full of falsehoods and misinformation about cannabis patients. They have come via letters to the Planning Department and in their outreach in the Sunset. Now, let me be clear. Not all of our opponents share PJI's anti-LGBTQ views, but we are certainly dismayed that the main opposition groups have chosen to bring a hate group to the Sunset. We're deeply concerned that PJI's style of fear-mongering has negatively affected and influenced the public discussion and comments you will hear today. Many of the fears you will hear today from our opponents are simply unwarranted. In fact, a 2014 staff report to this very commission states that dispensaries have been known to deter crime because of their security measures and increased eyes on the street. I believe we are the first dispensary in the Bay Area with a physician medical advisor. He does not prescribe to our members, rather he focuses on staff education. I'm proud to introduce Dr. Floyd Huynh, co-owner of this project. Dr. Huynh is a well-known, board-certified internist who has prescribed medical cannabis to patients for over 20 years. And one small change. Our application names me as the community liaison Because we want our community liaison to be bilingual, Dr. Hune will be filling that role. I'll turn the mic over to him now.
Thank you very much, Ryan. My name is Floyd Hewen. For the Chinese that are here. I'm both a doctor and an activist. You can be both. My entire life's work is ensuring that all people have access to health care, especially my community, the API community. In 1949, I sailed under the Golden Gate Bridge from China as a young boy. We first settled here in San Francisco, Chinatown, and today many of my relatives live in the Sunset. In 1969, I led a student strike at UC Berkeley that led to the creation of the very first Asian American Studies department in our country. In 1996, I was among the first mainstream physicians to legally recommend medical cannabis to my patients. Today, I'm seeking to open the first Chinese-owned dispensary in the Bay Area. Recently, I was in the Sunset handing out literature about our project. I met an elderly Chinese woman who lives near our site. Let's call her Grace. She told me she's been on opioids for 3 months for back pain. But Grace has continuing pain, serious side effects, and is at risk for addiction. She wanted information about medical cannabis, and I just happened to be there to give it to her in Chinese. Who else is seeking to help Grace? Where in our city can she go to a Chinese-speaking dispensary to obtain the medical cannabis she's legally entitled to? She cannot use a delivery app. Damn, I can't even use one. They're pretty tough to use. I'm here to fight for Grace's right to safe access to medical cannabis in her own community. We're seeking to open the very first bilingual bicultural dispensary to serve our neighbors, one that will help Chinese-speaking patients in their language, in tandem with traditional Asian medical practices like acupuncture and Chinese herbs. Every week, I read a new study that comes out supporting the use of cannabis as safe and effective medicine, including the California Medical Association. Doctors from Kaiser, San Francisco, UCSF come to the Apothecarium to learn from us. But where can they send their Chinese-speaking patients? There is nowhere. My wife, Mayor Jean Kwan, who's sitting right here, who is here today, and I have knocked on every door within 300 feet of the project site. Then with volunteers, we knocked on every door within 1,000 feet. That's generated the letters that you see here. This is over 1,600 letters. The stack's a little too heavy to, we'll have our attorney lift it up maybe. 660 letters of support from the Sunset and 111 from within 1,000 feet. At one community meeting, I plan to speak about cannabis preparations that do not cause a high, called CBD preparations, and reassuring research about teen use in states with legal cannabis. In other words, there's no connection. Unfortunately, as I began to speak, a group of activists carrying matching signs, not a spontaneous demonstration in other words, shouted me down. Here in San Francisco, I was stunned. In the Sunset District, I was shouted down and was not permitted to speak. It's unbelievable. In 50 years of activism, this has never happened to me. Physically, it was very intimidating. We believe PGI organized this action. At a subsequent press conference, they made wild claims, including death by marijuana overdose. Let me reassure you, that is medically impossible. There are no reported cases in the last 20 years in the United States. Commissioners, I'm concerned that my Sunset patients' access to their medicine may be at risk due to their neighbors' false fears and uninformed positions. Please support our application. Now I would like to introduce the land use attorney for the team, Mr. Brett Gladstone.
Commissioner, I'm the Chinese interpreter, and I'm here to interpret Dr. Hune and Mr. Hudson's speeches in Chinese. 各位專員，我係醫療大麻藥房聯合創辦人 Ryan Hudson。首先感謝委員會對我哋前3次會議中嘅認可。幾年前，醫生建議我使用醫療大麻去緩解我嘅慢性痛楚。我對於我所訪問嘅藥房嘅專業精神感到十分失望，所以決定創造一間可以令到我母親年齡階層嘅人士感覺到舒適嘅藥房。醫療大麻藥房有超過40%嘅患者係老年人，你會見到有好多銀髮族光顧我哋嘅藥房。點解要喺日落區去開始一間藥房呢？ 日落區喺11月份通過咗議案64普及大麻嘅投票結果為58比37，係日落區中20014張票去支持藥用大麻，明顯係一面倒嘅趨勢。日落區呢有47個區域都係支持藥用大麻嘅，而喺我哋日落區呢都有超過3900名嘅病人。對於唔識講英文嘅老人家同埋病患嚟講呢，快遞唔係一種好嘅選擇。佢哋需要呢關於質量同埋應變嘅建議。每一個社區都有一間藥房，點解使用藥用大麻嘅病人唔可以有一間呢？我哋而家選擇嘅位置以前都曾經係一間藥房。我見過呢一間藥房嘅老細 Gary DeValos， 佢當時正打算退休。佢話佢一早希望可以喺佢嘅藥房配方醫療大麻，並且認為醫療大麻將會係佢藥房之中最安全嘅一種處方藥。好多患者喺佢哋生命之中最痛苦嘅一日，第一次行入去我哋嘅藥房。佢哋可能啱啱被診斷，或者啱啱開始化療。首次訪問通常係會持續1個小時，而認真去對待每一個患者係我哋最重要嘅職責。喺 Market 街嘅6年，我哋嘅藥房從未發生過有任何需要警察涉入嘅事件，亦冇任何嘅商戶、鄰居或者係父母投訴過。我哋嘅藥房1000英尺對面係經常舉辦兒童活動嘅路德教會，呢一間教會亦曾經寫信支持過我哋嘅。我哋而家嘅藥房上方嘅住宅住咗好多有小朋友嘅家庭，亦從未發生過任何問題。我明白我反對者嘅恐懼。醫療大麻藥房對於日落區係一個全新嘅概念，而最重要嘅係居民之中有好多人受到誤導。我哋嘅對手希望方舟日托中心同埋路德協會嘅代表係太平洋法律協會 PJI。我哋明白 PJI 可能而家已經唔再係佢哋嘅代表，我都好希望佢哋而家唔係。點解呢？因為 PJI 係被南方貧困法律中心指定為一個仇恨團體嘅。喺呢一個協會嘅宣傳呢，係充滿咗好多惡意嘅謊言，同埋對於使用醫療大麻病人嘅錯誤信息。佢哋通過寄信到規劃署同埋喺日落區宣傳嘅方法去提供資料。喺呢一度，我想澄清一點，唔係所有我哋嘅反對者都係同 PJI 一樣係反對同性戀者、雙性戀者同埋變性者嘅。但係我哋為我哋主要嘅反對派選擇將一個仇恨集體帶嚟日落區而感到沮喪。我哋非常關注 PJI 使用製作恐慌嘅手段去負面影響公眾嘅意見。你今日都會喺我哋嘅對手嗰度聽到一啲毫無根據嘅恐懼。據報道，2014年工作人員報告中指出，由於安全設施同埋呢一個街頭視線嘅增加呢，我哋嘅藥房其實係降低咗街頭嘅犯罪率。我相信我哋係灣區第一間擁有醫生醫療顧問嘅診所。佢唔會為我哋嘅會員開處方，而係會專注於員工培訓。我自信地介紹呢一個項目嘅共同創辦人禤醫生。禤德輝醫生係一名知名嘅職業認證內科醫生，佢已經為佢嘅患者開咗20幾年嘅藥用大麻。我哋呢度有一個小嘅改動，申請書上面聯絡人嘅名本身係我，但係而家我哋想提供一個雙語嘅聯絡人，所以禤醫生呢會成為呢一個角色。而家我都將咪交俾禤醫生。各位專員你好，我係禤德輝，我係一名醫生，亦都係一名活動家。我終生嘅工作目標係想確保所有嘅人可以獲得健保，特別係美籍亞太人士。喺1949年，我仲係一個小朋友嘅時候係坐住一艘嚟自中國嘅船，經過金門橋下面嚟到美國。我哋喺三藩市唐人街定居，去到而家我都有好多親戚係住喺日落區嘅。喺1969年，我領導加州大學 Berkeley 分校嘅學生罷課，導致美國成立咗第一個美籍華裔研究部門。喺1996年，我係第一批主流醫生為我嘅病人合法去推薦醫療大麻。今日我正希望喺灣區開始一間由華人經營嘅醫療大麻藥房。 最近我喺日落區派發呢一個項目嘅資料嘅時候呢，遇到一位住喺我哋項目地點附近嘅華人老太太，就暫稱佢為 Grace 啦。Grace 講俾我聽，佢因為背痛已經用咗3個月嘅鴉片類止痛藥，但係 Grace 嘅背痛持續，而反而係增加咗嚴重嘅藥物副作用，同埋面臨上癮嘅風險嘅。佢想知道喺邊度可以攞到有關醫療大麻嘅資料，而咁啱呢，我喺嗰度可以用中文介紹俾佢。仲有邊個可以幫到 Grace 呢？佢係唔識得使用任何快遞嘅應用程式，連我自己都唔識用添。呢個城市仲有邊度有一間係講中文嘅藥房，可以係俾佢攞到佢喺法律上有資格攞到嘅醫療大麻呢？所以今日我要喺呢一度為 Grace 爭取佢喺自己嘅社區入面可以安全攞到醫療大麻嘅權利。我希望我哋嘅居民呢，我希望我哋可以為我哋居民開設一間呢係雙語雙文化嘅醫療大麻藥房，成為第一間可以用佢哋嘅語言，又同時可以採用好似針灸、中藥呢一啲傳統亞洲醫療實踐嘅藥房，去幫助華人患者。而家幾乎每一週都有一啲新嘅研究去支持使用大麻作為藥物。Kaiser 同埋 UCFF 醫院嘅醫生都會去我哋嘅藥房去學習，但係佢哋嘅華人患者又可以去邊度攞藥呢？佢哋係冇地方去嘅。我嘅太太關麗珍市長同我一齊去敲咗項目地點300英尺以內嘅每一道門，跟住我哋又同我哋嘅志願者敲咗1000英尺以內嘅每一道門。憑我哋嘅努力，我哋搜集到嚟自日落區660封信，其中有110封嘅信呢係嚟自項目地點1000英尺以內嘅居民。喺一次嘅社區會議上呢，我想討論關於呢個醫療大麻嘅研製方法係唔會導致有任何嘅亢奮感，或者一啲咧關於已經合法嘅州青少年大麻使用率研究一方面嘅正面嘅結果。但係有一群嘅活動家大聲呼叫，阻止我嘅發言。呢一個咧係我50年嘅活動生涯之中從嚟未發生過嘅人身攻擊。我哋認為呢一個係由 PGI 組織去組織嘅呢一層行動，而另一個記者會上面呢，佢哋更加聲稱大麻過量吸食會導致死亡，呢一個喺醫療上係冇可能嘅。各位專員，我非常擔心住喺日落區嘅患者會因為呢一啲虛假嘅恐懼同埋錯誤嘅宣傳而失去咗佢哋可以攞藥嘅途徑。而家我想介紹一下我哋團隊嘅土地使用律師 Brett Gladstone 先生。
Thank you. I'm Brett Gladstone, the attorney for the Apothecary and the project sponsor. First of all, for the Commission Secretary, these have been delivered to the planner and they're in the record at your office. You don't need to take them in. You're welcome. As you probably know, Commissioners, a recent communication came to you from the supervisor's office indicating that the Apothecarium has tied her office to the Pacific Justice Institute. And I just wanted to start out by being very clear that these statements were made by a district merchant in the Castro in an op-ed and in a reporter's report, and certainly not by my clients. And my clients will not and have not talk about any association like that. And we just got the letter last night, but my clients are going to talk to the supervisor. Hasn't had time, but certainly are going to clarify that with the supervisor as soon as possible. But returning to the matter at hand, to our knowledge, this is the first time that an MCD has ever had a third-party produced professional parking and traffic study as part of an approval hearing. For that, the Apothecarium engaged one of the city's most respected transportation consultants, Fair and Peers, which is a group that the planning department itself commissions for its own information from time to time. This transportation consultant found that any parking needs triggered by this new MCD are expected to be fewer than that of the average retailer along Noriega, including the average restaurant, which of course is the most common type of retailer we have on Noriega. As your staff reported to you, the Fair and Peers report also found that the estimated number of vehicle trips could be accommodated by the existing available parking supply within 1,000 feet. Now, if I had time, I would talk to you about the parking and traffic mitigations that my client didn't have to put in but has voluntarily agreed to. I don't, but feel free to ask me questions at any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now call the organized opposition.
So as I mentioned, we have 18 requests for organized opposition that were granted. I'm going to call them in no specific order. If you could line up on the screen side of the room, and please have all three of your speakers, or if you have more, that's fine, but you have a minimum of 3 speakers to be recognized as organized opposition groups. Citizens Against Legalizing Marijuana, Take Back America, Sunset Neighbors, Smart Approaches to Marijuana, Sunset Friends, Sunset Healthy Families, Sunset Parents Club, Sunset Motherhood Association, Sunset District Volunteers Association, Noriega Street Merchants Association, the Sunset Golden Age Club, Organization of Noriega Street Employees, SFCEC, OJE, Ark of Hope Preschool, Herald Cancer Care, San Francisco Chinese Baptist Church, and the American Family Association. So the project sponsors group that's lined up on the wall, you're going to have to clear that space in order for these people to come in. For those groups that are any of those organized groups of opposition in the room now, please come forward. The Sheriff's Department will begin filtering in other organized groups as you finish or conclude your public testimony. There is no particular order, so if you could please come forward, state the name of your group, the number of people you're representing. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, if the translator could come up and speak.
So I have the groups all lined up outside, Jones. How do you want me to do it? Call each group at a
Any order.
Okay. I'll go. Which group are you, ma'am?
Golden Gate.
Golden Gate.
Age Club. No, Golden Age Club.
Okay, Golden Age Club. Okay, that'll be number 11, Jones.
All right.
The next group's ready.
Great,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
please approach the podium, ma'am.
With all 3 of your members. All 3 of your speakers, please.
And when you're done, you have to leave.
With all 3 of your speakers, please. If those other groups of organized opposition could line up on the screen side, this will move a little faster.
Jonas, can you can call a couple groups in and have them line up on the screen side of the room here. Yeah, please.
Yes.
Because it'll keep things moving. Thank you.
Golden Age Club, you're up. Are these your 3 speakers?
Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kitty, and I'm a volunteer at the Senior Center in the Sunset District since February 2016, and a resident of the Sunset for over 39 years. We serve approximately 90 to 100 seniors daily, Monday to Friday, mostly individuals living in the Sunset District. Some of them are living within 3 blocks of the proposed MCD on 2505 Noriega Street. On many days, we have open and honest conversations on their thoughts about social issues, neighborhood events, and their personal medical needs. They have compassion for people who are in pain. Recently, they felt very nervous about the proposed MCD near their houses. Today, they cannot come to this hearing due to their health issue. But I have 171 of their bilingual letters signed here and asked me to speak out on their behalf. And of course, I can relate their concern as I am one of the members in the community. Our seniors are deeply concerned about what this MCD will bring to the neighborhood. Busy parking from the patrons of MCD, the unpleasant smell of marijuana on the street, driving under influence by marijuana drivers, and most importantly, the exposure of marijuana to their grandchildren when walking around in their family-oriented area. This is a unique place where we don't need to travel far from home for our routine grocery shopping, banking, have breakfast and family meals within these 3 blocks. Most of them need to pick up their grandchildren from preschool and daycare center, which are located only 1 to 2 blocks from the proposed MCD. Our Golden Age senior community understand and respect individuals' medical needs, but they only can ask for the same understanding and respect for their voice that the location of the MCD is not desirable in Sunset area. In fact, marijuana is currently able to be delivered to the patients to their doorstep within minutes. If they are patients, there are weekly and monthly delivery services. As you can see, marijuana patients have options and choices to access their medical needs. But if this MCD site is approved on Noriega Street, our Golden Age seniors have no choice but to pass by the nerve-wracking MCD sites every day. Their quality of life will be impacted negatively. Please, let our seniors continue to enjoy their limited space with peace of mind in the community where they are very familiar with. They jointly request that Planning Department not to bring this MCD into the peaceful and enjoyable neighborhood where they have been living in for 20, 30, 40, and in some cases, even 50 years or more. This Sunset community is the last stop of their life. Please, no more to MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Excuse me, folks. Excuse me, if the translator could come forward, please. Leave it there. Could the translator come forward, please? Could you please translate that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts, which includes applause?
請你哋知道就係話喺呢個專員啊，即係呢個計劃嘅城市計劃會啦，係唔可以容忍任何嘅即係附和啊，包括拍掌在內，所以唔好附和啊，唔好喝彩或者冇拍掌嚇。
Okay, if the next group could come forward with your 3 speakers and identify your group and the number of people you represent.
My group is Sunset Friends, and my name is Sherry Lau, and these 3 are my friends. And I just want to speak out my voice to you that if San Francisco secondhand cigarette smoker is illegal, why would you allow the secondhand marijuana smoking in San Francisco? There are already 38 marijuana stores open in San Francisco, and 29 stores are applied to open. So 30 plus 29 equals 67 stores. 5 of the applied MCD are in Sunset. If using MCD's way to calculate needs, if Sunset has 8,000 marijuana smokers times 67 stores, equal 536,000 people in need. This is almost the entire San Francisco population. I do not think all San Francisco residents need marijuana for their sickness. I wonder, is this because there is a big profit, so the MCD owner wants these MCD stores open in Sunset District? Thank you.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, translator, could you please repeat the no applause?
Not a joke.
And people can wave their hands, but we don't want to disrupt the proceedings. So people can silently wave their hands, but we want to keep things
再
moving.
強調就係話呢個聽證嘅理事即係理事團體啦，係唔容忍任何嘅喝彩附和。請你哋唔好拍手掌或者喝彩，你會即係騷擾咗呢個過程。所以如果你想你喐手可以，但係唔好出聲，唔好拍手。
Thank you.
唔該。
Welcome.
Yes, we are from the Sunset Healthy Families. I volunteers here, and we work with from 80 to 100 parents. I am Mary Ma, and I'm a retired licensed clinical social worker. For 32 years, I work at the Center for Special Problems, a mental health clinic under the City and County of San Francisco. Now I volunteer to promote healthy families because I have seen and heard too many tragic, dysfunctional life stories of cycle of violence and victimization. One major contributor is early exposure to marijuana, the gateway to substance abuse and life filled with poor judgment. Marijuana has been linked with depression and anxiety, as well as suicide ideation among adolescents. Research has suggested that in people with a genetic risk for developing schizophrenia, smoking marijuana during adolescence may increase the risk of developing psychosis and for its developing at an earlier age. When a person uses marijuana, the marijuana can increase his heartbeat from 70 beats per minute to 120 or more per minute, which can increase the risk of heart attack and stroke. This can be life-threatening, especially to preschoolers. The incident of 19 people in a party who ate gummy candy containing marijuana were hospitalized, and one of them, a 9-year-old boy, was treated in intensive unit, highlight the potential danger of MCD near children program facility, especially preschool. In July of 2013, researchers writing in JAMA Pediatric determined accidental ingestion of marijuana by young children is on the rise and carries serious risk. The great danger appears to be toddlers and young children who accidentally find cookies or candies laced with marijuana, and teens acquiring marijuana edibles in school without knowing how potent the drug-infused food is. These are some of the reasons why so many of our parents, those who live in Sunset or have children attending the Ark of Hope preschool, private home, child care, Help You Learn, after-school program, or other children's program in Sunset, are against the proposed MCD on Noriega Street. The risk of putting our children in harm's way is too high. The parents are very concerned about the safety, health, and mental health of their children. The MCD owners say they never have any problem with the MCD near children's facility. We say they just don't want to hear it. When children complain about how come it smells so stinky here, it's a problem. When the director at the Ark of Hope preschool had to call the police in several occasions because someone smoked marijuana in front of their preschool door, it's a problem. And when children got hospitalized because they ate edible marijuana products from unknown sources, it's a big problem. We know some mental health problems and social problems do not service until years later. The California Health and Safety Code to prohibit MCD from locating within 1,000 feet of a community facility is to protect children. And I urge of you not to, they claim that is outside of the 1,000 feet. We question that. And the also thing is the children are walking in that area. It will be crossing the MCD store. And so we feel that our children also have the right to be protected under this law. So do not cherry pick to discriminate against our neighbor children and our youth. They have the right to be protected. And also, please do not ignore our concern or label it as unfounded fear or misled by a group called PJI. We don't even know about PJI. We haven't communicated with them. So we parents are speaking from our own experience and our own concern. So do not label us or connect us with another group. So please do not permit the MCD open in the Noriega site. They need to find another place away from children. We must take a proactive prevention approach to keep our Noriega neighborhood safe, drug-free, to raise healthy families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ma. Next group, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. We are the Sunset Motherhood Association. We are very concerned and worried about the proposed MCD on 2505 Noriega Street. We have thorough discussion about what a MCD will affect our kids. Here are the facts that marijuana can impact our children. On July 7, 2017, ABC reported that in Northwest Indiana, there were 11 teenagers from 18 to 19 years old that needed to be hospitalized after eating gummy bear marijuana edibles. These marijuana edibles look the same as normal gummy candies. They all show symptoms including consistent confusion, rapid heart rate, lethargy, and high blood pressure. On August 8, 2016, there were 19 people, 13 aged from 6 to 18, that have eaten gummy candies at the 15th birthday party that were most likely marijuana edibles. They all showed symptoms consistent with the effects of edible cannabis, including rapid heart rate, high blood pressure, lethargy, and confusion. As a result, they all have to be hospitalized for 3 days. In December 2014, Oklahoma authorities reported a man with marijuana both in his system and in his possession drove onto incoming traffic, crashing into another vehicle and killing the driver. In May 2014, a study published by the University of Colorado School of Medicine found that the proportion of marijuana-positive drivers involved in fatal motor vehicle crashes in Colorado have increased dramatically since the commercialization of medical marijuana in the middle of 2009. In March 2014, a 19-year-old college student jumped to his death after eating marijuana-laced cookie purchased at a licensed marijuana store in Colorado. In February 2014, researchers from Germany determined the death of 2 apparently healthy young men were in fact the reason of marijuana. After exclusion of other cause of death, they assumed that the young man died from cardiovascular complications evoked by smoking marijuana. All the above mentioned facts and many more incidents already illustrate the damages to kids and neighborhood. Our kids often go to church, which is right across the street from the MCD site. The local cafe, Donut Time, and TJ Cup, which is on 2434 Noriega Street, which is only 200 feet away from the proposed MCD. We are worried and feel very uncomfortable that they will be exposed to the proposed MCD on 2505 Noriega Street. Lastly, Mr. Shannon Walton, president of the San Francisco Board of Education, in his letter to the Planning Department on June 17, recommended that MCD should not be located in a highly condensed residential community. These are the preschools that is around the proposed marijuana MCD proposed, and these are the letters and signatures from parents from the preschool. There are 207 of them. So, Commissioner, please vote no to the MCD in our community, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next group, please.
I'm speaking on behalf of Caroline Young, PD Nutrition for 26 years. That's what
I'm
she
sorry,
said.
ma'am. What's the name of the organization?
Smart approach to marijuana. Number 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is what she said. I'm opposed to having a dispensary in a mostly residential neighborhood. Having a dispensary here would increase accessibility and perception of its acceptability. There are only 8 states now that have passed the recreational use of marijuana, those adults 21 years or older. It is like dangling candy in front of children. In fact, marijuana is sold as candy, lollipops, cotton candy, brownies, etc., that are harmful to the developing brain of children, preteens, teens, and minors, and even to young adults in the early 20s. There are over 10 educational centers and schools, including Peace School, elementary, middle, 4 high schools, and San Francisco State U. Most are within walking distance and within 1 to 2 miles of the proposed site. We are concerned citizens have seen an increase in the number of young people driving drunk. We don't want to see more people driving high on marijuana. Thank you for your attention to this very concerned matter.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Dr. Wing Lim, and I'm a resident of the Sunset District right in that area on 32nd and Pacheco. It's only 2 blocks away from the proposed site. And being there, many times I walk through that intersection or drive through that intersection, and I know that intersection really well. It's a kind of very, very busy intersection. In fact, back in May, I was there standing on the corner of 32nd and Noriega, right in front of the proposed site. And as I was talking to a friend, just for about 5 minutes, there were approximately 4 to 5 near traffic incidents there, right at the intersection. And you can hear the horns blaring and the skidding of tires and honking and endangered pedestrians as they stopped and tried to avoid the cars that were coming through the intersection. And it just reminded me of how busy that intersection is. That intersection that's a 2-way stop is just really something that is so busy and almost a hazard. Then I thought about, what if the dispensary was opened up in that intersection and the increased traffic that would come there because of that, even more of a hazard? And if I would tolerate more traffic in my community, in that busy area, right in the prime area where I shop and my wife shops, I would probably rather have like a restaurant open up for families, something that my families would enjoy to do. And not an MCD that doesn't really match or blend or even approved by the majority of the people in that area of the Sunset. So I ask you all to please reconsider to not have that proposal to open up the dispensary there, because it surely isn't the flavor of that part of Sunset. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next group, please.
Sir, do you have 3 speakers with your group?
No.
Then you cannot be recognized as organized opposition.
But you're more than welcome. You can speak during public comment after we open it up for organized opposition. Thank you. Next group, please. Yeah, you can put the picture right there, face up, and it'll come on the screen.
It'll come up. SFGov TV will put it on as soon as you start speaking.
There you go.
In fact, it's up now. What's the name of your group, ma'am?
We are the Sunset District Volunteers Association.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just pull the mic down a little bit so we can hear you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can I speak now?
Sure, go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Wendy.
I've been living.
Just again, sorry, I just want to be. We want to be able to hear you. So pull the mic down just closer to your.
My time is running out.
No, we'll pause it for you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Wendy. I've been living in Sunset for 26 years. I'm one of the volunteers who just stepped up recently to help our neighborhood, which has been brutally portrayed as hate group of LGBT. Here is one of the signs that I made. Here's a sign that I made that no divisiveness. So I was in a meeting on March 3rd, 2017 to meet with the co-owners and the project sponsor, Mr. Hui and Ms. Guan. The speakers were 20 minutes late, and the liaison, Ms. Jing Guan, did not even show up in the meeting. Our neighbors' reaction, as you have seen from the media, was shouting, chanting, frustrated, and even angry. The chaotic meeting was dismissed, and we were promised to have another meeting in the bigger room. Next morning, some media described us as mobs, living in their own little world, an uncivilized group. 2 months later, May 3rd, there was a community meeting held by the project sponsor at Noriega Library, Ortega Library. About 70 people were waiting quietly, but it was canceled. It was canceled in the last minute. No apology was made. Later, we realized that this meeting was a rally which was manipulated by the project sponsor to portray us, again, hate group. Since then, we noticed that Nextdoor app and mass media in Sunset neighborhood, who opposed this MCD site was labeled as hate group again and again. People who know Sunset area, it's hard to imagine that we are the hate group. This is indeed a smear campaign, which is vicious, divisive, hurtful, and irresponsible. We don't hate, we do love. For our communities, we found Sunset Volunteers Group using our own money and volunteer time, print flyers for merchant window display. We have overwhelming opposition signatures from our local merchants and immediate neighbors. Commissioners, our volunteers worked days and nights until 4 a.m. last night just to make this presentation for your easy reference, because the project sponsor dropped off the new signatures to the planning department 24 or maybe 36 hours before the hearing date. I have a mom who has cancer, and her life was told that up to August. But I spent weeks and weeks of time to help our Sunset neighbors. In our projection here, not projection, but map distribution, we have very clear number that we collected from both ends. As you see, this side on my right is the sponsor's signatures. They claim that they have 660 people. That's fine. But then our illustration is 459. In Sunset area, they have 660 people, but they claim that they have 3,900 people who needs the medical marijuana. Number don't lie. A few days ago, when I read the staff report, I noticed that the sponsor spent numerous time and hours to visit high-profile politician figures, nonprofit organizations, and other merchants, but not even one public meeting with our neighbors, immediate neighbors. It is arrogant, irrespectful, irresponsible of the project sponsor. As Sunset Volunteers, we have no political connection, no financial resources, whereas the project sponsor is well connected politically and financially. We know our voice is weak, but we trust that our system is still working for the people of San Francisco and the neighbors of the community. Tonight, we are here for land use hearing, which could be a very straightforward process. However, it becomes a battleland of political war. It is very heartbroken to see that one of the hardworking and family communities is being attacked.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Commissioner, I trust that your voice is
Ma'am, your
fair
time
and
is up.
independent without any political pressure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next group, please. Thank you.
Again, if you could state the name of your group and the number of people you represent.
Norega Mission Association. My
Thank
name is Yuki Tai, one of the members of Norega Mission Association. I'm the owner of Ming Tai Wonton on 2455 Norega Street, and we are about 50 feet.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just wait for that door to close, please. All right, wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. And we are about 50 feet away from the proposed MCD on 2505 Norega Street. We have been in business at the same location for 16 years. When I took over my father's business over 10 years ago, I fell in love with this unique, well-diversified, friendly, and peaceful neighborhood where everybody knows each other by names. Commissioner, if you have never been our community before, please stop by our 3 blocks, like commercial area where we can find all kinds of food and neighborhood service, such as spa, travel agency, fresh grocery, bakery, Subway, and different kind of restaurants. Believe it or not, there's a shop that repairs old clocks and watches. On the other hand, we also have the most trendy teenager hangout place called TJ Cups, which is about 60 feet away from the proposed MCD. Recently, we are told that the proposed MCD is located on 2505 Norega Street. We are all in shock. This is not the right location for this community. Very often, our young kids from Ark of Hope will walk on narrow sidewalk. With no other choices, our children will walk right in front of the proposed MCD location. So on the piece of paper. Furthermore, most of our customers feel very uncomfortable of having MCD in the neighborhood, and that they will avoid coming to shop and dine in the area. As long-term merchant on the Norega Street, we constantly being reminded by our customer that this MCD location is not appropriate for the community. They don't want their young kids exposed to marijuana, especially when recreational marijuana will be effective in just 5 months. Among the merchants, we can foresee that this unique community will be significant change to a negative way. Less existing customer and no increasing new customer coming from different areas. Commissioner, each community has its own unique character. We should allow our local residents to preserve their comfortable and peaceful lifestyle. To support our community, we post signs on no CD on our windows. On behalf of Norega Merchant Association, I'm turning in this opposition to MCD signed by our merchants, including the adjacent neighbor across the street and in the block. That's the signature of the thing that I mentioned about. Please vote no to MCD. Thank you.
Next group of organized opposition, please.
I've written it by script. Should I give it to you? For the
Just put it down right there. Yeah.
Sorry.
What's the name of your organization?
Sunset Parent Club.
Thank you.
My name is Billy, and I live three door down from the proposed site for MCD. I live in Sunset for over 37 years, and I'm deeply disturbed and aggravated by the proposed site. I'm here to oppose granting the permit to the medical MCD medical dispensary because I do respect that people are in pain and do need marijuana for medical treatment, but I don't believe the MCD are here to serve the patients at all. The owner of Ryan Hudson, Jean Quan, and their husband are liars. The biggest lie they have is that the access to the marijuana is only restricted to the patient that need it. That is a lie. All they want is to make a lot of money and create a bigger client base by exploiting our kid in the neighborhood. The reason I'm saying it, most of all, I'm here today to tell a personal story. A personal loss to expose the lies of all MCD. The ease of marijuana access provided by the MCD has caused the tragic death of my brother. My brother has died from marijuana, obtained easily from MCD 11 years ago. He fell over a bridge into a rain drainage while riding a bike. The doctor at the emergency has told me that my brother has lost control of the bike because he has too much marijuana in his body. He does not have any need to use the marijuana, but he got the prescription easily for the medical marijuana from a physician like Jean Kwan's husband. This is why I say Jean Kwan and her husband and the owner are liars. And this is the picture, I'm not sure if I can project it, of my brother in the hospital. For 11 years, I've been asking myself, and only if I have been more aware of how easy it is for anyone to get marijuana from MCD. My brother is forever silent now, and he cannot tell you how wrong it is. But I'm here today, and I cannot keep my silence. And I have to speak it out for my brother, and I have to speak it out for the kids next door. And my brother died because MCD has made it easy for him to get marijuana, not for the patient. For 11 years, I just want to tell you what it is like for a mother to lose a son. 11 years after my brother died, my mother, while having lunch with me, she told me that she worried about the MCD next door, about the exposure of our family, my niece and nephew to MCD, and especially Keith. Keith is my brother's name. She paused and looked me in the eyes for a long time, and I have not seen so much pain and sorrow in her eyes. I'm not sure if you ever experienced the loss of a family unexpectedly and suddenly. When the loss is so severe, your mind plays tricks on you to make you forget, to elevate the pain. My mom has just forgotten about my brother's death for a while. The discussion of the MCD itself all of a sudden bring all this back and make her relieve the pain all over again. She is 3 doors away from the MCD. The MCD store will make my mom relieve the pain over and over every day. Things as simple as a walk past the MCD store will remind her of my brother's death. The MCD will add salt to the wound of our family and remind me of my loss every day. I don't want to come here again to tell you yet another tragic story of my family.
Thank you, sir.
Or a kid.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Please, I urge you to deny the
Thank you,
permit.
sir.
Thank you.
Next group of organized opposition, please. It will come up.
Hi, I'm speaking on for behalf of the Noriega employee groups. These signatures here are collected from 76 individuals that work in that neighborhood. They want their voice to be heard. They are concerned about their livelihood. They are concerned about the impact for them. And my name is Peter Wong. I am reading this letter that by Dear Commissioner, this is Stephen Chan and wish to come to the hearing due to work schedule. I am not able to. I'm hereby authorizing Peter Wong to represent me to read my letter and his individual copy of it. And the letter is addressed to the planning department, planning commissioner, district supervisor, assembly member, senator. And it starts off at, I am writing to you from the respective perspective of a concerned resident on 31st Avenue, the Sunset District 4. In hope of you reading this letter and understanding the negative impact of Prop 64 for the approval of opening of MCD marijuana store on 2505 Noriega Street, will have on my family, livelihood, and community. To give you some background, I have been a faithful resident of the Sunset community for over 40 years. It was the first and only place I felt comfortable. In setting in to raise my family, I found a sense of community, cultural diversity, and safe. That was a perfect place to raise my family. There is currently a marijuana dispensary on 843 Howard Street, San Francisco, near my workplace at 851 Howard Street. This already have put a hardship for me at work as the scent of marijuana permeates the entire neighborhood day in and day out and distract me from doing my job. I have accepted this in my workplace as I must continue to earn a living. But will do everything in my power to prevent this happening in my neighborhood and community. So I urge you to prevent the marijuana dispensary to enter our community, as it will negatively impact not just the future of the neighborhood, but its residents. Thank you, Stephen Chan. So this is his letter, asked me to read in front of it to be on record. Now, these are signs that I look up and able to capture. This sign is right on Telfair Street, right next to an Italian restaurant that's been there many years. And notice this, actually the company owned the sign. I'm going to point that out later. Here is another sign that proves the point. This company will strictly do delivery of marijuana. You can order grocery, you can order your prescription drug, but marijuana with an apps. This sign is right on Telfair Street next to a 76 gas station. And I'm sure that is not put up by the project sponsor, but it's in the same industry. And so and there are other signs along the street. Well, some people might say, why don't you object to beer? I have no objection to it. And I want to point out is this sign is owned by Clear Channel, a different company, hopefully more reputable. But the two other signs, this one, I'm not sure. I would think everybody that live in Sunset or San Francisco question. It doesn't talk about the medical benefit. I do see doctor, and maybe I play trick on you, having the signpost right in front of it. But what you see is Weed Map, High, Bay Area. Well, what are the people that working in the neighborhood and living there should think of this industry? It seems like when they suit them, they said it's MCD. When it need to be drawing more customer, they said about getting high, getting marijuana. And this particular project sponsor, he have many business already. And this is from their website associated with opening in Berkeley.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
I'll leave this.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Teresa Duque. I'm the Executive Director for San Francisco Community Empowerment Center. The bigger concern is that this case may set a precedent that MCD can be open right next to the churches and preschool. The excuses of San Francisco Planning Department is that preschool students usually stay in home in school the whole day, and that this is not considered as a school. But this is far from the truth. And a preschool indeed is a school. It is a typical case of local government working with larger companies to step on smaller companies and minorities like us. The big question is why a profit-oriented company selling marijuana be given priority over children, over parents, over preschool, over churches, smaller company, and minority. This MCD application must be rejected.
Thank you. My name is Ellen. I'm a social worker. I am a social worker and responsible for a lot of different communities. Our agency is responding and reply to a lot of complaints that is set forward in here today. As a social worker, we have the responsibility to advocate for the powerless, for the voiceless, and for the immigrants who do not or may not understand the laws that is set forth to them, that it's in danger. Who knows what that it created from this location. I studied the more than 400 pages of the analysis that you guys put in online. Thank you. And I appreciate that 7 of you can pay attention, please. I kind of stood in there and watched, and many of you, or some of you, and playing on the phone, that we, the people, took a day off to come here to let you know it is the voice that cannot be said and wants us, the social workers, to be here and let you know the law says any facility that has kids under 18 years old should be respected. The MCD should not be next to them. In this case, you have a lot of kids next to this proposed location. And the law also says from the state level, anybody who opposed within 1,000 feet should be respected. You're thinking about property owners. You're thinking about people who live there for life. They're going to die in that neighborhood. You're bringing something that is damage to their daily life. And you have different opposed groups. We had 18 different groups, and many of them are elderly. And you know, San Francisco, there's a lot of crimes that target elderly. Yes, culturally, they are afraid. Yes, the kids have learned from what is right, what's wrong, that you, 7 of you tonight, can make these changes and advocate for kids, for seniors, and for people who live there cannot sell their house overnight and get out of there. But you can. And as you can see from the 408 pages of analysis today, people took many days to oppose. And the owners in here, former Mayor Jin Kwan, both of them and their partners, 4 of the applicants, had approached many of the Chinese agencies to allow them to speak, to tell them how good marijuana are. I am a social worker. We are not opposed patients who have safe access for marijuana. It is a choice for people to take marijuana if they are in pain, if they have cancer, if they're dying, if they have HIV, if they are having AIDS. We know that. It's the law says in there. But we are here today to oppose. They should not be open at 2505 Noriega Street because You have so many merchants, so many employees, so many neighbors next door, and so many children said it to you, protect us. Can you protect us? We cannot sell our house. We cannot move. We cannot just go away. But the people put this MCD in there. What people going to do? Are you going to protect them 24/7? So I appreciate your time, and thank you for doing the right thing, protect people. No MCD on this 2505 Noriega. Thank you.
Thank you.
Respect our community. No MCD on Noriega.
What's the name of your group?
SFCEC, San Francisco Community Empowerment Center.
We are in the item number 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, good evening. My name is Ray Hackey. I'm an attorney with the Pacific Justice Institute. I represent Ark of Hope Preschool, which is located not 600 feet from the proposed MCD on Noriega Avenue. Now, I'm here to let you guys know that Prop 64 or no Prop 64, the law is not on the side of the proponents of this MCD. I refer you to the Juvenile Drug Trafficking and Schoolyard Act of 1988, which codifies a longstanding California public policy of keeping illegal drugs, and make no mistake, marijuana is still an illegal substance under federal law, as far away from children as humanly possible. You know, there are certain evils attendant to the drug trade, including secondary dealing. People could purchase marijuana from the MCD and turn around and sell it to kids on the street. Addiction and the related evils, you know, the physical and psychological damage, turning to a life of crime or drug dealing themselves to support their habit, the harassment and threats and physical endangerment to children by the criminal elements that a business with large quantities of cash on hand and illegal drugs will draw to the neighborhood. I also refer you to federal law. Under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, or RICO, it is a federal crime to aid and abet the commission of a federal crime. And if the City and County of San Francisco Planning Commission approves this MCD, that is exactly what you will be doing. You will be facilitating a federal crime. And I'm here to put you on notice that the people of the Sunset District will hold you accountable if you pass this MCD. I also refer you to the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, the Equal Protection Clause. Now, the laws I refer you to Section 790.141A of the San Francisco Municipal Code. Now, this law states that that an MCD cannot set up shop within 1,000 feet of a public or private elementary school. Now, this represents a recognition on the part of, you know, the city and county that children do need to be protected from the evils of the illegal drug trafficking trade. However, this law does not go far enough. The ordinance would be subject to the rational basis test, which has 3 prongs, each of which the law does fail. The first law the first prong is a plausible public policy reason. The preschoolers who attend Ark of Hope and the children who attend worship services at a neighboring church are every bit as vulnerable to the evils of drug trafficking as children at schools, community facilities, or recreation centers, if not more so. There also needs to be a rational basis for the clarification or for the classification. And there is no set of facts. In fact, there is an opposite set of facts, which indicates that, you know, that it is in the best interest of children to keep places like this as far away from children as possible. Now, MCDs are a relatively recent phenomenon, but they are akin to another type of business that legally dispenses intoxicating substances, namely bars and taverns. You know, it is stated under Schaub's Incorporated versus the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control that bars and taverns may be entirely prohibited or permitted under such circumstances as will limit to the utmost their evils. On top of that, you know, any regulations should be construed in favor or against applicants for license within prescribed areas. And now these areas, we're talking about areas that are intrinsic draws for children. Okay, and on top of that, there's a and it's not just those types of businesses. There are adult-oriented businesses, adult bookstores, and adult movie theaters. Those best serve the public when they are genuinely removed from places where children congregate. They need to be in a place where their secondary effects will have the least impact on children. And finally, there's the third prong of the rational basis test, which is that the distinctions cannot be arbitrary or irrational. Now, obviously, the goal of Section 790.141A is to protect children, and that is a worthy goal, and it's a goal that you shoot for, but it doesn't go far enough.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Next group, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening. I appreciate your hard work. My name is Frank Lee, President of OJE. A good way of conflict resolution is to put yourselves in other people's shoes. I would like to ask everybody to put yourselves in the shoes of Mary Payne, the owner and principal of Arch of Hope Preschool, which is a state-registered preschool, having operated for over 10 years. But now their parents of these schools are telling Mary that they're going to take their children out of the school if an MCD is to be opened within 500 feet of this school, violating California law. Now, the excuse of San Francisco Planning Department is that preschool students actually never get out of the school during the daytime, but that is far from the truth. According to Mary Payne and many school principals, they actually take out students to the nearby streets on a regular basis. And at least several times, they ran into people smoking marijuana, and they got to call the police at least once. So this is actually a major concern of them and the parents. But the planning department actually never really talked to them on this issue. Even after Mary wrote them a detailed letter, they did not respond to her. They just went ahead to approve the application. So somebody asked me, hey, Frank, is this gross negligence? No wonder, everybody is sympathetic with Mary Payne. When she was interviewed in front of City Hall a couple of weeks ago by a large crowd of reporters, her testimony was broadcast and published everywhere. Every single reporter who came that day published or broadcast her story. Now, as for the parents of the preschool, they actually also have been stressed out. They are trying to find another school to take their children to. But can they? Basically, no. If the San Francisco Planning Department insists on allowing MCDs to be open almost right next to preschools, they have nowhere to go. How can local government and MCDs be imposing on our children and preschools like this? Are we in the United States? Now, the leaders and members of Holy Spirit Lutheran Church and San Francisco Chinese Baptist Church also, have been very worrisome. The planning department also did not contact them, but they are actually also within 500 feet of this proposed MCD. And for the Lutheran Church, they're actually right across the street. And they are also a location of Mayor Ed Lee's youth program with young people coming in and out all the time. So they are very concerned, and they got 500 signatures of the nearby merchants and residents, and almost all the merchants nearby on Noriega Street have signed, because many of them will have to close their business, just like Mary Payne will have to do. So this is terrible. The big question is, why are profit-oriented companies selling marijuana be given priority over children, parents, preschools, churches, small companies, and minorities? Why? If San Francisco City and the Planning Department force the issue, it would certainly tarnish the reputation of the city of San Francisco, as well as that of the medical marijuana industry as a whole. And my guess is this case would be dragged on for years to come in the court. So for the betterment of everybody, will you please reject this MCD? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
My name is Jenny. No MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next group, please.
My name is Bernie Chung. Thank you very much for your time, commissioners. I'm the senior pastor of San Francisco Chinese Baptist Church. Several longtime elderly citizens in the Sunset area have informed me that at times they can smell the marijuana smoke. The smoke can permeate a much longer distance than a cigarette. It is harder for an elderly to bear. For those of us younger than the seniors, we can hold our breath for 10 to 15 seconds and quickly walk past the secondhand smoke. But it is much harder for the elderly to do the same. This will discourage the seniors from traveling in certain areas or require the seniors to make longer detours. This will cause an undue hardship for the residents in the Sunset neighborhood, including young people and small children. We have an elementary school and preschool nearby. Therefore, this is one of the reasons that the Sunset residents are against MCD. We have an outdoor playground and also an atrium for playtime. When the children smell the smoke, they all ask, "What is that stinky smell?" So it is affecting our children's health and our outdoor activities. From the business standpoint, it is hard for us to understand why it is necessary to open an MCD store for customers who are from outside of the Sunset area. However, it makes more sense to open an MCD in the area where you have more local residents who need that kinds of medical service. In fact, medical cannabis is fully accessible by mail order. Therefore, we urge you all, please disapprove MCD in the Sunset area. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, my name is Walter Hoy. I'm the founder of the Frederick Douglass Foundation of California. Let me get right to it. When I was in jail, every drug dealer I met knew that marijuana was the easiest way to addict young clients. Every drug dealer. They all knew that marijuana was addictive and that the younger the client was, the more dependent he or she would become on drug use later on in their life. In 2006 alone, over 290,000 people entered drug treatment programs to kick their marijuana addiction. Now, we don't have to go to jail to know this. The facts are in the public square. If we care about our young people, if we care about our families, if we care about our neighborhoods, we won't legalize marijuana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next group, please.
Dear commissioners, my name is Wen. I work for a high-tech company, and
What is the group? What is the group?
American Family Association. So, as far as I know, there's a lot of high-tech company. They still consider marijuana as a very serious drug, and during the background check, they will definitely check whether you have that kind of drug history. And again, I just want to say that, from the medical cannabis dispensary application packet that I found online, There is a dispensary proximity which that is designed to protect children. So again, as other group also have mentioned, the proximity is that it's not within 1,000 feet of elementary or secondary school, public or private. So again, in this case, many group has mentioned that there is a lot of young children in this area. So again, I urge that you reconsider this proposal, and I'll turn it over to Richard.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Frank Botmal. I've born and raised in San Francisco, lived here all my life, and so if you look at my face, you know I've been here a long time. I've had a lot of time in San Francisco. I was taking a walk probably about a couple of weeks ago, and I saw the signs on the old drugstore, and I was getting concerned. So I just would like to tell you what happened up in, I know this isn't San Francisco, it is Pueblo, Colorado. I'll read it from this doctor there. I recently finished my residency in emergency medicine and began to practice in Pueblo, Colorado. I grew up there. I was excited to return home. However, when I returned home, the Pueblo I once knew has drastically changed. Where there were once hardware stores, animal feed shops, homes along dotted farms, I now found marijuana shops, and a lot of them. As of January 2016, there were 424 retail marijuana shops, stores in Colorado, compared with 202 McDonald's. And then he goes on to say that the new commercialized pot that they're selling now has 20% of the THC, which is the psychoactive component of cannabis. And he says this is a tenfold increase in potency, doesn't include other formulations that also can be harmful. I just think that, well, like in San Francisco, what have we got? We got 14 McDonald's and a little over 30 of the pot shops now, so we're probably about the same percent as they are. And I also like to, I saw this thing on the the internet by, it was April 19th, 2017, and by the California Supreme and Court Ethics Committee advises judges against investments in marijuana enterprises. The California Court Committee on Judicial Ethics Opinions has adopted a formal opinion advising judges that maintaining any interest in an enterprise that involves recreation or medical marijuana is incompatible with the obligation to follow the law under the California Code of Ethics. The committee advises that maintaining any interest in an enterprise that involves the cultivation, the production, the manufacture, the transportation, or sale of the medical recreational marijuana is incompatible with the judge's obligation under the California Code of Ethics to comply with the law. The committee also concluded that a judge's disregard of a federal law would create an appearance of impropriety and cast doubt on the judge's ability to act impartially, particularly in marijuana-related cases. Judges are more, therefore, advised against making or maintaining any investments. Thank you for your time.
I would like to just say, protect the children. If you don't hear anything else, protect the children.
Thank you. Next group, please.
For me. Hi, I'm Dr. Lynn Fox. I'm a professor emerita from San Francisco State University for the last 25 years, adolescent development specialist, have worked in all areas, elementary and secondary.
Excuse me, Dr. Fox, what group are you representing?
I'm representing CALM, which is Californians Against Legalizing Marijuana. I have 35 years of experience in this field, not only with marijuana, but most of the other drugs. I'm an educational researcher and the co-author of a textbook called Creating Drug-Free Schools and Communities. None of these and none of the activities I'm involved in, especially CALM, receive financial benefits from this area, which is unfortunately a very common thing that is on the table. I think most of these 500 Sunset residents that have been in this room and in the halls for the last 5 hours are basically asking you to protect their children and their communities from this dispensary on Noriega, which is very close to a number of schools that I have worked with over these 25 years, especially Lincoln High School, St. Ignatius, AP Giannini, and then there are about 8 elementary schools, 5 preschools. A lot of children can be affected by this. Now, the research basically has shown that adolescents especially will get involved in using drugs if they think it is harmless and if it is readily available or accessible. So this is something to take into consideration as you make your decisions. The average age of first use is about 12.2 years. So there, you can see where the concern comes in. That's basically a 6th or a 7th grade student. The sooner they use, the more likely they are going to be addicted or to go to other drugs that many people think are harder drugs, but my knowledge base is marijuana is one of the worst drugs out there. Basically, that leads them to earlier addiction. And then the problem with adolescents, and this is where I'm coming in as my specialty, adolescents go through 5 areas of development. Intellectual. Marijuana has been shown to affect 8 IQ points. Can you imagine if 100 is a normal IQ, you take off 8, you're basically looking at individuals who are functioning way below their potential. Other things that are very important to know about is the effect on the brain, problem-solving, decision-making is affected, the violence and the bullying behavior. Why do you think we have so much bullying going on? Because of the extreme anger and the acting out by these youth using drugs. The dropout rate, which has steadily increased, especially in San Francisco Unified Schools. Again, I know from first experience. You're looking at about $1 million lost to school and income of individuals themselves and the other disadvantages of that. Psychological development, mental illness, just take this one into consideration. 7.5 times more likely are marijuana users that started young will commit suicide. The last thing that I want to share is just basically the information that adolescents tell me. First of all, if it's accessible, they're going to use it. The trends that they have is not like us to get a high and a buzz. They get stoned. They get stoned out of their mind and even want to pass out. The media glorifies all this, especially this summer of love, you know, so they don't know that there are consequences to it. And unfortunately, many of the individuals are, let's see, their models and the people that have turned them on, unfortunately, are their parents. So I ask you to take all of this information into consideration and protect our children. Thank you.
Hello, I live in the Sunset. I work in the Sunset. This is my kids. So I want you guys to protect my kids. My kids. And you think about your kids too. You have family too. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Next group, please.
This one? Either one?
Yeah, that mic there.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Dr. Patricia Sang. I represent Herald Cancer Care. I am a retired family physician and acupuncturist. I remember in the 1990s, there were 2 cases where plaintiffs won large awards suing doctors for negligence in failing to prescribe adequate painkillers to terminal cancer patients. As a reaction, several states, including California, passed pain laws, giving all pain sufferers, not just cancer patients, the right to demand opiates of their choice. Doctors who were reluctant to prescribe them were required to inform patients that there are available pain specialists who could prescribe with impunity narcotics. At the time, I felt this law would lead to widespread addiction, but I did not voice an opinion. Now, 20 years later, our country is suffering the biggest opioid addiction epidemic ever known. I want to point out in medicine, we must recognize 2 principles. Every treatment has risk and benefits. The risk-benefit ratio must be weighed in light of each case. The risk of addiction is low for cancer patients, and the benefit is high. The risk is low because they have a short life expectancy. But you cannot use the same thinking for chronic pain sufferers who have a longer life expectancy because the risk of addiction outweighs the benefit. And I think the California laws about pain did not recognize this principle. Applying that principle to marijuana, we know it does benefit patients with glaucoma. It lowers the eye pressure. Cancer patients suffering from pain, nausea, vomiting, poor appetite. It does relieve muscle spasms for multiple sclerosis patients. However, for the general population, the risk, as has been enumerated by many of the speakers, outweighs the benefits. And we need to ask the question, are there other treatments that we can use that are safer than marijuana? And I would say definitely yes. I think one of the pro speakers mentioned that this woman needed her marijuana for back pain. I have treated hundreds of patients with back pain without using marijuana. And I find acupuncture works very well with no side effects. George Santayana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." 20 years ago, I foresaw that our flawed pain laws allowing easy access to opioids would lead to widespread opioid addiction. Today, I regret not having voiced my concern. Members of this commission, my hope is that 20 years from now, you will not regret doing nothing to stem the tide of easy access to marijuana. San Francisco is suffering from a growing homelessness crisis. Our nation faces increasing motor vehicle fatalities from impaired drivers. Our nation's scholastic ranking in the world is low. For math, out of 34 countries, we rank 25th. You heard that the effects on brain function is very deleterious. There is a loss of concentration, loss of focus, trouble with math and verbal communication, And, okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So, Jonas, it appears we don't have are the organized opposition groups? We're done with all the organized groups, sir. Okay.
Okay. All right. Great.
Well,
So
you
we
can let
should-
people in to fill the room.
We should.
We're gonna start bringing them in 10, finish the public comment in here, sir, and then start bringing them in 10 at a time so we can cycle through. Is that okay with the board? Commissioner?
Sure, that's all right. But people can certainly fill the seats too if they'd like to, instead of waiting outside.
And I think we'll start with those members who are disabled or seniors first. Ma'am, would you like to?
We'll open it up to public comment here. People will have 2 minutes. You can line up on the screen side of the room.
And then also those persons in need of interpreters.
I think it's going to be tough to prioritize, Jonas.
My name is Carol Crooks. I live in Oakland, and I see Dr. Hewen. I had 2 back surgeries last year, one in May and one in September. The one in May was to inject, what do you call it? Epoxy glue into a shattered vertebra. And then I had sciatica, and I was starting to drag my right leg and foot, and I had a laminectomy in September. And then after a few weeks, I was admitted to acute rehab at a hospital in Oakland, and it was a 2-week program. It took me 3 weeks to do it, and I cried the first half of it because I was in such pain. But they had a neuropsychologist that talked me through breaking things down into small steps that I could achieve. And I did well, and I got out, and it came time for me to cut back on the opioids I was taking. And I was able to cut back, but I wasn't able to quit. I think 3 times I got up to the second day of being off the medication, and I was just too messed up. I hurt. So I went back to the doctor, and I asked about going to a pain doctor, and they said they didn't think I needed it. But I told them I couldn't quit the opioids, and my neighbor used medical marijuana, and she'd suggested it when I had cancer a few years ago, but I was afraid to use it. So I learned about CBDs and that they don't get you high. I don't smoke and I don't get high. I got the medical marijuana prescription, and I put a dropper full of medication under my tongue at night to take away the pain. And then it's been a month now that I've been off of it, but I'm starting to have pain in the morning. I have to keep up my exercises to be able to stand and sit and walk. And okay, I was through.
Thank
That was
you.
good timing.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jill Wins. I was a member of the San Francisco Board of Education for 24 years. In addition to that, I have been, actually my whole adult life, more than 30 years, a local, state, and nationally known advocate for children. I was the president of the California School Boards Association. I've sat on various boards connected to the National School Boards Association. And actually, one of my areas of interest and expertise has been comprehensive school health programs. I'm here to respectfully disagree with some of the previous speakers. One, I'd commend to you the evaluations of the wellness centers in San Francisco and the youth risk behavior surveys that we have showing drug use, including marijuana, tobacco use, and alcohol use by students in the San Francisco Unified School District declining and at an all-time low since the time we started doing the surveys. And I also want you to know that child advocates are not concerned about medical marijuana. In fact, in California, the well-regulated, and in this case, in my opinion, well-managed medical cannabis dispensaries are probably one of the most important ways that we can make sure that those people who need access to medical marijuana have that access and that children are protected. So, it's my opinion that we are seeing here organization that will do a good job to make sure that communities that need access have access to medical marijuana. Those include our diverse communities and communities in San Francisco that actually need not only access to their medication, but also the kind of education that you have heard described here. So I'm here really just to say again that I think that child advocates who actually have studied the data and know about this and see what's happened in those states that have legalized marijuana, that we have seen far better control and less access for children. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
hope you'll
Wentz.
approve this application.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Commission. My name is Joseph Ewald. I am a veteran, a recently honorable discharge captain from the United States Army who served my country for 11 years in the Republic of Korea, in 5th Special Forces Group, and in United States Central Command Forward Headquarters in Qatar, where I served in 5 Middle Eastern countries, 2 of them hostile to American forces. I am here to tell you that cannabis is the only way to save our veterans community from the blight of opioid addiction. The VA is no help to them. I know soldiers who have come back with physical scars, bullet wounds, who have become ridiculously addicted to prescription opioids, and when their scripts ran out and they couldn't get the fix, they turned to heroin and died. I know people who have come back with mental scars that could have been easily fixed by cannabis who were racked out from prescription drugs that the VA stuffed into their systems. You have heard a lot of misinformation and lies, and I empathize with this commission, and I praise you for your endurance of having to sit through it. But you sit in a unique opportunity to end this so-called reefer madness, because based on everything I've heard in this room today, not one legal challenge has been made to this organization to the letter of the law. They are fully in compliance with everything under the California state laws. They are above reproach. They even have veterans benefits programs where they offer discounts to veterans in need to make sure they can get proper treatment. They've done outreach to groups like Vet Group. They have gone above and beyond to be a symbol of the community. So I strenuously wish that you would rise above all this madness, think with logic and reason, and continue to honor the spirit of San Francisco, the state of California, and America by advancing it forward and supporting this proposition and make them the business, the community outreach that they can be. Make them a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Man Lam, resident of Outer Sunset District. Please save our children's future. I strongly oppose the opening of MCD location at 2505 Noriega Street and 32nd Avenue, San Francisco, California, 94122. Please save our children's future. Better environment for our better future taxpayers in San Francisco. Thank you for your attention. Please vote no on MCD. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ming Su. I'm a diabetes, but I came here since 11:30 a.m. until now. And I have no medicine and no food. That's why I have a cut to speak out. Our voice is that no MCD in Sunset. I'm a resident of Sunset. As for myself, I experienced the criminal in February 2014. I was robbed and I was pushed on the street and got emergency care to UCSF. And then my neighborhood, across my street, somebody get in their house and damage their inside decoration and got their valuable stuff out. And just Monday morning, my friend lived at Lawton and between Lawton and Malaga, 33rd Avenue. She was not home, and somebody got in her house, get everything worse. So it's very terrible in Sunset. The criminals are rising up, and our residents' ages are raising up two. So for our senior people, for happy to spend our remaining life, please stop MCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Su. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Tan Bitang. I will be sent to a friend of mine, dear doctor. She had no time to attend for right now, so they want me to be. First one, his name is called Simon Kwok. He's the acupuncture doctor in the Sunset area also. All the patients come to him, mostly have a pain problem. But the doctor never expect they use the marijuana. Because as soon as you take over marijuana, you feel the body you weak and soft. That means you don't have to do anything, because they really weak in the body, something like that. Second one is the good evening, Commissioner. My name is Johnson Lee. Yeah. I'm a physical therapy doctor. I'm in the Irving Street and Sunset area. So many of my patients come to me. They have all kinds of body problems, such as the back pain, chest muscle, or either sore leg, etc. I never expect them to use the marijuana, because when they use the marijuana, you're used to. So I make the body weak and weak. Yeah. Especially they have the penis the woman, very affect the health and very dangerous for the unborn the baby. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioner. I know you're very tired. I am too. But thank you for listening. My name is Ina Kwok. I'm an 80 years old octogenarian, seeing Sunset improving, improving with the banks, with the libraries, with parks, and even with road condition, with the wheelchair accessible for the four corners of the curbs of most of the street. Thank you for our mayor, the city workers, and our supervisor. But this is my opinion, but my neighbor also support my opinion and thinking. A permit is given to those profit motivating merchants to operate a marijuana outlet at a much bigger than needed shop in 2505 Noriega Street. This location is inappropriate for such. And I don't want to specify the illness of the effect of marijuana because it heard enough already. But if permit is given, then our senior and kids will be a long-term future victims of it. We are middle, lower income families, have no power in financial, political, or even media liaison. But we have unity. We have determination to believe that young kids, older peoples also have their rights to oppose. And that is in America, we have justice for all. Today, if you, Commissioner, make a decision to deny their permit to operate such, then you are making a most conscientious decision to stop them to pollute my area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
New MCD in the Sunset area, good for the children.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christy. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of the President of the Board of the Education, Sherman Watson. Dear Commissioner, I understand that the passage of Proposition 64 allows for the legality of the recreational marijuana use in the state of California. I don't personally have opposition to the marijuana use for the medicines or the recreational purposes. I am, however, against medical cannabis dispensaries being located in the residential community and in the area near school and other places where children gather and play. MCD should not be located in the residential community because of the negative environment effects that they could have increased traffic and criminals. I also have concerns with the fact that the marijuana usage continued to negatively affect the unemployment rates in the community of color. Regarding of the legalities around the marijuana usage, employers are not hiring individuals who cannot pass a substance abuse test. It also hampers the success of individuals. Although the proposed sites might be legal distance away from the school, they are still too close to church, community facilities, and other places children gather and walk past. It's inappropriate to expose young children or people to elements that could negatively affect their well-being. I am myself, I have 3 kids, and I also live in a Sunset neighborhood. We walk past by and we enjoy the neighborhood a lot, and we don't want to have MCD in the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Brianna Scott. I have a PhD in Learning and Developmental Science from Indiana University and currently work as a tenure-track professor of psychology, and I'm the mother of 3 young children. I'm here in support of the Apothecarium and would like to provide recent peer-reviewed research to help shine a light on some misunderstandings of marijuana's impact on youth drug use. In 2015, Dr. Deborah Hassan of Columbia University and colleagues reported very clear results. Quote, "Our findings, consistent with previous evidence, suggest that passage of state medical marijuana laws does not increase adolescent use of marijuana." Further, in a 2016 article published in the International Journal of Drug Policy, Dr. Melanie Wall and colleagues concluded that there's no evidence of a significant differential increase in youth marijuana use post-medical marijuana laws. Even more recently, in a 2017 study published in the academic journal Substance Use and Misuse, there was a longitudinal study of over 1,300 adolescents from 48 U.S. states and the District of Columbia. The results revealed no relationship between the state's marijuana legalization status and adolescent marijuana use. Lastly, Labato and colleagues published a 2016 2-year longitudinal study of over 4,000 adolescents. The main finding suggests that parental use of marijuana makes it 5 to 8 times more likely that an adolescent will use marijuana. This finding, to me, is not at all shocking. The vast majority of our children's behavior comes from modeling what we do as parents, what we show them through our own behaviors and attitudes. The developmental research is clear. Parents are the role models, not a storefront in the neighborhood. Kids will learn what is acceptable in their lives from their own homes. I hope you can take this research into consideration when making your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stop the hearing for 1 second. Can we have the sheriff's deputy? I understand that there are people outside that are need assistance walking, and they've been standing for hours, and I'd like to have them come in and sit down since there are available seats. Can somebody get the sheriff's deputy so I can ask him that? Hi there. Thank you. I understand that there are people outside that are senior and disabled that have been standing for hours. I know we have some seats in here. Would you, with the senior and disabled folks?
No, not really.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Okay. You know what? You're absolutely. Thank you. You're right. I get it. Thank you. You're right. There were a lot of complaints last time. We were, I guess, taken to task for letting people jump the line in that. So it is what it is. I understand. Okay. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Sonia Ng.
This is my husband, Tommy. We live in Sunset almost 40 years. Now retired. Today, we are here strongly against the marijuana shop open at 2505 Norway Street. We just like a lot of the seniors come today, spend few hours here. Some of the seniors even first time come to the City Hall for the public hearing. Why they spend few hours? Because they concern their safe and concern their health. The marijuana shop want to open at 2505 Norway Street. The location is not appropriate. The location is not appropriate. I'm retired. My last job is school crossing guard. I do 10 years school crossing guard. I know Sunset how many schools. So I am sure the owner want to open the marijuana shop and 2505. They serve how many kids in the Sunset. So they want those kids for their customer, the future patient. I know the patient, marijuana user patient, they have delivery service, convenient and fast. So we don't want via residential neighborhood afterward has smoked the second-hand marijuana. So please vote no, save our kids, save our quality life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, the Honorable Commissioner. Thanks for being here, putting up with this big crowd. My name is Keng Trong. I'm a doctor, graduated from UCSF, and I've been in practice for about 20 years, and I deal with chronic pain patients. Even I am in pain right now because the reason I have a herniated disc, I have sciatica. And I'm not here to debate whether the good or bad of marijuana used for both recreational and medical purpose. No doubt there's pros and cons about it. But I do strongly believe that Sunset is a highly condensed family neighborhood, and it's not a good location for the shop. Maybe the shop can find a better location in the city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioner, my name is Dennis Dang. I just want to add what's been said by the people that oppose the MCD. How many such incidents of robbery, stealing, thievery will be around the medical dispensary? I'm sure people are going to rob the customer, and I'm sure they're going to rob people that happen to walk by the neighborhood. I recently read that there was a 19-year-old medical cannabis dispensary delivery boy, and he was shot. So I don't know whether that has anything to do with the medical dispensary that he worked in or not. I just wanted to bring that up to your attention. I know you're treating this as a retail store, M occupancy, because it's an on-site sale. Well, we don't like what they're selling, you know. I mean, it's the same thing like a long time ago on Valencia Street, someone wanted to open up a retail store selling coffin. Well, guess what? I'm sure City Plan looked at coffin as a furniture, but the Chinese people didn't like it at all. Let's see, number 5. Okay, right now there's banks, East West, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. There's restaurants nearby, and there's A occupancy, B occupancy. Then there's also churches nearby. Now during Chinese New Year, there's a lot of money these Chinese people get, what they call new money. Well, guess what? When they're getting all this new money, they're putting it in a red envelope. They're walking around the neighborhood. They're buying gifts. They're going to a restaurant. Chinese really believe in using that new money. So they're subject to these transient that happen in the neighborhood that will be using that medical cannabis dispensary. Some of these transient might be the people that you saw in the Golden Gate Park.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dear Honorable Commissioners, my name is Jane Chen. I live in Sunset District. I love my city, I love my country, I love my neighborhood. San Francisco Sunset Districts are residential neighborhoods, very tranquil and friendly, great for raising family and kids. I'm a housewife, busy with house chores, help with babysitting, and I love square dancing and round dancing. I'm shocked, I'm very uncomfortable and disappointed and upset with disbelief when I passed by the previous medical supply Ace Drug Store to find that a marijuana chain store will be opened by my revered former Oakland Mayor, Jin Kwang. I had been a stout supporter of former Oakland Mayor Jin Kwang, and I just disbelieve that she would do this to our neighborhood. This is an invasion to the city of San Francisco, to our residential Sunset neighborhood. Try to turn a mom-pop store to a marijuana dispenser chain store. It brought us great disturbances and dismay. It will make negative impact on our fellow residents and can harm our residents and destroy future generations.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
So I'm going to stop the meeting right now and wait for order to get out in the hall. I can't even hear what people are saying because I'm so distracted by it. I'm going to give 10 minutes.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Okay, good evening and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, July 13th, 2017. Commissioners, we left off on item 15 at 2505 Noriega Street. We were accepting public testimony. If the next public commenter would like to submit her testimony, please approach.
Good evening. Since I wait until 2 o'clock until now, I'm very tired. And so do you, I think. Well, this is a neighborhood I love. My name is Helen Lam. I live in Noriega Street, and I know how we feel. I saw all those grandpa and grandma out there for the whole day. It is terrible. We should not have that kind of things in front of anybody. They should have chair and water. I think I could do it, but those people are very old. You can respect them. It's just a building over there. It's just a store going to be open. It is a neighborhood we love. Why we have this kind of action for us? Because Chinese are close their mouth? No, when it comes to their family, they open their eye and they see something coming. It's not good for us. We refuse it. Please, no MCD only. And thank you for your listening. And thank you for your compassion for those people out there. They don't want to fight. They're just too tired. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me. Please, no applause or disruptions.
Go ahead, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Vicky, and I oppose this MCD. We live near the corner of 31st Avenue, Noriega, and the site is on the corner of 32nd and Noriega. I am a neighbor with a genuine concern. People have rights to accessibility, but not at a cost of our neighborhood. The Apothecarium has existing storefronts already as well, and other MCD stores currently open throughout the city that can easily provide home delivery and set up services for those who aren't mobile. Marijuana is legal in California, and that is a fact. But if the only argument is for accessibility, then I see no real purpose in opening another store other than pure profit. The corner church and preschools provide services year-round, after-school, daytime, summer camp for hundreds of kids. The 1,000-feet exception for public schools needs to be revised. Us neighbors are concerned about stone drivers driving in this congested small area along 33rd to 30th Avenue, Noriega, especially with so many foot traffic and kids around. With easy access to a store, they pose a serious hazard to the neighborhood. Once the buyers leave their store, they can care less with what happens. Money is in their pocket, next person. We see the fallout. I am day in, day out, terrible drivers along Noriega already, falling out, flat out running stop signs, slides, and slide and goes, and car driven literally into storefronts on multiple occasions. And there will only be more stone drivers if this gets approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Susanna Chia. I'm a long-time Sunset resident, and actually I live 3 blocks away from the proposed MCD, and I object to the opening of this MCD in our predominantly residential neighborhood. The planning department does not permit such establishment within 1,000 feet of public school. The policy, I feel, should also cover the preschool too. Noriega is a street of mom and pop stores, churches, schools, homes, and family looking for a safe and healthy place to raise their children. I hope the city planning department and the board of supervisors will keep it this way. Our MCD will also be attracting all those who are just looking for recreational high and not in real medical need. And even though the application is for on-site sales of medical cannabis, but we all know that it's so easy to get medical approval to get marijuana. All you need is just go to your doctor and say you have back pain, you cannot sleep, and then I do not make this one up because if you Google, you will find all this, in California, so easy. So also cannabis dispensed and sold in cookies, candy, and brownies, which can be disguised as fun treat, would be just too attractive and accessible to children and teens who are too young to make any adult decisions. Additionally, most stores on Noriega Street, within 2 blocks from the proposed site, display signs opposing the opening of the MCD. I hope the city will respect the Noriega residency and say no to the MCD application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Chong Kong. Please, no MCD in Sunset District. Okay, because the harms the bank smell bad. Normal person cannot stand dangerous neighborhood. Please, no MCD in Sunset District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No MCD in the Noriega because we want to the safe in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, my name is Lin Lee. I need a Vietnamese interpreter, sir. And ma'am, good evening. Okay. Nhà tôi là kế bên cái tiệm cần sa này nè, sắp mở đó.
So I live adjacent to the proposed MCD.
And nhà tôi có 2 đứa con gái.
And I have 2 daughters.
Và tôi rất là lo ngại cái vụ mà an toàn cho gia đình tôi, tại vì tôi sát vách luôn 1819 32 Avenue nhà tôi.
I'm concerned about the safety for my family because we live right next door to the MCD. It's 1819 32nd Avenue.
Tôi lo ngại vậy nè, khi mà họ mở rồi đó, có thể những người ta lại mua, người ta không có đủ tiền mua rồi sao? Họ sẽ nghĩ tới cướp giật và đánh cướp gì đó. Và nhà tôi lại có 2 đứa con gái, rồi gai vô như vậy không có an toàn chút nào, tôi cảm nhận vậy đấy.
My concern is that once it's opened, and if customers come for marijuana, and if they're short of money, they're gonna look for money, and my house happens to be right next door. And since we have 2 daughters, and so we're concerned about events that may happen.
Và tôi lo ngại là khi người ta mà nghiện lên là không có control được những cái gì người ta sẽ làm. Và tôi lo ngại về an toàn tính mạng. Và có thể họ vô nhà rồi họ cướp giật, có thể họ nộp quá, họ sẽ giết tới tôi sao? Tôi rất sợ điểm đó, xin quan tòa hãy cứu xét giùm tôi.
My concern is that once people are addicted and they're short of money, so they won't be able to control their own actions. And so who knows what they're going to do, including committing crime or killing myself and my family. So we are begging for your help in trying to secure our lives.
Rất cảm ơn ông quý bà giúp giùm.
Thank you for helping us.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Jamie, I live in Sunset area for 25 years. The reason brought me in here is I have here the radio in Chinese radio says Dr. Huan on the radio says no matter how much noise we have outside, and as long as the city planner approve, they're still able to open the store at Noriega and 32, which I really, really against to it. I have 2 daughters, which is I raise my kids from the Sunset area. Now they are graduated, they are college graduated. So I want to continue to stay in Sunset area for my lifetime. But I don't want any marijuana store located in that location. First reason is we have APG. We have, you guys already know, around 4 blocks we may have few schools high school, middle school, elementary school, and people there. We don't want anybody to have a marijuana store in our neighborhood. Also, I have parents who is 80 or 90 years old. They're walking really slowly and go to the shop to buy their grocery. They buy their vegetables. We don't want any marijuana at that corner of the Noriega, because I'm a working parent. Actually, I'm working in Oakland. I'm driving every day to Oakland and coming back. I do not want anything happen in between to call me there's something accident in the Noriega Street. Right now, we are really comfortable with our neighborhood. I love our neighborhood. I'm not against anybody, but I just don't want the marijuana store open
Thank you,
in
Jamie.
that corner. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you, everybody. Let me have a chance to speak.
Just pull the mic a little closer to you. Or, yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm used to be a teacher. I love these kids. Kids is our future. Every time I saw these kids went to the Safeway, buy the lunch, buy the snack, getting on the 7 bus, direct go to the Robert Louis Vincent, Epigeni, or Low High. I feel that's my American future. I hope they can be a successful work for America, that make my country stronger again. So this is our hope. So the another thing is, I lived in Sunset more than 35 years. I know this area. If marijuana open, I'm a senior. I were scared, don't go outside, especially night. It's not safety. There's so many things happen. Some store or some city or open a marijuana store, the crime go up. So I stronger against open the marijuana. The another thing I want to say it. Today I saw Eric supervised, before was supervised. He saw us, so many people against the marijuana. He didn't say even hello to us. Remember, he is our vote for him. Even we have a different idea, I think you have to say hello to everybody, because you serve the California, you serve the San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My heart is very heavy at this moment. When I first come over here at 2 o'clock, I left my children behind. I'm running a family child care at home. I left 6 children behind. Why? Why I come over here? I want everyone to know that my job is to take care of children. I'm a child care provider. I'm here to protect children. I want my children to grow up in a safe and a healthy lifestyle. We don't want any MCD store in our neighborhood. During the daytime, I walk out with my children. How I tell them it's safe to go out. My job is to protect them. How I tell them that it's safe to go out if outside have so many people buy something that we think is not allowed in the residential area. I'm also a preschool teacher from 2 blocks from the 2505 store. I taught there for 5 years. Mary Ping is my boss. We all know that children in our environment need a healthy lifestyle and a healthy environment. I want you guys to know that children first in Sunset District. For whoever the person apply for this business, I do want you to think about children, not money first. I just feel sad to say that. My heart is really broken to hear that in a resident area, not to open a restaurant, is to have a store to buy marijuana in our neighborhood. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. No MCD in Sunset District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, dear commissioners. My name is Alice Feng. I totally support no MCDs in the Sunset District. Marijuana does contain very poisonous substances which are extremely harmful to our bodies. According to acupuncture treatments and traditional Chinese internal medicine, marijuana's poisonous and harmful substances do harmfully affect our normal body functions. Marijuana destructively affects the normal circulation of our internal energy, which is called qi, and flesh blood, which contains nutrients and oxygen to nourish and strengthen our body, our major organs, and various parts of our body so that we can survive. Marijuana harmfully affects the normal healthy brain functions. Consumption of marijuana by drivers cannot be easily detected by CHP officers and police officers on the roads and freeways. Therefore, traffic safety is a priority concern to children and people, especially in the Sunset District. Consumption of marijuana products must extremely affect the serenity and safety of our lovely Sunset Districts. So no, no, no on MCDs in the Sunset Districts. Please also do not believe the lies from MCDs. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Chan. I live at Sunset District more than 10 years. I like my neighbor. I'm retired already. I like my area safety, so no MCD in my area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Terry. I live 5 blocks away from the proposed MCD, and I want to vote no against the MCD. Those that are for it says it right on their badge, for safe access for our patients. There are already numerous MCDs throughout the cities, and you tell me that they cannot find safe access to marijuana? It's very hard to believe. So the one thing that comes to my mind is that MCDs will only bring crime to the area, and we don't need that in our neighborhood, okay? It's associated with crime. And then either those people that does it for recreational use, they'll probably be driving high and through our neighborhood, through our streets, and we have a lot of people in our area. Okay. Don't be fooled by the benefits of marijuana. It's just like tobacco. Marijuana and tobacco is probably the same thing. It's very addictive, and when you want to stop, it's very difficult to stop. And I come from a big family. There's 7 siblings. Out of the 7, I lost one of my brothers to drugs, okay? He started with marijuana. He was in no pain, but he wanted to try it. So trying marijuana went on to bigger things. Now he's addicted. He's living in Tenderloin, and he cannot get out of the addiction. So now he's buying and selling. So again, I really want to thank you for your time. Keep our neighborhoods safe. Say no, okay? The elderlies love you, and the next future generations will be well protected. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Patty Sein. I'm living in Sunset area. I'm the first generation here. I hope I can raise my next generation in my neighborhood. I don't want this MCD dispenser in our neighborhood. It's not good for children or for our young kids. First of all, it's not healthy. The air, the marijuana air pollute the air, it harmful our health. The next question is that our children, they don't know nothing. They will easily get into and get through this thing, and then we don't want our children be raised like that, and it will harmful their future. So that's why MCD is not fitted in our residential area. Please hear our voice, and please have the right choice to choose. Don't make us like the very best future for my next generation. You know, I have grandchildren. I hope they will get healthy and good environment, grow up in Sunset area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have been living in Sunset District over 20 years. Noriega is the place our family run our errands. My kids go to preschool a block away. They participate Sunday activities in the church right across the street. Personally, I have nothing against the marijuana, nor marijuana user, but this is just not an appropriate location for MCD. Thanks for your time, and no MCD in Sunset District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, Commissioner. My name is Anna, and we all want to live in peace, but with the marijuana business, there's no peace here. And I live in the outer Sunset area for over 20 years now. My nephew's 11 years of age. They have been going to the after-school program, which is located like 1 block away from this location that we're talking about. And my elderly mom, she shops in this area all the time. So, and then there are like many, many families like mine in the Sunset area. There are many elderly people here tonight, and then instead of like staying home for dinner, they all show up here, waited for hours. And I think the reason I think you know better than I do is like what the reason are. So they want to make their point. And then to the cannabis shop, it's a business that can be taken anywhere. But to us, it's our roots, our homes here in the United States. And we love our neighborhood, and we love our community. So I'm asking that you not to put the marijuana shop here to disrupt what we have worked really hard for. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I speak the Cantonese. Can somebody help me? 我名叫做 Virginia Lee， 我住喺新西好耐㗎啦，因為新西自從開咗大麻以嚟咧，有啲人又做啲大麻餅同埋大麻糖俾啲人食，唔收錢。
Okay, my name is Virginia Lee.
Yes.
I lived in Sunset for many years. Since there was a proposal for opening an MCD, there have been people selling, or there have been people offering brownies, cannabis brownie, and cookies and candies for free in my neighborhood.
And then 嗰個味咧好難聞，聞咗又暈又嘔。
And the smell is very difficult to bear. It makes me nauseous and dizzy.
如果啲大麻咧係藥用嘅咧，點解唔俾西條威甩幾度賣咧？同埋呢個 CVS。街上好多藥房都可以賣，送到嚟你屋企啫，唔需要開咁多間，你開啲細路哥。
If it's a medicinal use cannabis, why can't it be sold at Safeway, CVS, Kaiser, and they can be delivered to home?
我希望咧，新室有好嘅空氣，有好嘅 kid 嘅 young people 出嚟，同埋放我哋啲老人家。
Yeah, I wish that Sunset will have good air, good energy for old folks and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to excuse my voice because I had a sore throat or something.
No problem.
My name is Bob Lee. I live in Sunset for about over 55 years. And I just want to come here and give my opinions. But for the sake of the young children and myself, senior like me, no MCD in Sunset, please.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Cindy May. I am Sunset resident. My house is just 2 blocks away from the proposed MCD store. Noriega Street is our family favorite place to do the grocery shop and eat out. My kids like to hang out on Noriega Street and goes to church and summer program, after school program there. And I am concerned about the crime rate increase and the safety for kids if the MCD open in our neighborhood. Please, no MCD in Sunset neighborhood. Children first. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bessie. A few months ago, I have a colon cancer. I went through the surgery and I went through all this treatment. But I don't need the marijuana to get well. I'm still okay. So everybody said already. I don't want to say anymore, but please reconsider that. Don't open no MCD for us, okay, in our neighborhood. Protect our kids, protect our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't like the MCD too.
No, I don't want MCD. No.
Thank you. Thank you.
No.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Teresa.
My name is Phung Nhu Lam.
We are the Sunset resident, and we are here to say our child had right to breathe the fresh air, so protect our child. Please vote no MCD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No MCD.
I Chung Chung Liang. No MCD.
I am Cho Ying Lau.
Thank you.
住去生息就80多年啦，就有孫女就2家人、3家人，2個女1個仔。
There are 3 families, members of 7, like $2 and 3 kids.
有好多個孫呢，就係生息住。
Many grandchildren reside in the Sunset.
就我記住19街有一個學生個阿爺抄佢放學，俾人哋捉上車。佢因為食咗大麻，先會變質。佢阿媽同警察求情。
And then.
因為食大麻。
You'll need to speak into the microphone as well.
Sure. There was this grandpa who picked up the grandkid from school, and they were abducted or dragged into a cab because the perpetrator was under the influence.
我反對 MCD。
Yeah, I object. Please.
因為食咗大麻就失去理智，亂嚟，有人搶女人個就耳環，乜嘢都做，成個治安好差。
Because taking marijuana will will become violent and actually grab the earrings from a lady.
我住喺31街街口。
I live on 31st Street or 31st Avenue.
就我希望嗰啲仔女出街唔會危險。
I hope that my children, when they're out and about, will not be endangered.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
蔡英嬲。
That's his name.
反對。
That's his name.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I have lived in the Sunset for 35 years. I live 1 block away from the proposed marijuana sale site. I have a daughter and grandchildren who live 2 blocks away. I heard Dr. Huon say that all the outreach they've done to the community, I have never heard from them. I don't know anyone else who has. There might be limited outreach. Obviously, one of the critical issues in San Francisco is making the city safe and appealing for families and children. This area, surprisingly enough, is one that young people, my grandchildren, even when they were 7 and 8, would walk by themselves in this area. There are very few other places in San Francisco that is true of. And I think that's why you see so many parents, grandmothers and grandfathers appealing to you today to preserve that one issue that is available in this particular area of the Sunset. Obviously, too, from the testimony you've heard, that this is not a service that is close to the needs of the people in the area. And therefore, obviously, it's a good business decision, or marketing has made it a good business decision, but it's not good for the neighborhood and the local Sunset community. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ning Zhang.
My name is Sophia Lee. My name is Winnie He.
I live in
Sui Lai.
I live in the Sunset District for over 30 years. I would like to take this opportunity to express my concern to open a marijuana store in the Sunset District. To my feeling that it will have a bad impact to our children, and because there was elementary school, middle school, and kindergarten not far away from the proposed store site. And a simple way to say is no MCD in this neighborhood. It's not fit to the neighbor and is not good for the community. Please put in the consideration and reject the application. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lai Wang. So no MCD, please. Come on.
Please, no MCD in the Sunset area, please.
Thank you. Next speakers, please.
My name is Jay Man Lin. Good evening. I need a translator.
You can use the other mic.
Okay. 有啲人咧想喺新set開大麻店。
Some people who want to open up a cannabis shop in the Sunset.
新set咧喺個居民區，區內有好多學校同幼兒園。
Sunset is a residential area. Within Sunset, there are schools and child care facilities.
大麻對青少年嘅影響咧係非常嚴重嘅。
Cannabis has negative impact on adolescents and teenagers.
因為青少年咧仲未成熟，對自己嘅控制力咧好弱。
Because they're not the adolescents and teenagers, they're not quite mature, and they don't control themselves well.
如果大麻店開喺居民區同埋學校幼兒園附近呢，青少年就好容易得到大麻。
If a cannabis store is opened in a residential area close to schools and child care facilities, cannabis is easily accessible to them.
進而呢，佢哋就會吸食大麻。
And the next step, they will become users.
青少年一旦吸上大麻呢，就會嚴重影響嘅智力同埋身體。
And once they become users, it will severely impact their well-being and their mental capacity.
咁樣嘅話呢，佢哋嘅前途呢就會俾大麻葬送咗。
and then their future will be ruined.
而且就算佢哋唔吸食咧，而家呢個有人咧吸食大麻咧，對佢哋都有非常嚴重嘅影響。
Even though if they are not users directly, but if they are surrounded by users, it will still impact them negatively.
青少年嘅前途一葬送，國家嘅前途呢也就葬送啦。
If the teenagers or if the younger generations' futures are ruined, so will the country or so will the nation.
而家有啲人呢想賺錢，或者呢政府可以多啲稅收。
Now there are people who wants to profit, and at the same time, perhaps the government would like to have the tax revenue.
我敬請法官呢三思，究竟係青少年嘅前途重要，國家嘅前途重要，還是賺錢同埋呢政府嘅稅收重要
？Respectfully request the careful consideration of the Commission regarding these matters.
我講嘅完啦。Thank you.
That's all. I have something to add.
My name is Jianyou Chen Lin. Good evening. I live at Sunset neighborhood. Yeah. Just now, my husband. 我仲想講一啲。
你講。I have something to add.
Yeah. 我覺得大麻呢係對成個國家都唔好嘅，因為世界上冇一個國家係允許毒品自由嚟買賣嚟毒害我哋嘅後代。
I think cannabis is a detriment to society, and there isn't any nation in the world that permits selling of cannabis to poison its people.
有啲民選官員講，佢哋呢就話開咗大麻店，我哋嘅稅收會增加，可以多啲福利俾我哋嘅人民。但係佢哋話就如果青少年吸食大麻，再攞嗰啲稅收嚟教育佢哋，我覺得呢個做法係愚蠢嘅做法。
There are elected officials who think the revenues from cannabis can be used in education to benefit the next generation. I think this arrangement is foolish.
就好似一個人一個父母官先斬傷咗你，然後佢話再揾醫生同你醫翻一樣嘅道理，係一個非常愚蠢嘅做法。
It's as if official who care for the constituents by hurting them first and then taking care of them later.
點解我哋唔預先防止，希望杜絕叫唔好有機會俾青少年接觸到大麻，預防以後再教育呢啲咁嘅事？
Why not prevent? Yeah, why not use prevention first and then and education later?
所以我雖然係嚟自中國，但係我而家係美國嘅公民，我就想我哋嘅國家個後代唔好被危害，我哋個國家先至會強大。
I'm an immigrant from China. I'm now a naturalized U.S. citizen. I want my country to be healthy, strong, and then to do that, the people needs to be taken care of and healthy.
我希望三藩市好似聖荷西市一樣，自己立法嚟唔准喺市內開大麻、藥用大麻或者係娛樂性嘅大麻店。
I wish San Francisco can follow the city of San Jose's suit legislate not to have any cannabis for medical or recreational use within the city limit.
政府需要
Let her know her
細
time
收
is up.
唔好
但
意思，你嘅時間唔夠啦。
OK
OK，
sorry
唔該。
thank you
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My family live in Shenzhen more than 25 years. We have 2 children. And we just say no MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yan Pui Yu. 我喺新石區嗰度咧，湊咗10幾年，我係 provider，係 take care children 嘅。
In the Sunset, I've been a child care provider for more than a decade.
即係10幾年做咗。
More than a decade.
然後咧就經常帶啲小朋友去個 park 嗰度嘅。
I often take the kids that I care for to the park.
所以我唔想喺新石咧有大麻係影響到啲小朋友咯。
I don't want any cannabis facility in Sunset that will impact the kids.
所以我就low MCD。
Yeah, no MCD.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Zhu. I grew up in the Sunset neighborhood. I love Sunset. I just don't want NCD in my community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. I've been in line for 6 hours on crutches because this is very, very important to me. It's important for you guys to know that I am the face of a medical marijuana user. I'm a professional, career-oriented voter and a long-time San Francisco Sunset resident. If you've ever been to a dispensary, you will see all walks of life there. The soccer mom, the businessman in an Armani suit. You'll see the tech professionals. It runs the gamut. This is not a place where hardcore drug addicts hang. This is not a place where you see patchouli-laden stoners playing hacky sack. This is a place where normal people go to get their medicine. I need what this medicine supplies. I am a perimenopausal woman, and I was waking up in a white-hot rage every morning. It cost me clients. I vape high CBD, low THC, and it just mellows me out. I'm completely normal. It mitigates the rage. It's not psychotropic, very barely psychotropic at all. It runs the gamut in the kind of medicine that's offered at these places. It calms me down, it reduces inflammation, it allows me to function completely normally, and it helps me to sleep because insomnia is a terrible side effect of perimenopause that they never tell you when you're 13 and they're giving you all the health lectures. Our neighborhood dialogue has been hijacked by out-of-town, uninformed, though I'm sure well-meaning, small-minded bigots. I can't control what these folks are doing on a national level to our dialogue, but I am sure going to do my best to make sure that this bigotry...
Your time is up.
My time is up? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That this bigotry doesn't continue. Please, please. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Florence Wong.
My name is Feng Liu Su De Liang.
My name is Wenxin Liang.
My name is Anita. There's no marijuana in Sunset District because Sunset District is a residential area. There's a lot of family, kids, and teenagers. the teenager, the mind is not steady yet. They cannot fight with all the temptation. So we have to think about money first, right? But think about your next generation. The kid, the teenager is next generation to handle those. I don't know if they can fight with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Simon and Joan Lee. We are living on 1587 31st Avenue. As we know, this shop will be selling marijuana and related products. We want our children free from marijuana environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Beth Grace Silver, and I've been a resident of San Francisco for 40 years, and I've also been a cannabis user all of my adult life. I depend on cannabis to manage pain and inflammation from my arthritic fingers and knees. I would like to have easier access to acquiring my legal medical cannabis. I live in the Sunset neighborhood, and I do prefer to shop locally. Apothecarium is well regarded and sets the industry standard for dispensaries. They are considered the Nordstrom of cannabis commerce. We would be fortunate to have a company like them come to our neighborhood. For so many years in the past, I've watched friends die from AIDS. They relied on cannabis to increase their appetites and control the nausea that accompanied their chemotherapy. Now it's an onslaught of breast cancer that is devastating my circle of friends. This time it's my girlfriends who are suffering and vomiting. They rely on cannabis for relief from the throes of cancer and are grateful that it is legally available to them. The problem is there's nowhere that they can purchase the cannabis in the Sunset, which is why we need the new Apothecarium dispensary. I'm a mother, I'm an educator, and I do understand the hesitancy that many of these people have regarding the neighborhood dispensary. However, let's keep the fears and the comments reality-based. These fears are unfounded. I've been to several dispensaries in the city. They're professionally operated. There are no people congregating outside the doors. There's no litter. Children are not lured or attracted. Customers arrive and depart in a manner undistinguishable from people coming and going to Walgreens. The people of California have spoken and they have voted, and now it is time to move forward with integrity. A fine first step would be to welcome the Apothecarium to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I am living in central Sunset area. Today I here because I like the neighborhood stand up and speak out because that store location is pretty close the preschool, kindergarten area and lot of daycare over there. And also the area, lot of youngsters hang out around here. That's maybe had a negative impact to the neighborhood. So today you can see the lot of neighborhood stand up and to speak out for they are concerned. So please respect the neighborhood and the concern. That like the store can open up in another area because that's a listening area. This area maybe neighborhood don't want it because they concern the kid and youngster. So please respect the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please protect the children. No MCD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say children safe first and no MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rita Lee. I am opposed to the opening of medical cannabis dispensary at this location, 2505 Noriega Street. I have lived, dined, and shopped on Noriega since year 2000. Many of my friends who live around me are families with young children. I live within blocks of 4 preschools, 2 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 1 high school, 1 children's playground, 1 recreational center, and 1 very popular library. I see kids coming and going all the time, walking up and down Noriega Street. I am concerned that this opening of the dispensary will negatively affect this neighborhood, affect neighborhoods full of teenager, young children. I am concerned of higher crime rates and higher DUIs, as well as easy access to minors. I know there are dispensaries in San Francisco not too far from our area, and there are numerous online outlets that sells cannabis. It is not appropriate to have one in this Noriega neighborhood, and in the nonprofit that I serve, we help fight substance abuse of families every single day. I just do not wish to encourage more. Please help me, my friends, and neighbors to stop this store opening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Chin Hong Lo. She's name is Megan. We are living in the Sunset for a long time. We just want to say children first, no MCD at my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm Sunset resident and have been for 13 years. I am a parent. I've been raising my son in the Sunset. I'm also an educator. I've been teaching special education and elementary school in the Sunset for 11 years. I have been a patient. I've been able to get off of all prescription drugs for anxiety, insomnia, arthritis, and vascular issues. I no longer take any drugs for any of those things and strictly use cannabis and lead a productive life. I have a letter here from the principal of Harvey Milk Civil Rights Academy, Ronnie Machado. He's a principal there. It's San Francisco Castro District, serving kindergarten through 5th grade. He says, I am writing to share my experience of running a school that operates in a neighborhood with a large medical cannabis dispensary, and that is the Apothecarium. As a principal of an urban public school, I worry about 100 different things every day. The Apothecarium is not one of them. Similarly, I do not worry about the presence of their patients in our neighborhood. Research suggests that dispensaries may reduce neighborhood crime. Nothing in my school's experience suggests otherwise. And our neighborhood probably has one of the highest concentrations of medical cannabis patients in the world. The Apothecarium has actually had a positive impact on our neighborhood. They're well known in the Castro for improving the neighborhood and contributing to local nonprofits. They have made repeated and much-needed donations to our school. Most recently, the Apothecarium donated approximately $2,000 to our school in the form of supplies, furniture, and equipment. I consider the Apothecarium a benefit to our neighborhood and would urge my counterparts and other neighborhoods to see them in the same light. And here's the letter thanking the Apothecarium from the students of the school.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda. I suffer from chronic insomnia, and I have for decades. I've used various medications, but they all left me muddled and sometimes confused in the morning hours. I tried marijuana for the first time in 2015, and not sure that it would work, but discovered it worked perfectly without any morning after problems. I told my family doctor what I was doing, and she was very supportive. At a visit a few months later, she asked me for specifics about the Apothecarium. As she said, I have many patients who ask, and I don't know what to tell them. I find the Apothecarium to be wholesome, attractive, and a safe environment. The people that work there are kind, helpful, and knowledgeable. They help me find the medical marijuana that works for me. They want to be a supportive member of the community. Their art gallery, various support groups, and the donations they make to the community speak to this. I hope you will vote to support a new Apothecarium. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Enrique Sanchez. I'm a cancer survivor, and I'm in favor of the Apothecarium and patients having access to medication. But mostly I'm here to read a letter from someone who had to leave. I'm a patient having survived an aggressive skin cancer, a mother and a grandmother. But tonight I speak with you as a medical sociologist with a PhD from UCSF, a National Institute on Drug Abuse researcher, and an expert on the issue of teenagers and marijuana. In 1996, when Prop 215 passed, my children were 12 and 17. Though I supported patients' rights and understood the value of medical marijuana, I worried about increased availability and increased use among non-medical populations, especially teenagers. Yet my training as a medical sociologist forced me to look at data, relying on science over emotion. I understand my neighbors' fears, but the reality, all over California and across the nation, based on numerous studies, is that the presence of a well-run medical marijuana dispensary, such as the Apothecarium, has not resulted in increased crime or increased access by minors. So I urge you to reject this not in my backyard argument, which is based on fear and misinformation, and rely instead on science in making your decision. Here's a copy of her reference material.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathy. I'm living in Sunset area many years, and there's a lot of children. I want them to be safe, and so no MCD. Thank you.
No MCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lai Ching Chen. I live in the Sunset area over 40 years, and I sell marijuana in San Francisco and no marijuana in the United States. I don't want the marijuana hurt the next generation, the brain, make them crazy. I hope America great and healthy and strong, okay? No MCD, okay? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I hope get the good generation, good, healthy.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Cohen. I'm a medical cannabis patient and am close to the Apothecarium in the Castro District. The opponents suggest putting a dispensary near a Lutheran church and Christian preschool center is a huge risk. Have they visited the Apothecarium? They may not realize the Apothecarium already has remarkably similar neighbors. There's a Lutheran church, a church-run daycare center, and a martial arts school, all within 1,000 feet of the Castro Apothecarium. The owner of the martial arts school, who could not be here tonight, has written, "I am the owner of Maru Dojo, a martial arts studio for children and adults located 390 feet away from the Apothecarium. I have never had trouble from the Apothecarium or their patients. None of my students or their parents have ever complained to me about anything to do with the Apothecarium. I know the Apothecarium simply as a quiet neighbor down the street. The Lutheran Church provides services to youth at risk for addiction, and they have praised the Apothecarium for being a good neighbor. We have 6 years of evidence that a church and the preschool they run, plus a martial arts studio for children, can exist side by side without any problems, since it has already succeeded in the Castro. What possible reason could there be for thinking that it won't work in the Sunset? Please approve the Apothecarium's permit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Goldman. I am a long-term San Francisco resident since 1973, a homeowner, and I am the president of the Brownie Mary Democratic Club, a cannabis policy-oriented organization. I'm also a medical cannabis patient who would probably be blind today if I didn't have cannabis to treat my glaucoma. I think we need to discuss this from the point of view of evidence and fact base, not prejudice, not fear, especially from outsiders who come from outside the city, who don't live here and don't represent our values. There is no research that shows that dispensaries cause crime. In fact, research has recently been published from Harvard University that shows that when dispensaries close, crime rates go up. Secondly, there is no harm to youth. Again, research has recently shown that medical cannabis states has not increased youth use of cannabis. So it's important to base your decision on facts. Let's look at the track record of the Apothecarium. I live in that neighborhood. It's been there for over 6 years. They have had not one complaint in the 6 years they've been there. They are an exemplar. Secondly, I did the research at the Department of Health and looked at all the complaints filed against dispensaries over the last 5 years. Not one was sustained. Not one. The record is clear. Dispensaries in general and the Apothecarium in particular are exemplars that will add positive value to the neighborhood. They are not a threat to children. They are not a threat to the neighbors, and they do not bring crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Aldrich. I've appeared before this commission many times in the last 12 years. Supporting dispensaries. I have not appeared recently, but I think that this is very important for us to consider, so I have decided to come out today. The history of medical marijuana begins in ancient China, which is why I've been very surprised to see the opposition today. It's been, since 3000 BC, a part of Chinese medicine up until this day. The other thing I'd like to mention is the effect on youth. Marijuana is very helpful in childbirth. It is also helpful in letting infants suckle. Infants without endocannabinoids in their system cannot suckle very well. As they become teenagers, we're all worried about their smoking marijuana, but smoking marijuana has proven to be much less harmful than alcohol. And finally, I might mention that in San Francisco, we have been a leader in legalizing marijuana since 1964, when the very first organization called LEMAR came about. We need, as we face legalization and many, many retail stores coming into the city in the next year, we need to make sure that there are good dispensaries which are primarily concerned with the patient's medical needs and not simply selling retail marijuana. I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Aldrich. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Aldrich, and hello, Commissioner Moore. She's heard me many times. I had stage 3A lung cancer, and I healed it in 3.5 months with cannabis oil. And the doctors still are going like this, and it's 5 years, and now I can say cured. I want to tell you about the Apothecarium. Well, before I do that, what I want to do is, last time I was here, there was a whole bunch of people saying the same thing about the Green Cross. And now that the Green Cross is at their location, the neighbors love them. It will change once it gets in. The apothecarium is not going to have smoking on site, so there's not going to be smoke, so people won't get upset and can smell and allergic to it. Children are going to need it for epilepsy, for leukemia, and that's what marijuana does, is save the children, and we should do that more. The apothecarium is a good neighbor. They're wonderful with people, and they will improve the neighborhood, not make it worse. So I want to tell you, please vote yes. And thank you so very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Cecilia, and I live in Sunset for a long time. And I say no to MCD. And basically, if someone needs medical need, I can certainly understand. But in the meantime, I have a personal experience. Saw a young gentleman, my guess is he's in his 20s, and smoking marijuana and driving the car. And this is so dangerous. How many lives we have to give up, and then the law will create a regulation. Even though for highway patrol, they have to figure out how to determine what is over. And we don't need MCD like a Starbucks coffee at every single corner. And please make a wise choice on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sharon. My first time here. And what I wanted to say, first of all, is I have two children. One is autistic. And I worry about her from the time I get up till I go to bed, till the next day again. So her safety and her mental health is very important to me. But when I had to take a 3-month leave from a corporation I was working for in San Jose, I was pulling off my skin. It didn't even itch. I never heard of it before, but it's called neurodermatitis. And I had cortisone shots. I went to different dermatologists. They gave me a lot of creams. The only thing that stopped me from pulling it was cannabis. And if anyone would like to see my arms, when I go outside, you'll see all the scars. I thank you for your time, and one more thing. I live in the neighborhood. Doesn't everybody here live in the neighborhood? I thought this was supposed to be a San Francisco issue. I hear that people have been bussed in from Oakland and Sacramento. I don't understand that. Isn't this San Francisco? So why does that happen? Anyhow, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yank this down to my size. Hi, my name is Susan Pfeiffer, and I've been a long-time homeowner in the Outer Sunset just off Noriega. Yes, I do live in the Sunset. I've been there since 1979. I've suffered from migraine headaches for many years and also insomnia, which makes it difficult for me to get adequate sleep. I've also had invasive abdominal surgery years ago with intense pain during the recovery. Medical marijuana helped me to deal with the pain. My physician of many years approves of my medical cannabis use, which has seriously diminished my opioid use for the headaches. When I got my first medical cannabis card, I visited several dispensaries to learn what strains of cannabis work best for my needs. A delivery service cannot do that. Plus, not all dispensaries can offer delivery all day long. With convenient bus service in the Outer Sunset, a dispensary centrally located on Noriega would be a convenience to patients of many ages and ethnicities. I visited 4 different dispensaries in San Francisco and have never seen anyone smoking or using the product outside. All are so quiet and nondescript you wouldn't know they were there. A multi-generational neighborhood such as the Sunset that is changing and adapting to the needs of the residents. As a resident in one, I am in favor of having a medical dispensary on Noriega. I would also like to mirror some other comments that were said. Having waited for 5 hours outside, I question if all of the people testifying live in the Sunset. I think there may be a better way to check their IDs or have them sign in and verify that the people in the immediate community should have first priority in speaking. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for their infinite patience on hearing this matter today. My name is Johnny Delaplane. I'm a longtime San Francisco resident. I'm a father of 2. I'd like to share some peer-reviewed research. The Journal of Urban Health in August 2015 tells us there were 310 deaths from prescription opioids between 2010 and 2012. That's about 100 deaths from prescription drugs each year. Those include Oxycontin, hydrocodone, morphine. In contrast, there is no known lethal dose for marijuana. Research published in the 2014 Journal of the American Medical Association shows that states that legalize marijuana see a 25% reduction in opioid overdoses. The real danger we all face comes from the overprescription of drugs and not medical cannabis. The research I quoted suggests that medical marijuana may actually reduce the risks that we're seeing to society. Do opponents have any actual evidence of the risks they are claiming? Has marijuana use gone up in the 20 years it's been legal? No. Has crime gone up around dispensaries? No. I ask the Commission to please look at facts and not fears. In a 2014 report to the Planning Commission, staff indicated that crime may actually go down in areas around MCDs, and I quote the report. Based on the information available to the department, it does not appear that MCDs have a negative impact on crime or community safety, and they may actually improve safety in certain neighborhoods as they provide additional eyes on the street. The Mission Police Station near the current site reported no complaints in nearly 5 years, even though the Apothecarium operates in the midst of the Castro's many social service operators, shelters, and a crisis of homelessness. The staff report to the Planning Commission concerning MCDs generally, dated March 20th, 2014, praised the Apothecarium for its community-centered approach and for showing how a dispensary can successfully blend into the community. Where do the opponents get the idea a dispensary will create problems? The Apothecarium is one of the best operators, if not the best, in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Yoav Cerrone. I am a San Francisco resident. I am a business owner, and I am a patient and a frequent visitor of the Apothecarium. I am going to read a letter from a resident of the Sunset that wasn't able to be here today. I would like to read the letter from Michael Yen. I, a Chinese-American resident of San Francisco, I write to state my strong support of a new Apothecarium dispensary in the Sunset District. As a result of a work-related injury, I suffer from reoccurring and at times debilitating back pain. After trying many pharmaceutical pain medicines and also alternative treatments, including acupuncture, I obtained a license and tried medical marijuana. The combination of that and Chinese herbal medicine finally alleviated my pain. I was reluctant to share my story with friends due to the cultural prejudice against cannabis, especially in the Chinese community, due to its conflation with opium. However, when one of my best friends had prospective pain due to a severe fall, I urged him to try it after he found no relief from medicines prescribed to him. It was the only thing that worked for him. I later learned that many people I knew were using medical marijuana without talking about it for fear of stigma. Even my very straight-laced brother-in-law told me it was the only thing that worked for his chronic insomnia. I often shop on Noriega Street, and I am certain that the restaurants and shops in the neighborhood will benefit from a responsibly run dispensary that will bring shoppers to the area. Thank you. I just want to add very quickly that it is very important to remember that all of this needs to be based on evidence and not fear, because medical marijuana changes and saves lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. SFGov.
Okay. Hello. My name is Joel D. I'm a professor of law emeritus at the University of California. San Francisco has a law that prevents dispensaries from operating within 1,000 feet of a school. Opponents of this dispensary suggest the same law should apply to different uses, such as preschools, like the Christian preschool that is 2 blocks from the proposed site. But there is a clear difference between schools and preschools. With schools, children often arrive and depart on their own, unsupervised. Thus, there may be a greater need to protect them in the immediate area of the school. But with preschools, children are always escorted by adults when they arrive and depart. I also note that children are not allowed inside dispensaries. They are, however, allowed in many establishments that sell alcohol, establishments like the liquor store next door to the Lutheran church in question, and the supermarket across the street. San Francisco has had legal dispensaries for 25 years. Unlike liquor stores, dispensaries are not associated with crime or quality of life issues. That is especially true of the Apothecarium, which has been cited by your planning department staff as a model operator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have copies of letters for each one of the Commissioners, please. My name is Sean Smith, and I have been a patient of the Apothecarium for 6 years. I'm here to support the Apothecarium for their unwavering professionalism, their dedication to this fine city and this great Republic of California. They have set the standard in this industry while showing esprit de corps at all times. And I would like to read you a letter from Jacqueline Ma. She was originally opposed to the medical cannabis and even signed a petition against us back in 2015, but now supports us. I'm writing to tell you the story of how easy it is to sign a petition and then come to regret it. A couple of years ago, I was waiting to get my facial and was asked to sign a petition on medical cannabis dispensary in the Sunset neighborhood. The person did not explain that this was a medical cannabis, so I assumed that it was for recreational marijuana. She also explained that it would be dangerous for kids and would bring crime and unwanted people to the neighborhood. She informed me that her effort was supported by her church. I did not know much about it, but it sounded logical to me, and I signed it quickly. 2 years later, I learned that my friend, Dr. Floyd Wynn, was a co-owner of the dispensary. I learned that crime does not go up in the neighborhood with dispensaries, and also learned that teen use of marijuana has gone down or stayed flat in states where it is legal. I wish the person asking me to sign the petition would have provided accurate and non-misleading information. By taking the time to educate myself, I have become a supporter. I hope you will approve the Apothecarium Sunset. Sincerely, Jacqueline Ma. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Tally Tobin. I've been a patient at the Apothecarium for a few years. I'm here to read a letter from a resident of the Sunset. Carol Migden. She begins, I have a long history with the issue of medical cannabis as a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, state assemblywoman, state senator, and member of the California State Board of Equalization. When we first looked at the issue of medical cannabis in the early 1990s, we set out to reward good operators who paid their taxes, played by the rules, and provided a safe, healthy environment for patients. We specifically wanted to set up a system that ensured patients had access citywide and that it was not restricted to one community or a small handful of communities. The Apothecarium is a model operator with a proven track record of serving their community to the highest standards and complying with all local and state laws. Her letter continues. I would also like to remind you that the Board of Supervisors report from Planning Department makes it clear that geographic diversity is a top goal of the city. It is not the role of the neighborhood groups nor district supervisors to be NIMBYs when it comes to this use. I'd also like to add that I believe that they're just upstanding business owners. I have a great time. I look forward to going there every time. They brighten my day. They're beautiful people, and anyone that had a complaint with them, I would assume had never been into one of their facilities. I respect them, and I would love to learn from them. They're phenomenal people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Kearney. I'm a native San Franciscan. I'm here to represent the Apothecarium and speak on behalf of someone who couldn't be here today, Dr. Charles Yingling. He's a resident of the Sunset District. My family also lives in the Sunset District. And I'm sorry if I'm speaking too fast. I'll slow down. Dr. Charles Yingling. I am a neuroscientist and was a professor at UCSF for 27 years. For 35 years, I have lived in the Sunset near the proposed new dispensary. The brain actually produces its own cannabinoids, which have a calming and relaxing effect, but does not always produce enough. Smoked or ingested cannabis can supplement this effect and has been used as a natural medicine for thousands of years. Its medical utility has been documented in dozens of published studies by researchers at UCSF and other medical centers. Cannabis is one of the 50 fundamental herbs of traditional Chinese medicine. The Emperor Shen Nung, who was a pharmacologist, included cannabis in his book written in 2737 BC. Unlike tobacco, alcohol, and opioids, cannabis is extremely safe, not addictive, and has never caused a death by overdose. Marijuana is not a gateway drug that leads to use of more dangerous drugs unless it must be procured from illegal dealers who are also selling drugs that are more dangerous and more profitable. As a caregiver, I have obtained medication for a lifelong friend of mine who is now in hospice care with stage 4 uterine cancer. She cannot travel without medical transport due to the weakness. Cannabis takes the edge off her pain, improves her mood and appetite, and allows her to be comfortable with less dependence on addictive opioids. The Apothecarium is an outstanding exemplar of what an alternative pharmacy should be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm reading this on behalf of my son, and I wrote this. My name is Gene Milburn, and I've been going to the Apothecarium for over 4 years. I have a son that is diagnosed bipolar, schizophrenic, and at times he suffers severely from anxiety. And we have found that CBDs calm him down. It's not a cure for schizophrenia, but has certainly enhanced the quality of my son's life. Prior to CBDs, he used many other drugs with detrimental side effects. One evening at dinner, he looked into my eyes and said he had no hope left. This has changed. I hope none of you ever have that experience with a child or a loved one. My purpose here is to ask for your help in giving hope to the many people in the Sunset District community by giving them a choice. My hope is that you will vote in favor of the Apothecarium. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Dr. Deborah Durnell. I'm a Sunset resident, and I'm going to read a piece by one of the members of the Lutheran Church near the Apothecarium in the Castro. Hello. I'd like to read a statement from the Lutheran Church that is across the street from the current Apothecarium. We have never received a complaint from a congregant about the Apothecarium or their patients. St. Francis is a meeting place for a variety of 12-step programs for people recovering from drug and alcohol abuse. Alateen, a group that helps young people deal with addiction in their family, also meet at St. Francis. These are vulnerable, at-risk populations. We have never heard of any issue with the Apothecarium. None of these groups has moved away due to the presence of the dispensary, or even expressed a concern. Patients of the Apothecarium are not simply our close neighbors. The Apothecarium's various patient support groups meet inside our church during the week. They are in and out of our church building. We have never had any problem with the Apothecarium's patients being on the property, crossing paths with our congregants or the attendees at the other support groups. St. Francis Lutheran Church is located on a busy block that has a lot of pedestrian traffic and small businesses. We have never been contacted by any individual or business on this block with concerns about the Apothecarium patients coming to our meetings at the church. I'm hard-pressed to think of a single negative impact from the apothecarium or another neighbor that has had a more positive impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Nick Lau. I'm a Sunset native and current resident. First thing I want to say is, just saying no doesn't do anything to address the harms associated with drugs. In fact, I think it's more harmful. So, my family and I support the Apothecarium because we believe it will provide more equal access to health care in our community. My grandma is 80 years old and suffers from many health ailments, including chronic pain and lung cancer. For years, she was prescribed opiate-based painkillers, but she experienced limited efficacy and side effects such as an upset stomach, decreased appetite, and moodiness. Even more alarming was the risk of addiction, overdose, and developing an ulcer. She was also told to quit using her traditional remedies, which she swears by, in fear of unknown interactions. So I've studied cannabis. I learned about the therapeutic potential and its safety profile. For years, I've encouraged my dad, who oversees my grandma's health care, to advocate for a recommendation with a doctor. He refused to even discuss the subject, in part due to stigma and a lack of knowledge. It was only after trying a number of pharmaceuticals when the doctor finally asked, "Have you considered marijuana?" Now my grandma uses it instead of opiates. She has less pain, an appetite, she can sleep better, and her quality of life is improving. But one of the issues that we face is this lack of integration with mainstream medicine, which leaves it up to the patients to develop their own regimen, but it can be very difficult to choose between different routes of administration and hundreds of varying products. Dispensaries like the Apothecarium act as a guide, and they offer education and help people navigate this process. But cultural and language barriers are real obstacles. When I look out at the opposition, I see people that look like my grandma, and I think they might experience the same medical situation as she did, which is why establishing a bicultural, bilingual dispensary to provide education and a local, safe source of cannabis is important and necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hua Song Liang. My wife is Fu Dai Feng. We lived the Sunset 25 years ago. We had the MCD open in the Sunset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Dinola. I have been a part of this cannabis world for nearly 20 years, and I've seen a lot of good and a lot of bad associated with this cannabis. But in the last 10 years, 10 years ago, it was really hard and risky for patients and dispensaries. But in the last 10 years, I've seen some really good things happen. One of these is the dispensary Apothecarium. They're one of the best examples of how this medicine can be handled. I understand the controversy being raised, but you are fortunate to have the opportunity to bring a much-needed medicine to this neighborhood in the best way possible. The Apothecarium will be a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Troy Brunet, and I'm a client of the Apothecarium and have been for 6 years. The Apothecarium is a quiet spot. It is not a place where people linger outside of it. You barely see people going into it. It's well lit. It's open to the public. You can see actually inside of it if you are across the street. So it's not something that people are trying to hide or be freaked out by. It's a good thing for the community, and we have a lot of people that come to the Apothecarium from the Sunset District at this point, and it would be good for them to not have to travel so far, to have something in their neighborhood that would support their neighborhood, that would uplift it quite a bit. They do a lot of philanthropic work in the community, in the Castro, and the entire city, basically. Whoever's needed, they try to support. And it's a really positive, very positive move for the Apothecarium to open out in the avenues. And I would greatly appreciate you all saying yes to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is David Ambruster, and I'm a longtime resident of the Sunset District. I'm a parent. I've raised 2 kids in the Sunset. I'm a homeowner and a voter, and I am prescribed medical marijuana. I go to the Apothecarium because it's near where I work. I've seen how they run their business. They're extremely responsible. There's never anything going on outside the business. They turn away people who, I've seen them turn away people who don't have proper documentation. They're exemplary marijuana dispensary. As a parent, I can say the people of the Sunset District have nothing to fear from the Apothecarium. What does concern me is what I've seen today, outside groups, right-wing, anti-gay, hate groups coming into my neighborhood. That concerns me. And I think that should be part of your consideration. Otherwise, I'm in complete support of the Apothecarium coming into the Sunset District, and thank you for hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Fabian. I'm a patient and of the Apothecarium, have been for many years. So is my father, Otto. He suffers from a lot of shoulder pain from a lot of his from shoulder surgeries that he's gone through. Cannabis has been a medicine that he's been using recently to really help him with his pain. It's allowed him to get back to work and try to live a normal life. I'm here to, request your support for the Apothecarium's dispensary in the Sunset District and allow safe access for patients in the Sunset.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Wax. I'm a proud father to a 2-year-old daughter and a medical cannabis patient since 2002 and also a patient of the Apothecarium since 2012. I'd like to read a letter from someone who waited for hours but had to leave. President Hillis, Vice President Richards, and Commissioners, my name is Eric Marr, a former member of the SF Board of Supervisors and SF Board of Education, longtime Chinese-American leader and immigrant community advocate. I am also a West Side resident and member of both the Apothecarium and Harvest on Geary Boulevard, which is currently the only MCD on the entire west side of San Francisco. I strongly urge you to approve the Sunset Dispensary to allow West Side residents like me and many Chinese Americans and other patients better access to medical cannabis in our communities. I want you to know also that my partner has been diagnosed with stage 4 adrenal cancer. She has found that medical cannabis has been greatly helpful for her health over the last 2 years. As a patient of the Apothecarium for several years, I know from experience that it is a clean and extremely well-run business. I also have known Dr. Kwan and Dr. Floyd Huen for decades and know that they will ensure that the new site will give back to the Sunset District and the West Side communities they serve. Please approve the Sunset site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Cohen. I live near 32nd and Noriega. Been a long-time San Francisco resident. I'm a patient of the Apothecarium, have been since they opened 6 years ago. I'd like to defer my personal comments and speak on behalf of Cindy Lutz, who could not be here tonight. She is too infirm. Last July, doctors discovered cancer around my best friend's heart. My boyfriend and I became his main caregivers. He had to have fluid drained from his lungs a couple times. He was put on strong medicines that would keep his lungs from filling up, but without unpleasant side effects. The cough was constantly present. There were occasional seizures as well. In January, our doctor suggested CBD in conjunction with his other medicines because the anxiety he was having over the possibility of passing out during a coughing fit, it had happened a couple times now, could actually make it even harder to breathe. After the first small dose, he had almost no anxiety and wanted to take a walk outside. He would just take a small piece of a jelly, and in a half hour, he would take a big smiling sigh and ask for something to eat. He didn't need a hospital bed. He struggled to breathe, but the pain was minimal, and the CBD tamed the anxiety of trying to catch his breath almost completely. Late in January, unfortunately, however, he died. My partner was traveling across town between working and caregiving to pick up the medications. Having to leave a fragile person alone is very stressful. What an extra miracle it would have been to have a place like the Apothecarium 2 blocks away during this time. Every neighborhood deserves a compassionate dispensary because these kinds of situations are very real in families. Most patients and caregivers who visit the new Apothecarium won't be handling an end-of-life scenario, but they will be facing worries and anxieties over treating illness and injuries. Please consider the dispensary to be the very needed and compassionate addition to our neighborhood. They legitimately care about patients, test their products for safety, and have a proven record for community
Thank you,
outreach.
Sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Kevin Clark. I am a longtime member of the Apothecarium, and I'm here to read a letter on behalf of Trey Allen. Hello, my name is Trey Allen. I'm concerned that tonight some of what you will hear will be comments instigated by an out-of-town activist group that I happen to know something about. The Pacific Justice Institute, or PGI, is this country's primary defender of conversion therapy. That's the harmful practice that seeks to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. PGI recently defended it all the way to the Supreme Court and lost. I know a thing or two about conversion therapy. Years ago, I survived 2 separate attempts at conversion therapy. My so-called counselors made me burn clothes that were too tight. They shamed my parents. They tried to plant false memories of sexual abuse. I lost 2 years of my life to this nonsense. It didn't work because conversion therapy is a lie. I just ask that we take a moment to really recognize that this is about a medical cannabis dispensary that is providing medicine to people here locally. And it's also about a hate group. And that's not a San Francisco value. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Tamar Moritz. I live in San Francisco, and I'm the California Regional Director for BDS Analytics, the leading market research firm in the cannabis industry. Our entire team comes from leading global market research firms working with the biggest consumer goods manufacturers and retailers in the world. And now we provide that kind of data for the cannabis industry. So what do the numbers say about the average California cannabis consumer? The average annual income among California cannabis consumers is $94,000 a year, compared to $76,000 for cannabis rejectors. 20% of California consumers hold a master's degree, compared to 12% of rejectors. 64% of California consumers are parents, compared to 55% for rejectors. 37% of California consumers have children under 10, compared to 11% of rejectors. I could go on listing dozens more of those insights, but I'll sum it up here. The data shows that the average California cannabis consumer is more likely to have a higher salary, have a higher level of education, more likely to have a family and children, more likely to hold a full-time job, more likely to be physically active, more health conscious, and more likely to be happy than the average non-consumer. All in all, completely debunking the stoner stereotype. I don't have much else to add, so I'll just let the data speak for itself. If you want some more information, please feel free to reach out or go to our website, www.bdsanalytics.com, bdsanalytics.com, sorry, I ramble. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please.
Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for your time. Long day and long hours sitting here, totally understand. And I bring you a good news here. In this list, 96% in 416. They can come here all at once if you want, but if you accept the list, it's all at Sunset residents. All of them strongly against MCD in our neighborhood. They are long-time residents here. We don't want MCD here. I want to ask all these supporters for MCD who live in Sunset.
Sir, please,
Raise your hand.
sir. Sir,
Also put in paper,
please address the commission.
Okay. And then outside, I heard a lot of supporters. They live in Oakland, Berkeley, and somewhere else. I don't think that's fair for the residents who live there. They come over from outside. Why don't you guys just open the store at Berkeley and Oakland? And then right here, if you consider the density of MCD, You go to Mission Street. There's so many of them. Why don't they take El Caso convenience? San Mateo area, Hillsborough, the Western have the cancer patient. They need to come here. And also Stanford, all around the peninsula. Why you open every city more than 10 or 20? And the mission area already have more than 10. Are they lazy or what? I don't know. So please consider this a list. All of them, do you want them come here all at once, Commissioner?
So what you're saying is that those 96 people won't be coming to do 2 minutes each?
They can come here one by one if you want.
But no, I think we get the point. If you want to submit that, we'd take that for their testimony. I'd appreciate that. I think we'd all appreciate that.
Sir.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is David Hua. I'm a parent, resident of San Francisco for the last 10 years, and a patient of Apothecariums for the last 4. I am reading a letter from Pastor Greg Chan, a minister at the Donald Dina Cameron House in Presbyterian Church. He quotes, "I have been concerned about misstatements and misrepresentations made by some religious leaders. The Apothecarium's current location has not only operated without any incidents near a church, but has garnered the support of that nearby church." His letter continues, "As I understand it, some of my fellow religious leaders have made some questionable claims that people have overdosed on cannabis or that they'll be making drugs accessible to children." He states further, "Regarding public safety, I'm told restrictions make it impossible for children to access cannabis at a dispensary, and law enforcement evidence shows that it removes drug dealers from the streets. I hope that you will listen to what is needed, which is safe, accessible medicine, and not the talk that's coming from telling untruths." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Ash. I'm a law student, and I'm a resident of San Francisco. I'd just like to share a personal story to emphasize the importance of access, especially in a neighborhood like the Sunset District, where there aren't any medical cannabis dispensaries. I'm a patient, so is my mother, and more recently, my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer. She lost her appetite from the chemotherapy. She was sick and demoralized from taking a cocktail of medicine every night, and we finally convinced her to try medical cannabis, and it really changed her life. It gave her a new hope. It gave her the will to live. It made her able to walk more. It made her able to eat again. And if there weren't medical cannabis dispensaries in her neighborhood that had bilingual people there to help her, to help guide her where she could walk closely, she would not have access, and she would still be kind of depressed, sitting in her house with no will to live. Medical cannabis patients are good people, and they increase the quality of the neighborhood rather than decrease it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Steve Heide, and I go to the Apothecarium, and I frankly am very puzzled by these horror stories that I see about, I saw some signs about children being lured in. This is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, first of all, these people have a business that they want to keep going. The customers want to have the things that make them better physically and mentally. Why would anybody do this? It's just absolutely ridiculous claim, and it's by people that don't know what they're talking about. And as far as crime has been proven to go down in these places where the medical cannabis dispensaries are, that's totally false. That claim that it's a big danger, and you know, it's just infuriating to have people coming from the outside and claiming this. I've been going to the Apothecarium for quite a while now, and it is a pleasant place. It is a clean place. I haven't seen any evidence of anybody angry or upset. Usually everybody's upbeat. They're professional. This just, you know, it's sad that people go to these lengths to shut something out that is very needed. It's an entire district without a medical marijuana club, and this is just totally inexcusable. It needs one, and this idea that school children are in danger or whatever. If it's okay, I guess I've said enough. Thank you, and please approve.
Seconds.
Please approve this. Oh, we still have 30 seconds.
23 seconds.
All right. Well, that's enough. I lost my train of thought at that point. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Remember, the initial chime is your 30-second warning, not your drop-dead time. I didn't mean it that way. 10 o'clock.
Good evening, Commissioner. We all live in Sunset, and we do not want any MCD dispensary in our neighborhood. Thank you.
We live in Sunset, no MCD.
Good evening. I'm a Sunset resident for many, many years, and I have 2 grandchildren going to preschool on 2701 Noriega, just 2 blocks away from 2505. So we have to walk by that place every single day, back and forth, because I live 2 blocks away. So I'm sure that if I open a marijuana store in your neighborhood, where you have grandchildren, you won't be happy. So we definitely say no to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the group.
We like to keep the clean air, so we know MCD in Sunset District. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Shabnam Malik. I am a parent, and I'm a 25-year resident of San Francisco. I live in the Sunset. I have 3 kids. My oldest kid, up until last year, actually went to preschool a couple of blocks down from this proposed location. Currently, my oldest child attends Jefferson Elementary, and I'm also a local business owner. I fully support the Apothecarium opening up a dispensary in the Sunset. I think it's actually really important for people with parents to understand what regulated and lawful medical cannabis dispensary means. I get it. I get that people are afraid for their children, but I think what they're afraid of is a black market, and what we're talking about, or rather an illicit market, and what we're talking about is a regulated market. And with this particular group, we're talking about a group of people who know and understand how to run a regulated, clean, very responsible medical cannabis dispensary, and that keeps kids safe. Children do not buy cannabis from a medical cannabis dispensary. They are not allowed in. It keeps kids safe. And I think what people are afraid of is the drug dealer that doesn't distinguish between a 14-year-old and a 44-year-old. A medical cannabis dispensary that's regulated, permitted, and operating lawfully does. Absolutely, they distinguish between those 2 different folks, and they don't let in people who aren't lawfully allowed to be there. And I fully trust the Apothecarium to run a legal operation that actually protects my kids. I know from experience that when you're younger, it was harder to buy alcohol that required you to dupe a 21-year-old or older person than it was to buy marijuana, which any drug dealer could sell you. And that's the kind of environment I want, one that it's hard for my kids to be able to get their hands on things that they shouldn't have access to unless the time is right. And I think the Apothecarium is going to offer that kind of safety to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. I'm also a parent. I live in the Sunset. I brought my children here because I think it's very important that we allow safe access to medicine. And as the last speaker said, legal cannabis is safer. It's clean, it's tested, you don't get pesticides. So for adult use, it's 100% safer. And in terms of access to kids, all of the data and all of the research in all of the states that have legalized both medical and fully legal cannabis, teen use has gone down. So all of these horror stories about children are just simply untrue. And it's not something that you have to take my word for it. It's something that has actually borne out to happen. And I understand that people are scared of it, but the Apothecarium, I've actually been into it. It's one of the nicer stores. I shop in that section of Noriega all the time, and I think it would actually be a great addition. People are scared that I don't know what they're scared of, things that are crazy happening in and out. Meanwhile, my children can go to any one of a dozen stores that we go in to buy candy on that street, and they can reach in and grab alcohol. It's just sitting there on the bottom shelf. Things on like Safeway sitting there on the bottom shelf. That's actually dangerous to my children. If my children get a hold of alcohol, they can get very, very sick, and it can cause them very serious problems. If your children, and I'm not advocating that anybody does, but cannabis in its raw form is non-psychoactive if you eat it. So you could eat it all day and it doesn't do anything to you. My kids don't eat salad, so I'm just kidding. But thinking about something as a dangerous substance, it's not. There are so many things in my house that I'm terrified of that you have to be scared of your children. Common house plants, cigarettes. If a child gets a hold of and eats a cigarette, it will kill them. So thinking about things that are actual threats to my family and actual threats to my children are common everyday household items that many of these people in here probably have. A lot of them probably smoke and don't even think about it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm here to read a letter for a San Francisco patient who couldn't be here today. So we can pass those out. Thank you. Dear Commissioners, I am Mrs. L. Chow of San Francisco. I am now in my 70s, and all my life I have had scoliosis with double curvature that has become worse with the years and recently has become quite painful. I also suffer from intermittent migraine headaches. Previously, I was on various muscle relaxants, intermittent electrical stimulation, and Tylenol with codeine almost daily for the back pain to allow me to function, and also needed intermittent Fioricet for the migraines. I recently met Dr. Floyd Hewen, who reviewed my case and suggested trying cannabis for pain control. He referred me to the Apothecarium on Market Street, where I also met Sarah Payan, Director of Education, who assisted in selecting the correct mixture of cannabis preparations for both the back pain and also for the migraine. Since using the 2 cannabis preparations sublingually, usually once a day, I have been able to control my back pain and my migraine, significantly reducing my need for other medications or electrical stimulation. I was able to get this pain relief without getting high. I wish I had begun using medical marijuana years ago. The public should be aware of these alternatives to pain control and have access in such nice retail sites as the Apothecarium on Market Street. The store is very clean and well-maintained, the personnel very courteous and knowledgeable, and they seem to be good neighbors with the surrounding neighborhood. I support the availability of cannabis as a medical tool for pain control and support the convenient availability of these medications. As a Chinese American, I am in favor of a dispensary that has bilingual Chinese staff. From what I have observed, the idea that a dispensary like the Apothecarium is dangerous for children does not seem at all true to me. I believe they would be a positive addition to any neighborhood, including the Sunset. Sincerely yours, Mrs. Chow. And I just want to say, as a Chinese medicine student and as someone who has Chinese herbalists in my family, this medicine has been in our community for over 5,000 years, which is much longer than the history of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's JJ.
My name's Jamie Lee.
My name is Teresa Tong.
My name's Kit Wu. No MCD, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speakers, please.
Hi, I'm Kai Yu. I am Susan Wu.
Hi, my name is Somi Chen. No MCD.
No MCD.
On area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcus Valderrama, and I live on 32nd in Noriega. I live across the street from the proposed site of the Apothecarium, and I am in full support of the Apothecarium opening. The fact of the matter is I actually have family members that have had cancer, and they use CBD to help in the side effects of chemotherapy. So I understand the medical benefits that CBD can provide along with other medical marijuana effects. So thank you for your time today, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tiara Mitchell. I'm a resident of San Francisco all my life and also a patient advocate. I also have worked in the industry for a while. I worked at a dispensary on Ocean Street, and we have dealt with some of the same things. And we were close to schools, and we had kids passing by every day, and there was never an issue with the kids. And also the smoking in the neighborhood is never a problem. There's always security checks and things going on like that, and Apothecarium, I'm sure, does the exact same thing. So that was my little bit. I also have a patient letter that I'm going to be reading. So this is by Dr. Marcia Rosenbaum. I am a patient having survived an aggressive skin cancer, a mother and a grandmother. But tonight I speak with you as a medical sociologist with a PhD from UCSF, a National Institute on Drug Abuse researcher, and an expert on the issue of teenagers and marijuana. In 1996, when Prop 215 passed, my children were 12 and 17. Though I supported patients' rights and understood the value of medical marijuana, I worried about increased availability and increased use among non-medical populations, especially teenagers. Yet my training as a medical sociologist forced me to look at data, relying on science over emotion. I understand my neighbors' fears, but the reality all over California and across the nation, based on numerous studies, is that the presence of well-run medical marijuana dispensaries such as Apothecarium has not resulted in increased crime or increased access by minors. So I urge you to reject the NIMBY argument, which is based on fear and misinformation, and rely instead on science in making your final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Brian, and I work in the industry with a variety of different collectives from Mendocino down to Los Angeles. And through working with a bunch of different collectives, I hear this debate between local people and dispensaries trying to be involved in those communities. They're both two very legitimate arguments of a community that wants to protect their children and wants to be safe, and also groups of individuals who want their medicine, want safe access to it, and those that are trying to give it to them. I just wanted to say that through my experience in working with the industry and working with a very wide variety of collectives, you're going to be really hard-pressed to find someone who will do a better job, a more professional job than the Apothecarium. And if this is a service that the community really needs, then you want someone who can do that job, that can be professional, and these are the people who are going to do it. So just consider that you have a great candidate, and it'll be hard to get someone as good. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Anthony Tang, and I'm a father, as well as representing my family here. My brother and my sister-in-law couldn't be here, and they just wanted me to come and say that we're not for the cannabis dispensary. I think that the space could be better used for other businesses. It'd be more beneficial for me and my family. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess, Sheriff's Deputy, are there many people left out there?
Excuse me. Sheriff's Deputy, do we have an estimate?
I think we're almost near the end. Please.
I don't know.
Good. Kind of done.
My name is Stephen Chiu. I live in Sunset over 40 years, at least. So I make a simple one. So Sunset is my home. So please save the Sunset community, save my home, and protect our children. So please, no MCD in Sunset area. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alfonso Chen. Our family has a house in 34th Avenue. I oppose the proposed MCD business store on 2501 Noriega Street, corner of 32nd Avenue, for the following three reasons. The proposed MCD store is 2 blocks away from a preschool and nearby churches. Kids and parents walk daily through the neighborhood area. Marijuana causes permanent health damage, both lung and brain, to children and adults, even from secondary smoking. Marijuana is rated Drug 1 by Federal Food and Drug Administration. Point 2, the proposed MCD store is too close to many restaurants, such as ABC restaurant across the street, and grocery stores like Safeway 1 block away, and other mom and pop grocery stores. In 5 months, people smoking marijuana for leisure will cause great harm to the people in the community, especially senior citizens, affecting their health. Point 3, as you know, Noriega Street is already heavy in traffic and parking. Additional cars and human traffic will cause traffic congestion to the Sunset community due to drug customers from other parts of the city and outside the city, such as Westlake, Daly City, Millbrae, Burlingame, Alameda, and the entire Bay Area. It will be greatly impact and damage our daily lives.
No MCD in Sunset area.
No more.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Are there still people in the room?
Hello, my name is Men Hong Yu. I live Sunset. No MCD in Sunset.
Hi, my name is Xiao Pian Qian. I live at Sunset neighbor. No MCD.
Hong Xiang Cheng, no MCD.
My name is Xiu Pan Cheng, no MCD.
My name is Yuk Yu. I say no MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Xie Yu, no MCD. Thank you.
I am Yong Mei Chen, no MCD in Sunset area. No MCD.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good evening. And next speaker, please. Okay. Whoever's ready.
My name is Jennifer Yang. I think I am in pain a lot because I get a fall in workplace, and then I'm taking control truck 2 right now. And I think here all is our neighborhood in Sunset area. Then I think it's more than the marijuana is not just drugs. They can damage your nervous system. So I think for a neighborhood, we don't need no MCD at all. And I think they would just tell your name too.
Yeah, my name is Rosanna. I'm living in Noriega Street. So I would say no MCD. Thank you.
My name is Karen Ling, and I'm a resident of San Francisco for 40 years. I also live in the Sunset neighborhood, and I really strongly oppose to a marijuana store in our Sunset neighborhood. So please don't open one there. Thank you.
My name is Sosia Sito. No MCD.
My name is Susan Lee. No MTC in Sunset District.
My name is Lisa Fang, no MCD in Sunset area, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Renee. I live in Sunset District. Today, I just want to ask you a question. Do you want your children or grandchildren smoke marijuana when they grow up? Now, this store, they want to be in the neighborhood that has a preschool and after school. They are in the category of San Francisco Unified School District. They are schools. Now, today's problem is between healthy children versus a few ill people. And healthy children are not just a family's happiness. They are also our country's bright future. If you have this store in our neighborhood, children will see it, they will smell it and hear it. So you just plant a marijuana seed in children's heart. Is that what you want? It's not me as a mom want. And I have a cousin who said he doesn't like to play video game, but he got his mom's support to bought a laptop that is specialized in video game. When I find out, I was so angry. I told his mom that you just plant a bad seed in his life. Now he is addicted to the video game, just as I predicted. So children need fresh air. So if you say no tasting, no trying, what's the difference comparing with an online store that will save your rent? I'm not against the marijuana store, but I think it should be in General Hospital neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
No MCD in Sunset. Thank you.
Thank you.
No MCD.
My name is Herman said, no MCD in Sunset. No.
My name is Mo Oi. I live over Sunset area. The Sunset District actually is within a walking distance to Noriega Street. And I just don't want people high and stoned and driving around in the city, in the district that is no control over it. Because who knows what would happen after they are smoked and they are high and stoned again. And I really strongly oppose it.
My name is Men Chen Chen. No MCD. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Yu. I'm from San Francisco Community Empowerment Center. No MCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Randy Louie, and I've been living in Sunset for more than 30 years. I am a father, a small business owner, and I strongly oppose MCD in our Sunset neighborhood. We need more houses, we need more schools, we need more preschools. We do not need MCD in our Sunset neighborhood. Thank you.
No MCD in my neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Hambrecht. I'm a resident of San Francisco, have lived here this time for more than 26 years. I'm a mother of 3. I've been a trustee at school boards locally. I believe that the legalization of marijuana that the voters overwhelmingly passed in California, and even more overwhelmingly here in San Francisco, actually makes it safer for children, number one. Number two, my personal experience is that the Apothecarium is an incredible organization, very well managed, top of the game professionally in the cannabis industry. My 3 children walked right past the Apothecarium on Market Street on their way to school. Right after getting off the 37 Corbett, they never knew it was a dispensary. There was no smell. Completely professional. I urge you to approve this for the Apothecarium.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Theodore Douglas. I have 2 kids. I am a 10-year medical marijuana patient. None of my kids smoke, raised them not to. They both went to school in Giannini and the Sunset. I'm here to read something from Shanti. Shanti is a nonprofit that serves people with terminal, life-threatening, or disabling illnesses or condition. Many Shanti patients are members of the LGBTQ communities, often living with HIV and AIDS. Many of our patients know what it's like to be stigmatized. We help them navigate those hurdles, and along with practical hurdles involved with serious illnesses. Many of them are medical cannabis patients. I know firsthand how medical cannabis patients can change people's lives. I also know that when you're sick, personal care is also important. You need personal attention. You need to point and ask questions and keep asking until you understand how do you use your medication. That's especially true when you're sick and scared and tired. Our patients are no danger to anybody, and they just pick up their medication. The Apothecarium is well known in the Castro for being a fantastic neighbor, and they have done everything to improve their storefront. They don't bring crime, they reduce it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First, I wanted to thank you all. I know it's getting late, so I really appreciate your attention. My name is Edmund. I work in the Sunset, and I see that this has 2 separate questions, the first one being medical marijuana in general, and the second one being the Apothecarium as a business. For the first one, I'm a medical cannabis patient, but that's not what I want to talk about right now. What I want to talk about is my partner, who last summer was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer, ultimately had to get surgery that paralyzed half of his face, had to get radiation therapy. He lost his appetite. He lost his sense of taste. And it was only because of medical cannabis that he was able to eat at all. I watched a man lose a third of his weight, drop from 170 pounds to 120 pounds. And so I truly do believe that medical cannabis saved his life. I can't speak highly enough of it. The second thing is the Apothecarium as a business. I personally go to the Apothecarium. My partner went to the Apothecarium during this incident. The Apothecarium is an incredibly professional place. The staff is well-trained, they're well-spoken, they're kind. To be honest, the grace and the kindness that was extended to us while he had cancer was unbelievable. It went above and beyond what a business is obliged to do for its customers. So the Apothecarium would be a wonderful presence in any community, in my opinion. And like others have said, you see it on the street, it looks like any other business. There's no smell. There's no negative presence. So I just want to say as a conclusion that I do support medical cannabis. I support patients in California. I support the Apothecarium, and I really thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Candace Lee, and I'm a strong supporter of not only medical cannabis, but as well as the Apothecarium as a place that I like to source my medical cannabis from. I would actually like to read a letter, and I would like you guys to hear from a former San Francisco police commissioner who lives 4 blocks away from the project site and is a strong supporter as well. His name is Douglas Chan. He writes, I've owned a single-family residence on 32nd Avenue for 30 years, and I'm willing to express my strong support for the Operation MCD at 2505 Noriega Street. He mentions that he was also concerned as a resident of that area, but he decided to go to the Apothecarium and speak with the executives and medical consultant Floyd Nguyen, and based on his discussions and personal observations of the Apothecarium's operation, he is confident that the MCD would be worthwhile use of the site, and the proposed conditional use would constitute an innovative healthcare delivery model for the first bilingual and first bicultural MCD in the region. Personally, for me, that's really helpful. I'm actually really upset that I cannot provide proper and legal medical cannabis for my own mother, who couldn't find other forms of medicine, and because she herself is also under misinformation as well as misconstrued information. And not only that, but he also mentions that the city should recognize that the clinical and legal regulatory framework for MCD operations has evolved substantially over the last decade, and he urges you and your fellow commissioners on the Planning Commission to approve conditional use and authorization of the operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next speaker, please.
my name is George Yuen. I live in Sunset, and I'm a non-smoker, and I cannot stand the smell of marijuana, and I'm opposed to this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Vincent Chan, and I've been a San Francisco Sunset resident for 27 years. I have two children. They're very young, 4 years old and 8 years old, and I always go to this neighborhood to do shopping, to do dining, and I cannot imagine what happened when the MCD is going to operate at this location. So please say no to MCD, and I will thank you for my children.
Thank you.
Before we go any further, if I could ask the sheriff's deputy, do we have anybody outside in line? You do still have a few. Could I ask the interpreters to announce if anyone still needs your services? Because I'd like to let you guys go.
有冇人需要廣東話或者國語嘅翻譯？有沒有人需要廣東話或國語的翻譯？
If you can make that same announcement outside, and if no one needs your services, then I'd like just assume to let you guys go home. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Danny Day is my name. I live on 32nd Avenue in Noriega for about 30 years, past 30 years. Okay, I'm retired right now. Before I retired, I was a maintenance worker for San Francisco Housing Authority. Truthfully, I see sale and use of marijuana for 20 years. Truthfully, I don't see a happy ending. When kids grow up, they don't go, they do something else besides going to school. And please don't allow this to happen in our neighborhood. Ask what you can do for your children, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Millie Chiu. I live in the neighborhood, and I also work in the neighborhood as well. Well, I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and my husband, who's a police officer. We understand that MCD can only take cash. So with large amount of cash around, the business could subject to higher possibility of armed robbery. And burglary of the permits could happen after business hour. And when fire happens, when they burn down, it will affect the neighborhood homes. Okay, and also some MCD keep guns on permits to prevent robbery, which, it can happen, and then a shootout happens, and the bystander, the innocents, will be caught in the crossfire. And I feel that, MCD claim that there's no smoking and nothing like that. However, once it's outside, it's out of their control. And, they feel that also MCD claim that the business, help the ills and the seniors. But Medicare, Medi-Cal, insurance does not even cover this. And then also, I finally just want to say, Marin, in May, they just voted down the 10 permits that apply for MCD. None of them. And it's based on this. That to justify denial, the supervisor stated that all applicants failed to meet the requirement that dispensaries should not advisory affect the health, peace, or safety of people living or working in the surrounding area, overly burden a specific neighborhood with special needs or high-impact uses, contribute to a specific nuisance. So, with all this consideration, you should just vote this down because it's just not good for the neighborhood. I feel for the people that are sick and they need help. I feel for them. But we are neighborhood families and children that's around. And then we should consider that, and, they can find a better place. I hope they do, but just not in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Just quickly, Apothecarium does take credit cards, so they're not an all-cash business. My name is Nara Dalbaka, and I'm a graduate of San Francisco State's MFA program. I'm reading a letter today from my friend Nancy Au, who's also a graduate of that program. My name is Nancy Au, and my family is a third-generation West Side San Franciscan. My 96-year-old grandma is the target demographic for this dispensary because medical marijuana increases her appetite, which is important because she had lost 40 pounds due to stress and illness after losing her husband, and because of opiate use, which was killing her appetite. Food has always been an incredibly important part of her life, cooking, eating, and sharing meals with family. And when she lost her appetite, she felt like a part of her life had disappeared. When her appetite returned, she felt like she got her life back. I think that food and appetite are important to older generation Chinese people. The one phrase my grandparents would say at every single meal was, "Don't stop eating." They saw big appetite as a sign of health. The CBD cream that she uses on her hip is such a comfort to her and her family. She absolutely loves the scent and keeps the jar next to her bed. It is very easy for her and her caretaker to apply to her sore hip. It's been a source of comfort for her and our family and her caretakers, and provides pain relief without the side effects that we've seen in her opiate medication. Most importantly, our family feels comforted knowing that the CBD cream is non-addictive and that she cannot stockpile it like opiate medications. And our arthritic 12-year-old dog uses vet CBD. Her daily walks have so much more bounce, and she moves like a puppy. And during the 4th of July fireworks, our dog did not experience shaking, trembling, or panting from fear. The vet CBD helped her tremendously and without the side effects that she had experienced with tranquilizers, which we'd tried in the past. I don't know what me and my family would do if we did not have CBD to help us through these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian. I'm a father, a San Francisco resident, and I'm a cannabis cultivator. Having a unique experience seeing the inside of operations for the Apothecarium Group, I'm here to tell you that they set the standard. The Apothecarium sets the standard with respect to cannabis cleanliness, potencies, test results. They set the standard for community outreach. They set the standard for other dispensaries that operate in the city and the state. The fear-mongering that we're hearing today are the same old stories that we've been hearing for the last 20 years. With every single dispensary application we see, it's the same fear-mongering that the data just doesn't support. The community here today should be lucky to be working with a group like the Apothecarium Group. It shouldn't be opposing the Apothecarium. The community should be discussing how they can work with the Apothecarium, because the Apothecarium is willing to do more for the community than most other folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Xiuming Lau. I'm a dear commissioners. I'm a senior pastor of the Lutheran Church of Holy Spirit. Hearing the different speakers share pros and cons, so I got a result. Yeah, it's still a hard scientific debate about the use of the marijuana. Legal may not be safe, but I also heard some tragic story because of marijuana. So one death caused by marijuana, is too many. So I think scientific debate should be kept in a laboratory, not in a community. And community, I think the people, they especially Chinese community, some of them, they also have a very good academic background. UC Berkeley, Stanford, working in UCSF. So a lot of people, they also talk against the marijuana. So again, this is a scientific debate. Keep it in a laboratory and let the community have a safe place for the kids, for the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gloria. No MCD, please.
We don't need MCD in our neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Annie Chen. We don't need MCD in our neighborhood in Sunset District.
Thank you.
Sure. Just go ahead and put it down and they'll... No, face up.
Face down.
Face up.
There you go. That worked. Take a look there. It's on the screen there.
Thank you. Dear Commissioner, my name is Lisa. I'm living in Sunset for more than 35 years. I'm here to oppose MCD open in our neighborhood. One day I walked on the Norwega Street and saw a group of children. They walking outside of the art school, and their hand is holding the flag. You know, what I so emotional is the children, they love American. They love their country. But do you think they born with that knowledge? No, because we put in their mind. We told them American is so great. And they are our future. That's how you put in their mind. So do you want the children, everyone, do you want your children to know the MC, to know the anything about, if they ask you, Mom, what is the smell? Mom, what is this? How are you going to answer them? Please, I don't care what the law is, but everyone should know children are first. That's how I come to the United States. I love American and hope that you will know on MCD. I just too emotional, but please excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Yiping Wan. I'm taking senior management position in top one enterprise software company. My wife and I live in Norwega by 33rd. I've gotten two main points: Apothecarium's engineering business motive and impact to newborns and young families like ours. About engineering business motive, by my research, there are 28 MCDs in San Francisco by 2016. Now we've gotten 38, over 40% increase. Do we have that much increase in patient that we need another MCD in Sunset? And SanFranciscoExaminer.com reveals that annually 10 million tourists visit San Francisco for tasting marijuana. Is the proposed MCD really for curing our patient in Sunset or for making the money from the tourist? Number three, Apothecarium's menu is full of misleading cocktail-like names and description to trap people in, especially for the young kids, but no medication information. Example is King's Brads, right? Platinum cookie, super lemon haze, and description keywords, great for artists, writer, musicians, uniquely sweet and spicy, perfect for someone looking for uplifting distraction. There's no real indication of medical effect. We're planning to have a baby very soon. Now, we're very concerned about our babies to come. Here's the research summary for the marijuana impact on newborns that are exposed to marijuana during their pregnancy. First, smaller heads and lower birth weight. Second, tend to have hyperactivity and inattention. Third, score lower on cognitive and behavior test. Fourth, score lower in memory test. Fifth, score lower on spelling and math. Sixth, poor reading comprehension skills. With the above said, I would urge our commissioners, please do not approve this application. Please deny it. Sunset District do not need marijuana. No MCD. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've gotten 10 elderly. They're sitting in the waiting room, and they've signed, and if needed, they can testify as well. And we'll put this paper in. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Leave it right there. Thank you very much.
That's it.
Hi, my name is Sandy Chiu. We don't need the MCD in our area. So I have a breast cancer for 10 years. I never used the MCD. So we don't need that in our area to damage our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pauline Shum. I live on 27 in Norwega. I would really appreciate if our neighborhood is safe with no MCD. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Thanks for your patience. And my name is Lisa Winch. I'm a Central Sunset resident. I live within a block and a half of the proposed site. I've lived in the Sunset for 25 years. Professionally, I'm a psychiatric social worker, and I work in a nearby county mental health clinic which serves the Sunset neighborhood. I am in support of the proposed cannabis dispensary. I've known both personally and professionally people who have benefited dramatically from medical cannabis use. I was honored to provide caregiving to a close friend who died of AIDS in the 1990s, just prior to the development of the cocktail, which saved so many lives. He was my friend and roommate, and I watched as he wasted away and eventually died. Medical marijuana gave him much relief from his symptoms, his pain and depression, and stimulated his appetite. I cannot tell you how grateful I am that such a thing existed, which could give a dying person such relief in that circumstance. The synthetic version of THC that was prescribed by his physician was not helpful at all, actually. So I was fortunate enough to be able to tour recently the existing Apothecarium on Castro Street, following a neighborhood community orientation and meeting that they had. I was very impressed by the advancements in both knowledge and the products themselves. I was impressed by the fact that they offer organic products. As a social worker, I also really appreciated that they offered a compassionate use discount for people who were low income or on fixed incomes. I think I'm in support of the fact that they provide bilingual services. So I work with a lot of people in mental health that have substance use issues, and I don't think that marijuana has any of the kinds of dangers that I see with people regarding alcohol or other kinds of drugs. I think that the Apothecarium would be a good neighbor if given the chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And if there are any additional speakers, please line up on the screens out of the room.
Dear Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Chris Ng. I'm the one mentioned in your report on page 148. And so I came to give some clarification for the context of my statement, which the submitted news article did not report. In my previous career, I was a scientist by trade, so I can grasp the research benefits and risk of marijuana. And I hear and I know that people are impacted by the lack of medical marijuana. Conversely, people are also negatively affected by the presence of marijuana, even as sold by a medical cannabis dispensary. The story of the marijuana-related death with a loved one could have been better told if the person, by the person himself. But out of respect for their trauma and the healing process, I did not probe or refute their story. Nonetheless, people are impacted by the trauma of marijuana in their lives. And for those voices to be dismissed or to be diminished as ignorance or fear will further marginalize them. Do not object to the MCD by ignorance of science or by bigotry of others, but they long for a community which is safe for all people. So my bottom line is the push for justified access to medical marijuana can also become a shove for people whose lives have been traumatized by marijuana too. So please have compassion as you consider this underserved population. And also consider the point of other health professionals. At SF General, orthopedic surgeon and pain management specialists who participate in an amputee support group field many questions but do not actually recommend medical marijuana for interested patients. While it may seem like a cruelty for those who live with local and central pain for the rest of their lives, like myself as an amputee, it is also known that they actually encourage us to work through our pains instead of numbing them for quality of life. It's actually community and support, which we want to provide for everyone in the Sunset community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ng. Any additional public comment? No. Seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us and for the long hearing. We will close public comment and open up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Koppel.
Well, thanks to everyone for sticking around tonight. Thanks to the Sheriff's Department for all their support tonight. Also, figured I'd...
Mic on.
Thank you. Figured I'd be the first one to take a stab at this tonight, seeing as though the proposed location's in my part of town. So I live less than 8 blocks from the proposed location. My work office is less than 5 blocks from the Market Street location. I wanted to start off by saying I have voted for MCDs in the past, and so I'm not going to double standard myself and say not in my neighborhood. My beliefs are that it's very underrated, the medicinal capabilities of cannabis. Through friends and acquaintances, I've firsthand witnessed the relief of physical, mental ailments, injuries, and disabilities directly from the use of cannabis. And people sometimes are misunderstood and stereotype stoned people driving into storefronts and whatnot. And over the years, I've been a little enlightened on the capabilities of cannabis and its methods with oils and vaporizing pens that literally don't, quote, stink up the block. It's legal, and I feel it's one of the safest medicines around, especially considering the quantity of liquor stores all throughout the city that sell cigarettes and alcohol. I've been a firm believer that cannabis is a lesser evil than those. I frequent the Whole Foods on Market and Dolores and purposely walk by the Apothecarium almost on a daily basis. For months now, I've been talking to residents, talking to merchants, talking to anyone on the public I can run into, asking what they think of this MCD. Most of them don't even know it's there. You walk by this location and it's a nice looking building. I've been inside, it's even nicer inside. Like I said, I haven't heard one bad thing about the Market Street MCD in months and months and months of constant contact. I'd like to ask staff up for 1 second just to clarify what's in the report regarding the 1,000-foot rules, and want to hear what you say.
Absolutely. So, Commissioner, the code states that an MCD cannot be located within 1,000 feet from a parcel containing a public or private elementary or secondary school. The code then further clarifies in the definitions of a school that a school is an educational institution for students in kindergarten through 12th grade, so not pre-K or childcare. The MCD can also not be located within 1,000 feet of a parcel containing a community facility or recreation center that primarily serves persons under age 18. With a community facility being defined, again, as it includes community clubhouses, neighborhood centers, community cultural centers, or other community facilities not publicly owned but open for public use, in which the chief activity is not carried on as a gainful business, and whose chief function is the gathering of persons from the immediate neighborhood in a structure for the purposes of recreation, culture, social interaction, healthcare, or education, other than institutional uses, which would include churches.
So, based on staff's recommendation, there's no infraction of a 1,000-foot rule?
Correct. The code would not strictly prohibit an MCD from locating in this on this site. It is. We do acknowledge that there is a preschool at 31st and Noriega. The church is at 31st and Noriega, and the preschool is at 34th and Noriega. And neither of those would prohibit the MCD strictly. It's up to your discretion to find that as a necessary and desirable as a conditional use.
Thank you. One question for project sponsor, Jean Kwan. We've often asked our project sponsors what they've done community outreach-wise and how they've planned to fit into the community. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done?
Good evening, and let me just say this has been an education in Bay Area politics. Thank you for being here and still being awake and being so respectful to the community. To be honest, this is my husband's project. But I speak better Chinese than he does, and I was particularly upset when community meetings are disrupted. So I've joined him in walking door to door. And anybody who knows about my political career, that's how I've beaten people with lots more money than me and lots more name recognition. I'm a really good walker and a really good listener. And so I did the walking to try to get a feel of what the community felt. And at first I was very surprised at how much support there actually was, because I knew there had been organizing against this for 2 years, that the other side had staff and they were organized, they had buses bringing people in tonight. But I found a lot of people were still open. So it turned out to be about a third. So people who've knocked on doors or are thinking political career, only about a third of the people are ever home when you go knock on the door. That means you have to walk these neighborhoods again and again and again. And there are some people, I felt bad about the lady who said we never contacted because it's not because we didn't try. Between my husband and a lot of the volunteers, the patients and the apothecarian who came here to speak, helped us walk and knock on those doors. And what I found is on every block, there were a couple of patients that were really happy. A lot of patients. And there were also a lot of people who had grandmothers. That's how we met Nick. Nick's grandmother and the struggle in their family was such an example. He came to a neighborhood meeting. 2 neighborhood watch groups held meetings for us, and a couple of their leaders came and spoke tonight. They didn't identify them as such. We also had meetings for every medical provider on Noriega. We call it the medical mile. There are 37 medical institutions in the area, and that's why it should be located there. It's a former pharmacy. There's the Chinese Hospital Outreach Center, and there's NEMS, for any of you who know anything about Chinese healthcare. They are just a block away. And we know doctors who will send people to the apothecarian, and we know Kaiser doctors who will if it's in the neighborhood, because right now, I would doubt that my aunt, who actually needs it, could make her way to Market Street unless I got her in a car and took her there. So the issue of accessibility is important. But going back, then there are a third of the people who just honestly either didn't care, or most of their objections was, there's probably nothing we can do about it. We'd rather not have it in our neighborhood. And that sort of would be true in Oakland and any neighborhood. If you had the choice to have it in or not have it in, We also found a third of the people who had been well organized, although some of the people who had signed the petitions 2 years ago had changed their mind, or at least moved to neutral. And that's what we found, because we gave so much more information. I was told when Terraville came out, you had 800 people. Tonight, we maybe had 450 people. So we think that's because of our outreach, because we really talked to people. And what's disturbing the most is a lot of people were basically told things that are absolute lies. They were told it's illegal. They were told it was poisonous. They were told that we were going to give candy samples to induce their children. And they, lectured me like, how could you? We're so proud of you in the Chinese American community as the first Chinese mayor. How could you do this to harm our community? And I would say to them, I was president of the Asian School Board Association. I was president of the HERB. I would never do anything to hurt children. And giving data to some very elderly new immigrants is not very helpful. All they read is the Chinese media. They don't get a lot of other information. But we did our best to educate. We had Chinese acupuncturists, did a major editorial in Tsingtao, and, we did a couple of interviews. He was interviewed by Self Help for the Elderly, Annie Chung, on her health show. So we pretty much did as much outreach as I know about. And the way I would assess is about a third. That there were a third really strong supporters, a third really people who didn't want it, and there are just a whole bunch of people, like in any neighborhood situation, who didn't care that much. But I would say that for the 3,900 patients, and yes, we didn't get all their names, and we didn't get them all here tonight, or we'd still be talking. For those 3,900 patients, overwhelming support and a lot of concern by people. I mean, there are so many Chinese people who came up to me standing in front of the storefront who said, my grandmother uses it, or we use it, but don't tell anyone because the neighbors will be mad at me. And then there were so many people, young people, who would walk by and they say, hey, Mayor Kwan, don't worry, we're with you. And these are like the millennials and the Gen Xers, right? The American-born, educated young Americans. So I laughed when I saw some of the petitions where somebody had signed for all the people in their family. I remember pointing one out to my husband. I said, I bet you the 2 millennials wouldn't have signed that, but their mother signed it for them. So that's generally what I found, that it's a controversy, and probably a year from now, when more doctors start prescribing to seniors, this would have been less of an issue for the seniors. I mean, the American Medical Association just in February, I used to be a patient advocate, so I thought thought it was pretty funny. They finally, just in February, put out papers saying, okay, these are the 18 diseases where it really works, guys. You can actually prescribe it, and we're going to start giving CMEs about it. There are a lot of elder, and particularly minority doctors, Chinese and African-American doctors, who are so afraid of the federal government in the past that they weren't prescribing it. My husband, because he was the doctor at the first men's clinic before AIDS had a name, and because he specializes in poor seniors and for people who have been disabled, has been at the forefront of prescribing medical marijuana. And we wish even doctors are not that well aware. But for this community, I think it's been hyper politicized. People are trying to put me at the center of it. And, basically, I'm here to support my husband. He's a good doctor. He's done pioneering work. And we've both fought for equity for a long time. So my sense is we did every kind of outreach we could. We invited every neighbor for a personal tour. We offered to meet with every medical provider in the neighborhood. And we literally walked to every door several times within 1,000 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go next.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. Oh, 11 o'clock at night. Let's see if I can make sure I sound coherent right now. Okay, I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Department. You guys did a fantastic job tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the staff. You're smiling in the front row. I don't know how you're just smiling. I'd like to thank everyone who came out tonight for and against. As always with these types of issues, a lot of times you'll get a lot of comment, which is, people are repeating themselves, but it's good to see the volume. And then in there you also get different anecdotes and stories and different points of view, which helps you with your decision. And I'd like to repeat for issues like this that the result is usually never baked in. We are really sitting here listening to however 8-9 hours of public comment and reading all the materials and really trying to get a sense of where we stand. So here's where I'm at with this. This is a conditional use authorization, which means that generally the findings have to be that the project is necessary and desirable. It's a little bit interesting for medical marijuana dispensaries, but necessary, it's medicinal at this point. This is not recreational, so necessary for somebody. And in terms of desirable, what did I write down? There are many letters both for and against. All right, so there was a lot of people who came out tonight, but there were also thousands of letters that came into the department and also the supervisor's office in the couple of years prior to tonight. This application came in 2015, I believe. So there's a lot of people for and against. So I think desirable is that's up for debate, I think. So what do I look at? There's a couple things. On the sort of citywide level, I am concerned about the equity of the availability of this type of service. It is legal. It is medical in nature, the way that this land use is described. And despite the fact that we do have green zones, because of the way that we've defined where these dispensaries can be, there are fewer areas in the city where they can go. Right now, they're concentrated in just a few, and for a lot of reasons, I think that's a little bit inequitable. So until there are future rules that adjust that in some way, I think that that's something that I have to weigh as a sort of citywide desirability for all of these dispensaries. There was concern about the presence of a child care facility within that 1,000-yard buffer. And I had thought about this before, but I think there was a few people in public comment who made note of this. Yes, Highline, top level, is challenging to see, facilities that serve minors. I have a toddler that are super close to these. However, their dispensaries in other parts of the city are located beneath residential, that are located next to other community serving facilities that presumably at some point in time children go into. And this commission has not heard of major levels of complaints with those locations. In addition, for a daycare, the children in a daycare or child care facility are not unaccompanied minors. So that weighs in strongly to my decision on as to whether or not it's okay that you have one of these facilities sort of within that buffer, which has generally been seen to preclude the use of child care facilities that serve minors. So then you get to some of the other impacts that those on the side against were saying. So in terms of sort of traffic and crime and smells and then different proclamations which had varying degrees of evidence behind them about sort of biological or behavioral impacts. There are no other MCDs in with like almost a 2-mile radius of this neighborhood. There's a map in our materials. So it's really challenging to compare what this would be to anything else, right? So what you're hearing you can't compare it to anything. So all I have to go on is how have these MCDs worked in other neighborhoods in the way that we have approved them. And when we have given a good look to the land use, so in terms of are there bars in the windows, what type of security are they using, what are their hours of operation, is there use on site? When we take a look at all of those conditions and they are done in the right way, we have not seen dispensaries that have the sort of negative impacts that people were fearing tonight. And because there are no other examples, again, in this sort of immediate area, we have to go on, well, what has been our experience with other neighborhoods? So I have to assume that if we make sure that the conditions are strong for this location here, that we won't see those impacts here because we, for generally speaking, haven't in other dispensaries where we have taken really good care with the conditions. I'd finally note that CUs can be rescinded. So I think that if we were to see any of these negative impacts, it's possible to come back and revisit this. But I don't think that some of the potential negative impacts are a reason to not approve this location today, because I just don't see the evidence that what the fears are will actually come to reality, given our experience in other parts of the city. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Richards.
So I'm pro-medical marijuana. I always have been. I only voted once against an MCD. That was the one at the Pier 39. Tremendous amount of respect for the Apothecarium, for Mr. Hudson and his team. I think he knows that. I went to bat for them at the Lombard Street site here, both and at the Board of Appeals. The business has been additive to my neighborhood. When it came in 6 years ago, we were going to oppose it, and we talked to Ryan and his team, and we decided not to, and we've been happy ever since. So, I wanted to get that out on the table. I'm pro-cannabis. I voted for Prop 64. I don't support cannabis-free districts, given the light that we have recreational use. I welcome cannabis businesses in my neighborhood, and I can't wait to see them open up. Many of my friends are patients. I am not one. With what I've heard today, I don't agree with the tactics of some of the people in the room. When I heard the Pacific Justice Institute guy come up, I actually Googled it and got the Wikipedia site and kind of was actually revulsed at some of the things that they were involved in. But they have their own beliefs, and they are what they are. I completely don't believe some of the things that they do. I also believe that there are really sincere beliefs on both sides, and and I respect those, and I think that they're deeply held. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody said, nor is it my place to tell you what to think. So you come up with your own positions based on your own data, and I respect that. You disagree, the sides for and against. The issue for me is, and the elephant in the room is, conversion to adult use, and the fact that we don't have regulations yet that we understand what approving this MCD here in this location will actually really mean. And that's my elephant in the room. So I don't know exactly what I'm approving today, given the fact that I understand there's a talk of a clear conversion process, and absent any clear understanding as to whether it's a new hearing, whether it's administrative, whether it's a 312 notice, whether it's a simple change of use permit, and what it's going to whether it comes before this commission or not. I'm up in the air and I'm unsettled by approving this today. A couple of things that I understand. The radius is under consideration. The 1,000-foot radius is being talked about as to making it less. That being said, I did meet with the supervisor and I met with her today and I said, what are you trying to do in District 4? Do you support cannabis? Do you not support cannabis? And the conversation we had was a really good one. And, with the reduction of the radius, there are more areas open where she would be supportive of having both MCDs and adult use. She did not say she wasn't supportive of this. I want to make sure that I'm on record with that. Where retail cannabis is considered a recreational adult is all under discussion right now. I mentioned the approval process, who, which businesses, which one first, what are the criteria, and when. There's so many other considerations I feel that need to be addressed in the upcoming legislation that we don't have before us. I understand it's going to be introduced at the Board of Supervisors in early September. I'm unsettled as to whether I want to approve this today or not.
Commissioner Moore.
While I share an uncertainty about where future legislation may go, it is probably not enough to not want me to support an operator who is basically setting the industry standard. Saying that, I want to acknowledge that I see a huge shift in how the conversation is reframing itself over the last 10 years, while 10 years ago, the main emphasis in the discussion was about compassionate care, focused on the healing and medicinal purposes of MCD. I see now a new kind of more community-focused resistance, which speaks more about the me and I and how it affects me. And that is somewhat new to the conversation, particularly in the large number of people who only spoke about not in my neighborhood. I felt concerned that there may be cultural gap in bringing the science and the depths of the conversation onto the level of compassion and better understanding. And that could be linguistics, that could be cultural, and there is a gap which concerns me. And I think it needs backfilling as quickly as possible. I have to believe, listening to Dr. Floyd Twin, I'm sorry if I may not pronounce the name quite correctly, that there are people in the Chinese community who have to kind of conceal that they see the medicinal benefits of marijuana, but for cultural pressures have to basically do it behind closed doors. And that is kind of sad because for me, symbolically, to have the apothecarium move into the location of what was formerly a pharmacy is for me symbolic that in this medical mile, this is the correct location. And in the end, I think it is the proper location, which is the fight which has been going on for more than 10 years about regional or city equity of where these MCDs are, not overburdening certain neighborhoods, but leaving them equitably distributed. And since most of them are not noticeable, I have actually never noticed the MCD on Market Street. I've walked by it 100 times and I've never noticed it until you brought it to my attention. Oh, it's across from Whole Foods. I have never noticed it.
Safeway.
Safeway. From Safeway, right. I have to assume that this location is the right location, but I am torn about the incredible voice of a large segment of the community being in opposition. So I'm just going to sit here for a while and listen what other commissioners have to say.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat some of the comments of other commissioners. I also am a little disquieted by, what we are approving in terms of the rules that will be coming down as far as retail uses. However, that's not what we're approving today. And I think that, we will eventually come to consensus as a city as to how to proceed with those. I think my main issue at this commission has been the inequitable distribution of MCDs. And in fact, several of the speakers talked about how, the MCDs belong in the mission, that's where they are. And I don't believe that. I think that that's not good land use. I will be supporting this project.
I share some of the fellow commissioners' thoughts on this. I've been torn on this, and I think I've changed my opinion over the course of the hearing a couple times. I mean, there's a lot of passion in the neighborhood not to have this, and we certainly heard those voices. I don't necessarily agree with the reasoning. I mean, I think I've brought up in the past, I live 2 blocks from an MCD. I have 3 kids under 11. We walk by the MCD all the time. There's a farmer's market that's adjacent to it. It's never really caused a problem. It's a quiet space. The bus ads, I think, that are announcing marijuana is coming is more of a problem. I'm not quite sure why we allow marijuana bus ads when we don't allow ads for cigarettes or tobacco. So I think there's things that have to be fixed. I don't think we should be selling, just like, there's efforts to ban cigarettes that look like candy. I don't think we should be selling gummy bears or things that lure children or they may be more attracted to. I don't think they should be ads on buses. But I think the physical MCDs I disagree with some of the rationale about the problems associated with them. Would I rather not have them in my neighborhood and have to not explain them or not have my kids exposed to them? Maybe, but I don't think they cause me a big problem or my family a big problem. Yet I hear the concerns of the neighborhood. I mean, we hear things like Starbucks that people are opposed to in their neighborhood because they think they don't fit in the neighborhood. And I get that here, that there's a lot of folks who don't think an MCD fits in the neighborhood where it may fit better in the Castro or in the Haight or in some other neighborhood where there's less opposition. So while I disagree with some of the rationale, I get it, and I think it's real why people oppose it in the neighborhood, and I think we've got to kind of recognize those voices in the neighborhood and hear them and understand why people are passionate about not having it. On the flip side, I think the Apothecarium is a great operator. I mean, we've had issues with other operators around the city, and I think the Apothecarium is a solid operator. If you were to choose an MCD operator, I think that's the one you would want to choose to operate in your neighborhood. I also agree with my fellow commissioners that we've got to look at how they're distributed. I have voted for and I voted against MCDs around the city. I generally have voted against them where there's bunching or there's more than one then in the neighborhood, and there's kind of this compounding effect of 2 or more. We see that in Excelsior. We're starting to see it in South of Market. But here, there aren't others in the neighborhood. I mean, I think I'd be in a much different place if there were another one around or closer, and there was kind of this additional impact from having more than one. I think we're going to have the chance to voice our opinions and help shape the rules of how MCDs get converted to retail or recreational or adult use, whatever we're calling it these days. And I wouldn't support the fact that all the MCDs automatically get to convert to adult use. I think they should go through a similar process that we've gone through to establish the MCDs. So I hope that those who are opening MCDs aren't assuming that they automatically convert, because at least I would be opposed to that. So I think on balance, although I'm not 100% confident in my vote, is that I'm for letting this go through. I think it would be a different story if this were the second one. I very much hear the neighbors and those voices in the neighborhood who are opposed to it. But I'd ask them to look at where these operate in other parts of the city and see the impacts that they have. And I think some of the statements are a bit overblown on kind of the impact to a neighborhood. Commissioner Moore.
Let me, before I make my next comment, I want to thank my fellow commissioners for being so thoughtful that your thoughtfulness keeps me going. So having said that, I believe that the regulatory environment in San Francisco, which is, in comparison to other cities, praised in the nation as being exceptional, makes an MCD a business that performs under rules which are not detrimental to neighborhoods. And I think history has proven that, because we all, over the years, have spent a tremendous amount of thoughtfulness on it. And I think we have not left any stone unturned to really understand every aspect that could create a negative impact. That includes creating additional rules and considerations and policy around clustering, acceptable distances, expanding of green zones, etc. The one question I would like to ask Mr. Hudson, if I may, is the following. Mr. Hudson, thank you for
thank you for your
the
patience.
Presentation. I'm curious what your thoughts are about recreational marijuana and how it fits or doesn't fit in your business model.
I'll do my best.
You heard the Commission raising very important questions. We are in an interim position, not quite knowing where it will go. We will probably have a part in the discussion about land use and land use policy, but we don't know where that's going.
Understood. And the 4 grapes that I've had over the last 7.5 hours have taken me this far, so I'm going to do my best. But as far as our business in a recreational environment, so a little background, I'm actually a director of the California Cannabis Industry Association. We've been at the table with all the stakeholders in Sacramento, crafting the legislation for both medical and, since the trailer language, for McMursa and now MARSA, and then the regulations and rules around AMA and the reconciliation of those 2 systems into one. But specifically about our business, at the end of the day, the biggest difference in a recreational environment versus a medical that we see today is that we won't be able to allow people under the age of 21. That's pretty much the biggest difference. There's going to be more tracking. There's going to be more testing of products that we've been doing since day one. So the Apothecarium is looking very much, and other operators we're looking very much forward to having a level playing field across the board. So everyone is held to the same standards that we've been holding ourselves to voluntarily for 6.5 years.
So if I hear you correctly, you're seeing to be a positive
oh, absolutely.
possibility for yourself to add recreational marijuana to your location.
We've been asking for regulation for almost a decade now, and we struck out the last 3 years in the legislature, but we finally, not the last 3, but 3 years consecutively, and we finally got a victory there in late 2015, and those rules will be going into effect Jan 1, 2018. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Stay there.
Commissioner Richards.
So, in answer to the question, are we going to be back here regardless of what the approval process is when the community, if you apply for recreational conversion?
It's a good question.
We're going to be back here.
I understand the mayor's office is working on that currently. I don't know if any of us want to go through another hearing like this. But yeah, that's an open question that I don't know what their thinking is at the moment.
What is your thinking on recreational for Apothecarium at this site?
I think personally that the dispensaries that are currently existing should be allowed to convert to recreational. I don't see any deleterious effects on a neighborhood or a community. I don't see anything wrong with that. We've had medical cannabis in California for 20 plus years. It is, for all intents and purposes, been legal for 20 years. It was decriminalized by Governor Schwarzenegger about 5 years ago. If you want to, use cannabis in California, most people are using cannabis in California that want to already. So I don't think that we're going to see a jump in consumption like they saw in Colorado, where they only had about 18 months of medical program. We've got 2 million medical cannabis patients in the state of California at a minimum. That's the estimate. So again, if you want to use cannabis, if you need to use cannabis in California, you're probably already doing it. I think we'll see a lot more of the moms that come in that want to replace the glass of Chardonnay at the end of the day with a little 10 milligram gummy. I think that's going to be a huge market in recreational. And then, of course, the senior citizens have been the fastest growing segment of our patient population since we've been in this business.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, so originally what I was going to say is I actually breezed through the section on whether there was an issue that an MCD would how or whether it could be transitioned to recreational marijuana. This commission has already expressed its thoughts in previous months and a couple years about ever since Prop 64 passed, this commission has been asking for some sort of moratorium or stay in looking at MCDs while we look at what is going to be our regulatory regime that will influence our land use decisions around MCDs. We didn't get that, and so here we are today. So I kind of think that we need to make a decision. In terms of the piece about transitioning eventually to recreational use, I'm with Commissioner Hillis that if I had to decide and wave a magic wand today, that would be a ministerial adjustment. We do not know. With medical dispensaries, we have a model, ideal model at least, for what that should be, who it's serving, how the materials are controlled going into the space and out of the space. We sort of have a better handle on good land use practices and not so great land use practices with medical marijuana dispensaries. With recreational, we have none. We don't know if it's going to be accessory, like it's going to be cigarettes. We don't know if it's going to be like a bar where you can only go in there and use it. We really don't have a good idea of what the model is going to be. And so sitting here today, I just have to have hope that when we do have a discussion about a transition of spaces potentially, that there will be some sort of future discretionary step in there. And that would be hopefully, my wish for the powers that be when they're setting that up. But again, we don't know what that's going to be today, so I feel very uncomfortable making a decision about this particular land use in anticipation of some sort of change of use program that we don't know what it's going to look like. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable basing one on the other when we don't know what that change of use process will look like at all. That being said, I still feel like I can support the project as presented today and also support in the future that there's definitely some sort of discretionary discussion about what recreational use means, because we could go everything from recreational means it's the same thing, you just don't need a card, to it's a completely different use of the space, and we just don't know. So I'm really challenged with predicating our discussion of this use today on an uncertain future.
And just to add to that, I think we've got the ability to shape those rules, and I would agree. If a lot of us are consistent, because we've seen bad actors in this arena. The Excelsior comes to mind, where we've had discussions where there's, good operators who want to come in, but bad operators who are operating. And I don't think everybody should just automatically kind of get granted into the adult use. So I think we should send that message as this unfolds. And we've talked about having a hearing on the rules as they're being rolled out and thought about with the mayor's office and others. Commissioner Koppel.
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Moore.
I would like to ask the director if you have any hint of where this is all trending. There are rumors that in the end it might not even involve commission approval. That's at the extreme end of what I heard. Do you have any idea where this is all going?
Commissioners, as I think one of the commissioners said, we expect to bring a package of code changes to you in September. And you will have a chance to weigh in. Where there has been a lot of work on developing some ideas, we believe that it is very likely that, well, first of all, there will be three entities that will be involved in any cannabis facility. One is there'll be a new office within the city administrator's office that will license the facility, so it's the licensing aspect of it. Secondly, the Department of Public Health will be involved as they are now. And thirdly, the department and the commission will be involved from the land use standpoint as you are today. The specifics are still not clear. With respect to the conversion of medical to adult use, there's the recommendation of the team to date is to make it a change of use, which means it would be approved by at least the department. It would likely involve notice. What is not clear yet is if it would involve a conditional use before this body or whether it would be a notification that would be subject to DR. That is not yet decided. So the bottom line is that it's not known if it would actually come to you yet, but I will say that it is not going to be a purely ministerial action. It would be very unlikely that it would just be automatic. It will likely be a change of use with notification at least, if not more than that.
I'm really glad you're saying that because I felt that really everything is kind of falling apart, particularly in the more layered way to comment on it. And as we said earlier, in this particular neighborhood, I think we have a educational sensitizing process that has not been fully matured, and I would see it to be very unfortunate if there would be no further revisiting of these kinds of changes in use, because I do believe that an MCD under the at least current regulatory framework operates more in a manner that could be supported by this commission. If it's so automatic moving to recreational or it becomes a switch of how it's done, I would tonight not be able to support that. The question then is that I think given certain locations, it may not be really advisable to automatically assume that all of them could automatically switch in user patterns.
Nothing's cast in stone right now, but I think that's a safe assumption.
I'd like to second Commissioner Coppola's motion.
And just a comment, I mean, if this does get approved, and I'm inclined to support the motion, I think the apothecarium obviously has a lot of work to do in the neighborhood, and just assuming, our approval may not be the end of the line for this. There could be appeals of this if it does get approved. And, I think during that process, if it happens, there's a big gap in kind of what this is and how it operates and what the impact is that I think we all need to do a better job understanding each other and how this is how it works. So, Commissioner Moore.
I'd still like to remind us, in the event that this is a motion, that we do add the idea of community liaison, cultural sensitivity, education, et cetera, et cetera. I think Supervisor Tang outlined several points in that direction, which I believe need to be specifically stated by us and reinforced in the way we are phrasing our motion.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
I'll add that to the motion.
I believe a liaison is standard boilerplate in the
Correct.
motion.
Is that a bilingual
Yeah,
liaison?
Delvin Washington, Southwest Steamwood. That is standard conditions of approval.
She made an emphasis on bilingual, which is very, very
that
important
can be
here.
provided.
And I know, too, Supervisor Tang made that same remark about kind of the conversion of MCDs to recreational use. And obviously she's going to be one of the people who ultimately votes on the regulations, and she's a voice to have some process discretionary to make these conversions.
She talks about cultural competence. She talks about language skills, all of which I think are important, and I think it goes even a little bit deeper. There may be even an educational part to it, which is not quite captured yet in the way this is phrased.
I understand the maker of the motion is amenable to that. Is the seconder? Very good, then, commissioners. If there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as amended to include bilingual, cultural, and educational services. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
No.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Richards voting against. Excuse us. Excuse us. We do have a remaining item, general public comment. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment today? Being none, the meeting is adjourned.